Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 551. All this is Li Shimin's plot against, to be precise. He wanted to attack these people a long time ago. These guys have that many industries at home. He doesn't believe that these guys have such a small amount of food at home. Except for the grandson and the others who really took out some of the food at home, the others are only a few dozen stones. Li Shimin is not confused yet. Before doing this, he had already approached Fang Xuanling to carefully check the land conditions of various officials' houses. Therefore, these people are already in his mind. See, Li Shimin's brows frowned slightly. The group of small officials in the temple hasn't said anything about it. This small official home has 300 acres of fertile land. But before the locust plague, the women in the family sold almost everything they could sell in order to make room, so the minister's house only had 300 acres. Stone food. This small official would like to donate 200 stones to help the people of Chainan tide over the difficulties. At this moment, one island wearing a green court dress, the official 5th rank official, said respectfully, "This person is Honglu Temple King Zhu." Li Shimin couldn't help being nodded. "Yes, you are very good. If everyone is like you, then I, Great Tang, will be disaster." Masters hearing this, could not help but look ecstatic. This is what this small official should do. See, Honglu Temple King said so. People who said dozens of stones before, could not help but feel blush in the heart, couldn't help cursing the adults this week. But the people behind, after seeing Lord Zhao's situation, couldn't help but become hot in their hearts. At this time, this group of old oilsy couldn't help but feel hot again. This is a great opportunity to climb up. Can they let it go? Some people have tried out the water for them. Even if they are dripping it, they can't donate less than the little Honglu temple donated, right? In fact, to put it plainly, that little food is really nothing to them. Once you donate too much, if you get the favor of His Imperial Majesty, move up a bit, then don't you just come back with everything? When I think of this, all officials can't sit still. The old official would like to donate 170 stones. The old official would like to donate 192 stones. 200 stones. I made 300 stones. When a voice remembered, everyone was in an uproar. And even Li Shimin was a little scornful. The visitor is Ministry of Rights High Official Li Xiaogong. When he saw Li Shimin's playful look, he couldn't help but flashed his eyes. The old official is wrong. It is 500 stones. Hajian Prince of County really deserves to be my imperial family clan. I am very pleased to have this courage. Very good, very good. I can have you in Great Tang. And it is the blessing of my Great Tang. Why don't you worry about this food disaster? 500 stones. This imperial court has no shortage of Li surname clan family members. At this time, under the leadership of Li Xiaogong, everyone can sit still. But there are also some abettors. Even with lessons learned, they should still donate as much as they want. What is this? In famine years, this grain is more effective than money. Now even if you have money, you may not be able to buy grain if you go out with 1,000 guana. No one is stupid. What is this food? This is life-saving money. At this time, if you donate it, it is equivalent to throwing the money into the water. Do you have to pay it back? I don't know how long this famine will last. Food is the basis for the sustainability of a great family. Who is that stupid? Will donate all the food? To put it bluntly, how long did Li Tang be the emperor? Didn't the emperor dynasties of the previous dynasties change in a few years or more? It's a duty to donate a little bit. It is the kingly way to let him replace the imperial court and maintain his family. This is everyone's idea. Li Shimin can also think of it. Can also be expected. He didn't plan to cut how many vegetables from these courtiers. At least the grains of Chainan and Jiang Feng's 20,000 she basically solved the problem. The reason why he wants to ask is to see how many of these people are. But after this test, Li Shimin's heart felt a little cold. Is he unclear about which minister's family property in imperial court, who can escape his eyes? The family property of Zhang Sunwuji and the others. He knows that the immediate locust plague in Chainan, Huazheng, Zhang Sunwuji, Fang Xuanling Du Yui Cheng Yojin and the others have already taken out a large amount of food, restrained food prices, and Li Shimin was able to donate so much this time. It was basically their entire family property. There are a lot of people coming down, and at the super meeting, they have already raised almost 2,000 or 3,000 shi for food. This is enough. At least Li Shimin can also see these people clearly. At this time, when Li Shimin was a minister of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and after recording the names of all the officials who donated food, Li Shimin said, "I don't ask you to roll much, but I know every one of you, and everyone has difficulties. I don't ask you how much you can donate. I only ask for this disaster. It's not that I am fighting alone, but I learned something yesterday on Mount Q. Someone took the initiative to take out 20,000 shi of grain and prepared to cook porridge. Boom. Dash. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 552. As soon as Li Shimin's voice fell, all the courtiers were fried. Who is this stupid? 20,000 stones? Fuck. Why haven't I met? Never heard of such a fool. 20,000 stones of grain. If this only needs to take out half, how much fertile land and how much things have to be exchanged? This. No, it seems. Wait. Mount Q. How is this name so familiar? I remember. This is not the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning, and it is the one ordered by His Imperial Majesty. By the way, I also remembered, that's the academy? How come the academy's people are so rich? 20,000 stones. It seems to be the academy run by His Royal Highness Crown Prince. I heard it was Crown Prince's experiencing, and I want to create an innovative academy. As soon as the words Mount Q by Li Shimin appeared, everyone suddenly remembered something. Everyone has heard about this incident before, not by others, but everyone who has a son in the family has basically not escaped the fate of Cheng Chumo's large-scale arrest. In the end, from His Imperial Majesty, and from all aspects, this thing, to put it bluntly, is that His Imperial Majesty wants to give Crown Prince an experience, that's all. Academy, in fact, is the thing that His Imperial Majesty wants to give Crown Prince a training team. That thing, what is the School of Dentistry, what is the School of Business, and so on. This is what Academy should do. So that at this time everyone was hearing about Mount Q and everyone could not help shaking their heads. If Mount Q is White Deer Academy of Classical Learning can produce talents, they are willing to return home immediately. What are these all? A group of stubborn people. What other waves can they make? Moreover, 20,000 stones of grain were produced. What is this? Doesn't this just want the food in our hands? Who can't bring out 20,000 shi of food now? But what the hell is it to come out to help the victims? This is a fool. My head was caught by the door. Otherwise, who the hell would do this kind of idiot? What waste hole can do? And you didn't see the Huashing Temple in Chainan and the temples around this Chainan. Now when there is a disaster, one door does not go out and two doors do not move, not even a temple door opened. Why? I am afraid that the poor Haha will divide their rations. As far as there is a lot of food, apart from this great hall, who can compare them? But what about them? I couldn't help but, at this time, a minister couldn't sit still, and bowed and said, His Imperial Majesty, this person can come up with 20,000 shi of food to help me Chainan. This is my great Tang's blessing. Old official, congratulations to His Imperial Majesty. The ministers hearing this, all bowed their heads. This small official waits for His Imperial Majesty to congratulate, and to great Tang. Li Shimin has long known that this will be the result. But he wants to Mount Q help Zhang Feng publicize it, but this seems to make everyone understand it wrong. But it doesn't matter. They can think that Li Chengqian is the best. In this way, Zhang Feng's danger is reduced a lot, and the most important thing is the reputation of Mount Q's White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. It started completely. That's enough. Okay. Then retreat today. You are all small officials of Great Tang's brachial stock. So I hope you can also serve the victims wherever you can. Chainan Government Treasury. Tomorrow it will open the government treasury door. and then suppress food prices and help the victims. Li Shimin waved his hand and stood up. Little Gizzy hurriedly shouted, "Retreat!" When the officials saw this, they hurriedly got up and sang, "Send His Imperial Majesty." A palace of political statement. Li Shimin sat down in the lake pavilion. On the one hand, it's cool here, and the Imperial study room is as hot as a steamer. Although it is morning and the sun has not immediately shined on the earth, the dull smell is still disgusting. On the other hand, Li Shimin is in and the others. He is waiting for his grandson and the others. Before Li Shimin finished watching the three memorials, Zhang Sun Wuji and the others really came. His Imperial Majesty, what does the Jiang Feng brother want to do? I waited last night to think about it all night and didn't figure out what Jiang Feng brother wants the fan maker to do. Yes, the chicken and duck are still the sozu, and the ministers can understand it. Although the sow pork is too hot, but at this time, it can still be imported. But this fan maker. Okay, don't say anything. I'm also thinking about this. I thought you all know this thing. Didn't expect. Oh, forget it. Jiang Feng has always done things like this, and it's hard to figure out. But since he has said this, then you guys should help him. Jiang Feng also helped me once. Very busy. How many refugees are there now outside Chainan City? Back to His Imperial Majesty. For the time being, there are at least tens of thousands of refugees in Chainan Pass, and they're basically from other places in the pass. 10,000 people? So many? Li Shimin couldn't help but sink in his heart. However, for these 10,000 people, 20,000 she should be enough for food, right? But when Li Shimin thought so, Zhang Sun Wuji once again reported, however, according to the spies, the refugees outside the customs are gathering from Liuozu and kindling to Chainan. For the time being the specific situation is still unclear, but the old official guessed that if this group of people came in, the 20,000 stones of grain from the Jiang Feng brother. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 553. In fact, Zhang Sun Wuji is right. But it was not a vagrancy, but people who learned about White Deer Academy of Classical Learning and flocked to Chainan to study. At this time, with the time of 3 days, Luozu, and the states and capitals around Chainan, everyone knows that not only does it require no money, but also takes care of the food. After 3 years, after having the opportunity to become an official in the DPRK, running to Chainan like crazy. Among them, there are people who really want to come to study. There are also some who are rushing and getting round belly. More, I want to make a living. The locust plague means death. You won't be left to see where the airtight locusts pass. Although there is a Jiang Feng winery in Chainan City, which temporarily suppressed the disaster, there is no other place. Everyone can only watch their own grain rotted in the ground when it is about to be harvested, and other places will not be like Chainan. There can be people like Jiang Feng out there. Although there will be some discounts, at least you can exchange a little money in your hands. But what's the use of this? So, after the imperial edict arrived, all the people in and around Los Angeles were bombed. As long as there is a young official over 6 years old in the family, they rushed to Chainan immediately. At this time, on the big river and in the Qingling Mountains, everyone, even if they are hungry, those who are hungry dig chongcai in the soil to eat, and endure it. If you endure, you will arrive at Chainan. When you arrive at Chainan, you will have a good life. But in Jianan Road, hundreds of miles away from here, Imperial Edict's announcement is only worthy of reaching Xiangsu. Outside the provincial governor of Xiangsu, the Lord Provincial Governor, who got the news early in the morning, waited here early. After seeing the small yellow sect coming into the city, he hurriedly glanced at the Imperial Edict and was deeply touched by the Imperial Edict. The thing was taken aback. I hurriedly ordered someone to post it on the bulletin board outside the provincial governor's house. Then let bailiff take the gong and walk the streets to roar. At this time, for the people of Xiangsu, it is undoubtedly disastrous. In the eyes of all the people, at this time, apart from eating, there is no second thing for them to pay attention to. The strength of their whole body, apart from allowing them to support a little bit of rice that can be bought at the gate of government treasury or the gate of the grain shop, They can only keep them safe from hunger. Go to sleep. It's just that no one knows when this day will be. The head. Boom, boom, boom. As the sound of the gong sounded, the people numbly raised their heavy eyelids and glanced at them. Bailiff then curled up again and dozed off in the shade. Guys, don't sleep. Good thing, great thing. His Imperial Majesty knows our suffering. And now Chainan City has built a school for the poor. The dolls are literate in reading. When the time comes, they can still enter the dynasty as officials. However, what responded to them was this plain indifference. But Bailiff did not give up. He tore his throat and yelled again. Guys, the academy doesn't need money. All those who want to go, not only don't need money, but as long as they can go to school, they can still take care of the food. When I heard this, everyone was stunned in an instant. Wang Lengzai, what are you talking about? This is really no money. I still lied to you. Really don't need money. Are you sure? I don't know which of the universities in the world knows. Even if I want to find a gentleman to teach word recognition, I need hundreds of money. There are still rules and regulations. What can I do without money? What about the rice? Wang Lengzai, are you making us happy? Hearing this, neither does Bailiff impatient. One pointed to the provincial governor mansion and said, if you don't believe me, go to the door of the provincial governor mansion now. Can there be fakes? Hearing this, all the people are interested up. But at this moment, Wang Lengzai added again, but this is also conditional, not everyone can go 1 inch. As soon as I heard this, the people who tried to get up to see the provincial governor mansion sat down again. I must be making us happy. Where are we slaves who study this school? But Wang Lengzai's next sentence made everyone's hearts hot again. I heard the Lord Provincial Governor say, he said, this perfectly clear written on the imperial edict. Anyone who is over 12 years old and up to 30 years old can go. Below this, the whole Xiangzhou is crazy. Everyone knows that if you want to get ahead, what else is there besides studying? Everything is low grade, only high school. This is the eternal truth, everyone understands. But this book, not everyone can read. This is also caused, great basically. More than half of Tang's people are illiterate. But now, after everyone heard this, they were completely dumbfounded in shock. Damn, Wang Lengzai, won't you be waiting for me again this time? Walk around. Now go to the provincial governor to ask questions. If his mother's Wang Lengzai, the youngster, dare to fool us, he turned around and took his skin off. Go. On the other side of Xiangzhou, several teenagers pouting and squatting on the riverside to fish for fish. When they just caught a large eel, a skinny teenager hurried over. Second baby, third baby, don't do it anymore. There is a major event. Let's go to Chainan to go to school. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 554. When a few teenagers heard it, they didn't notice the eel in their hands and slipped straight away. Then they got it because they squatted for a long time and got lucky. Basically, this thing is their meal for 4 nights. No, it's their meal for the day. But now it's gone. If it was before, then this is absolutely unbearable for them. After all, this is food. What about now? When the second baby among them, clutching the loach, a little white-skinned teenager, ignored the greasy things left by the eel struggling, and asked, Red Skin, you mother, what are you talking about? The second baby's real name is surnamed Chen, and her name is Chen Jie. His ancestors said that it was inherited from the great family of the former Chen. However, due to Emperor Yang of Su's aggressive attack, their family also suffered a disaster. The whole family has hundreds of people, and finally fled to Xiangzhou, but there are not many people. I settled down in this Chen family ditch. Although there are not many people in the family, some of the remaining people are literate. After all, they used to be great family people. When Chen Jie was a child, she also learned the characters from her grandmother for a period of time. Basically, she still knows the characters. Although she is now 15 years old, the family knows that he is a talent, but because of his ancestors, all people are afraid to let him go to the academy and study. This is all because Chen Jie is so smart. They are afraid of being followed in the footsteps of their ancestors. But for the rebellious Chen Jie, it is a man who can take the college entrance examination and enter the court as an official. That is a man, a passionate man who can revitalize the family property, and can live in this era when people can starve to death. The only way. At this moment, when he heard that, after he could really study, he couldn't help but his heart was warm. But after thinking of the high cost enough to make them look up to, Chen Jie's eyes couldn't help but flash. After a little loneliness, then continue to catch fish and shrimps, preparing for the family's food in the evening. Second child, come and see, this is the notice I found at the city gate. Come and see, I heard second child Li said, that Chang'an City specializes in a White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. Not only can I go to the academy for free, but what else can I do? It's a round belly! Exclamation mark. Free? Can you have a full stomach? Chen Jie couldn't help but suddenly eyes opened round as a ball. Red leather. Do you say it is true? Hurry up and put the notice to the second brother, he is the only literate in our village. Let him see. Second brother, take a look. When the red-faced skinny monkey just ran in front of a few people, a black charcoal boy grabbed it. He passed the notice in his hand and handed it to Chen Jie. Chen Jie looked at the notice in her hand, unwilling to give up a word, and several teenagers beside him craned their necks and looked at the notice. Although they are illiterate, what is this thing? What is this? The stuff of second child Li. If you look at this, it is all things that can be contaminated with dragon chi. Going back to the village. That is something that can make them stand up in front of others. Moreover, the most important thing is that now in the village, everyone is literate except for the second child and the family. If this thing is true, then, don't you say that a few of you can go to the academy to study and read? Why don't they expect this kind of glorious lintel? Can't help but their eyes are even hotter. At this time, what Chen Jie looked at was also ecstatic. Red Pizzy, I ask you, this thing is real? This is still fake? Now it has spread throughout Xiangzhou city, and it appears in almost all the young and strong are basically preparing to go here, not for anything else, just because I can eat here. And even though I can't learn this book as a stupid one, I can learn from a bamboo craftsman and a potter, and I will be able to work in an official kiln in the future. Work, that's not bad. Yes, I'm not good at literacy and hyphenation, but at any rate, we have a lot of strength. This, at least we can learn a little ability. When the time comes, if you get lucky and can go to Ministry of Works, you will be developed. But Chen Jie didn't think so. He couldn't help but look at the direction of Xiangzhou city, muttered, just don't I know. If I go to the academy, if I learn well, will I get paid? After all, what do you want? If you don't want money, you will be lucky. Do you still want to be paid? The red nose is hearing this, with a look of contempt. In his opinion, the academy, which everyone can only look up to, failed to collect the money. That is all a lucky thing. Do you want to pay for it? It's not that this guy is crazy. And in the provincial governor mansion of Xiangzhou, a magnificent war is also erupting at this time. I saw a middle-aged person wearing a provincial governor official uniform, kneeling under the big sun, and surrounding servants and the nursing home, as if they hadn't seen it. What should I do? What? Even Shy Eye is accustomed to reporting the situation outside by the provincial governor. In the room in front of the provincial governor, there were bursts of deafening roars and roars from time to time. If you dare to let my apple of one's eye go to the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning, which is a slave, you believe or not, my mother will burn your provincial governor mansion. It's been turned over for a day. This day, I'm going to play around. The old lady almost got the sky off for him. How many gentlemen have you hired? Do you see if your son is illiterate material? Question mark. While speaking, a fat woman who is like a ball of meat, points to the young man who is lying on the bed, holding the leg of lamb in one hand, and holding a jar of wine and fat in the other, said. The boy seemed to respond. Mother, I'm going to Chainan. I'm going to be a high official. When the woman heard this, her heart was so crisp that she had her squinted eyes, so with a smile, it directly became two fleshy seams. Well, my son is going to be an official, then I will contact you, the Imperial College of Supreme Learning. Let's go to the Imperial College of Supreme Learning. While speaking, woman turning around, pointing at the provincial governor and shouting, "You are deaf. Don't write a letter of advice. Recommend my son to the Imperial College of Supreme Learning." Hearing this, from Xiang's the provincial governor, in his eyes, only a wave of despair remained. Good. Good. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 555. Imperial Edict continued to rush out from Chainan one by one. Number 5 days ago, all the small yellow sects took the Imperial Edict rubbings and rushed to the state government offices. But it's been 5 days, and the far place has not been communicated yet. However, all the places where the Imperial Edict was received have caused an unprecedented sensation. First of all, the Strange Academy. What is it going to do? This is completely different from the academy that everyone knows, and basically everyone in this academy has never been to it, but they also know that the place is used to learn the things of Saint. Saint is the most unseen merchants, and these things that belong to agricultural technology. In their eyes, this is an insult to the reputation of the academy. But after seeing the Imperial Edict, they can only press the impulse to attack Jiang Feng. In their opinion, this thing, since His Imperial Majesty has made an order, and it is not counted Orthodox Academy, so it's just to turn a blind eye. Otherwise, in the past few days, there have been people who have gone to crusade or go to impeach Jiang Feng for advice. Just like Chainan City at this time. Although the people of Chainan City are the first to know about this. But the people at this time are still waiting. They weren't waiting for anything else, but felt that it was His Imperial Majesty who sent the Imperial Edict. Most of them were watching. Take the people from Tongyue Street for example. They want to go to Jiang Feng's academy more than anyone else, and want to study and read more than anyone else. Now Feng Tsai has established such an academy. It was a good thing at first, but after that day, everyone felt sorry again. They think Jiang Feng wouldn't say anything if they did this, but their cheeks are in trouble. What is this? They are deceiving. They can't bear this name. The most important thing is that in Chainan City, in addition to these flat-headed people, there are also high-ranking officials. They normally cannot afford to offend. If in this academy, they accidentally stepped on someone's house, one kick, what will be the effect? That killed them. They can't afford it. So, this is what really makes them hesitate. Although this is also the time to free their son from fate, who is willing to gamble in 3 years compared to the current life. Furthermore, everyone is hungry at this time. They all need to watch the breath of the rich and live. Who has nothing to do and wants to provoke others? Old he, what's wrong with you? I didn't see you go to work in the winery. Why do you hide here? On the riverside of Tongyue Street, at this time, although the river is no longer stinking, it is also a good place for the common people to enjoy the coolness. At this time, old he squatted alone under the willow tree by the river, drinking wine and wondering what he was thinking. At this moment, Zuzi, his father, dragging a big cart, pulling a cart of diabolo tubes and walking back, only asked in surprise when he saw old he. When old he saw someone, a smile flashed across his muddy eyes. Oh, it's not the youngster of my family. I have to pester Dang Feng Tsi's academy, but do you think you can go? Feng Tsi is kind to us, but we also know what kind of material is our son. This is not a material for reading and literacy. If this is sent, when the time comes, if you offend those high-ranking officials, then you will get it. Zuzi, father, hearing this, couldn't help being stunned. I haven't thought about what you said, but what you said like this is really. Father Zuzi is hearing this. I can't help but also hammered the sweat towel wrapped around his head. My Zuzi is not the same, not to mention Guzi. Momo is also noisy, going to Chainan University. Old he, hearing this, could not help but think of his daughter. I also heard that Jiang Feng's what? Young lady Jingxiu is at Chainan University. I am going to send my girl to Jingxiu to serve, not begging extremely rich. I just want to have a round belly. Am worried about this. If I tell Feng Tsi, it's okay. but I can't hold back my old face. Zuzi, his father hearing, his eyes lit up instantly. I remember what you said like this. My Momo is very popular with Feng Tsai. If I can serve Jingxiu when the time comes. It's okay for the two not to say. The heart becomes hot instantly when they say so. Although they work in the winery of Feng Tsai, they can have enough food and clothing. But at this time, seeing this great future, don't ask when the time comes to be able to rise to the top. But if they can learn, Jingxiu has a little bit of ability. When the time comes, it's okay to be able to marry into a rich man's home and become a primary wife. Jingxiu's reputation is too great, and at this time, isn't that the Mr. Crown Prince in the academy? If this is to enter Cheonan University, it would be stained with the reputation of Jingxiu and the reputation of Lord Crown Prince. For them, those suffering haha would not be able to ask for it for 8 lifetimes. When the two of them were squatting here and fiddled with something, a few women from Tongyue Street not far away were rushing towards the hall with their bodies all over, and the woman in the lead was exactly that Zuzi, his mother, holding a thin Zuzi with a pinball machine in his arms, ran to this side. Zuzi, his father, what are you doing here? Go to the little tavern, something has happened, there is a major event, Feng Tsai is crazy. You want to ruin the 20,000 stone food. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 556. Zhang Feng has not returned to Cheonan City for several days. Since that Mount Gu's White Deer Academy of Classical Learning started, he has basically been on the mountain. And today, I finally returned to Cheonan, but before he elated to open a small stove, the meat in this pot was still stewed in the pot, and I met Daddy Zuzi. And then Old Scholar and the others rushed into the little tavern with frosty faces. Looking at the posture, it seemed that Zhang Feng had done something wrong. Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. Everyone, what are you doing? Old Scholar gloomy face, an Old Scholar robe, sitting opposite Zhang Feng with a frosty face, asked, Fengzi, I ask you one thing. You must answer me truthfully. This is the first time that Old Scholar is so serious. Zhang Feng's heart trembled. Could it be that something is wrong? Thing? Hurry nodded like pounding garlic. On seeing this, Old Scholar asked. The old man asked you. Now it is reported in Cheonan City that you have hoarded 20,000 shi of food in the White Deer book and prepared to help the victims. Is it true? This. Honestly, otherwise, when the time comes, when the sky comes down, no one will save you. Zhang Feng hearing this, surprised. Is this thing aroused some people's attention? Or, the impact of this matter is too great? Zhang Feng doesn't understand. I glanced at everyone with worried and expectant eyes, and clicked nodded. Yes, I have collected 20,000 shi of grain. So absurd. It's ridiculous. The Old Scholar was angrily, slapped the table, interrupted Zhang Feng and roared, you know, if you do it in a muffled voice, the old man is too lazy to control it, and will give it back to you. Youngster gave a thumbs up, but look at what you did. Now the whole Cheonan knows about it inside and outside. Do you know, what have you done now? Do you know now that you do it like this, forcing those high-ranking officials and nobles all use grain to curb food prices, and not only that, all the officials have set up porridge at the gates. This is a good thing. Zhang Feng is a little confused. But this is what he expected. Once it is spread out by Chen Sheniu, it will definitely attract some people's attention. The best thing is to be able to use public opinion to get the government to come forward within the calculation time, to curb food prices and at the same time to help the victims. This is the best. And the best is to fight the reputation of Mount Gu's White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. The worst is, there is no worst. After all, he is now acting on orders. Even if the people from Guanlong want to do things, they have to weigh the imperial edict's weight. However, Old Scholar and the others obviously don't think so. Feng Tsai, you are a real boss. Do you know what you did? It's to grab food from the mouth of these officials. In this famine year, grain is something more valuable than gold. Do you know that although the price of grain has been suppressed, this shortage is a common phenomenon? Give people away, especially those wealthy and prominent officials. so there is no need to say more. You are like this ... but you are an enemy of the entire Great Tang officials, do you know? I heard that yesterday in the morning. His Imperial Majesty announced at the time that what it said was that every official should learn White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. This is also the case of a few of us sending beer in my Imperial Palace yesterday. When I heard that court eunuch's maid said, I heard that the Ministry of Internal Affairs had donated 300 stones. Now everyone in the province of Internal Affairs has a bowl of batter and chestnuts momo for every meal. The people of the Ministry of Internal Affairs are now complaining. You are confused. Everyone was patting their thighs at everyone talking at once, berating Zhang Feng for doing something wrong. But Zhang Feng hearing this, his frowned brows stretched out. The old scholar may have heard what Li Gang said. It's good for old scholar not to look at Zhang Feng. Looking at it this way, Zhang Feng is not worried anymore, so I can't help but pat the table. Scolded, look at what you did. It's not only Chain and City, but all state capitals are following you. His Imperial Majesty has made an order for this. Think about it, how many people have you offended this time? When the time comes, don't talk about entering the court as an official. I think you have to open one eye when you sleep. Otherwise, I don't know where the shit basins are stuck on your face. Old scholar, this. Don't worry about this. I have my own measures. Zhang Feng firmly bowed his hands, stood up and said, everyone, in fact, this food, I am not what you think. I give it away for free. I came down the mountain this time. Let me tell you one thing in advance. We are all neighbors. To put it bluntly, Feng Tsai has always been indebted to you before. This is good, and I must be the first to think of you. So, this food, I have decided. Don't my White Deer Academy of Classical Learning have 50,000 acres of land? So now the 200 or 300 people still don't know when they want to get it. You know Feng Tsai, I am a quick temper, so I want to use the method of doing things for me to serve porridge and food. Question mark. Do work for you. Everyone is confused. Feng Tsai. What you said, what do you mean? What does it mean to do work for you? What does it mean to give food? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 557. Everyone is confused. It was as if they had already come, but Li Chenqian and Dugu, who were blocked by the common people, were also bewildered. They had always thought Zhang Feng was Wasral. That's 20,000 stones of grain. Just take it out for no reason, then just give alms to others. They also know that Zhang Feng is not the kind of rich man, but this youngster has a tough mouth, and he just refuses to say it clearly. This makes a few people puzzled, but they also know that Zhang Feng did this, too. It was indeed solving this disaster, so I didn't ask. But now, several people couldn't help but crane their necks and listened with their ears upright. Zhang Feng looked at old scholar and said, my Mount Q, 50,000 acres of wasteland. Old scholar. Do you know what this means? How long does it take to find people? Can it be leveled? That's why I thought of such a way, as long as it's the people, the poor people, if they use money to buy food, every household must take it. The government issued a certificate, and each household can only buy 1 kati of grain a day, and this price is also 5 cents. This is not too much for me. Right? This old scholar is dumbfounded. And all the people on Tongyue Street surrounded by the door were in an uproar. What? 5 cents of money? Now, let's not talk about anything else. As long as Cheng'an government treasury's grain has 6 cents money. Feng Tsai, are you sure you are not joking? Feng Tsai, this is not good. I know you are a good person, but you can't be a bad person. So you ... it's not a discount. No. I can't eat this grain. Even if I starve to death, I won't go back to you to buy a grain of grain. Me too, don't buy 1 inch. I'm sorry for this conscience. There were a few women who even cried. You all feel your conscience and think about it. Feng Tsai normally, is there anything wrong with you? The meat that is not finished, I will give you a pot of meat. This is not only the opening of a school, it's porridge again. Why is this? As long as there is a little conscience, can you eat it? Crazy elder brother, I don't want your pachinko machine. My mother said, Don't let Tang, Academy. Zuzi wiped off the snot from his nose and put it in his hand. I was about to play with the scrapped pachinko machine cautiously on the table, and I took out a handful of money in my pocket and put it on the table. This was given to me by the lunatic elder brother before, and during this time I won with a pachinko machine. No more. Old Scholar's eyes wet. The expressions of Lee Chenkian and Dougal are all wet, and even the eyes of all Hewitt on Lane people are wet. Jiang Feng took a deep breath, grabbed the handful of Zuzi's money, and said, "This food, if I say, I am not at a loss, and I also make a lot of money, did you believe or not?" Silence. No one spoke, because everyone is not a fool. They can still see this. They didn't lose money. Ghost letter. Jiang Feng just sat down under Old Scholar. We greeted everyone to sit down, but everyone was stubborn and refused. Jiang Feng said leisurely, "Actually, when the locusts appeared, I realized something was wrong, so at that time, I started to buy food. At that time, because of the locust plague, a foreign merchant was hoarding a large amount of food, and he was anxious to return to western regions and couldn't take it away, so he was selling it. Do you all know this? Right at the door of our street market, I often sell furs, and he was anxious at the time. You all know that I am soft-hearted, so I gave 20,000 stones of grain at a price 30% lower than the market price. I accept it." Jiang Feng explained a bit, and almost took out the contract he signed with Hu and the note issued by the government. But when he said so, everyone calmed down a little. However, Feng Tsai, now everyone knows that the price of this food is skyrocketing. Don't talk about 5 cents. You sell for 6 cents. Or 7 cents. Is it possible? Why do you want to sell you in here? Jiang Feng smashed his hands. Although the people in Chainan City and some people outside the city have sold their food to me, you still have a little money left over ice. But you should know that my academy is in Mount Q, and I'm facing people who look at the food rotted in the ground eagerly. Where do they have money? Just these 5 cents? I guess they don't have any. If I said before that it was direct food, let alone you. Do you think I am a fool? Jiang Feng, while speaking, pointed to his head. This time, haha, finally let everyone relieved with a smile. Jiang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It can be regarded as taking care of everything. But told he is not satisfied. Feng Tsai, didn't you just talk about applying grain and porridge? What is this? 20,000 stones of grain can't help being made. If this happens once it spreads, let alone your 20,000 she, it is 100,000 she of grain, and it will give you a good meal in 3 days. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 558. This problem is easy to solve. Jiang Feng simply opened up, "My academy. Didn't I just say that there are 50,000 mu of land? How long will this be cultivated? I can't wait. So, this food, if you sell it, if you have money, let's buy it. What about those who have no money? Don't worry, I have work waiting for others to do." Wow! Everyone was shocked. Even Old Scholar's brows can't help but frown. Feng Tsai, yours does work for you, is this? If this is the case, then it will be easy to handle. There is no shortage of stubborn children in Chainan University. He also accidentally heard this in the mouths of those guys, and finally asked Li Gang and Gengxiu, which made him anxious. Liao came to ask Jiang Feng what is going on here, but didn't expect, this is all about it. It turned out to be such a thing. At this time, Li Chenkian and Dougal finally squeezed into the little tavern, and finally asked, "Feng Tsai, do you want to do work for you? Let these people work for you. Then you want to convert the grain into grain and give it to them." Jiang Feng saw the two come and asked, "The carpenter found it?" "Not yet, but you let me first talk about whether this is the reason I was talking about 1 inch. Li Chenkian's mind is full of brains. Jiang Feng pointed to the wine cabinet. Li Chenkian was very witty and he was very promising. He ran over to get a few jars of wine, and did not greet the people at the door. and filled the four with a bowl of wine, and then looked at Jiang Feng with a strange expression. Li Qian is right. This thing is actually something that will be passed on to you in the academy in the future. Don't ask for now. I'm not in the mood to tell you about it now, so I'll talk about it. Do it for you. Now, you have also seen that the people who came when the time comes must be poor people who can't get enough food. But Mount Q, just so much food, this is certainly not helpless. So I thought of a way, that is to do the work. Everyone will work at my Mount Q according to the market price. When the time comes every night, someone will naturally settle for you on the day, then you can get food. But this is only available in exchange for once every 5 days. At other times, most of the time, I work for me and I will take care of the food for you. It's just doing work for you. No, Feng Tsai, if you say that, isn't the account calculated like that? Dugu frowned and said, look at it. At the current market price, this person only earns 2 pennies in his first day. Under normal circumstances, he only earns 1 penny. But if you exchange for food once in 5 days, how can that be? It's not. Jiang Feng stared. Only you are great. You are stupid. This man works with me, and what does he want to do with food? Isn't it for the family? So I give them food once every 5 days, 1 catty at a time. This is still calculated according to the account. In this way, not everyone can survive 5 days. But remember, a straight household. For example, if you have 5 people in your account, if all 5 of you come to work on the construction site, you will only be given a catty of grain. Don't ask why. It stands to reason that we will not give this catty of food, but Feng Tsai has a conscience. So we will also give you a catty of food. Of course, you can also choose to ask for money. On the 5th, every 1 people have 5 liters. And 5 people add up to 25 liters. Jiang Feng is not stupid. These things, he has long since cleared the door. This is also able to make the best use of the least food and maximize the benefits. After all, he only has 20,000 stones. This thing will eat nothing. Then I understand. Li Chengqian slapped his thigh and pointed at Zuzi. Younger sister said excitedly, what you said like this, then I understand. He is considered a laborer. Cannot help but at this time even old scholar frowned. If Momo is considered labor, wouldn't it be a loss? What can she do? Pour water on the tea? Jiang Feng looked at Li Chengqian like a fool. If this food is yours, Momo's needs, even the bedridden old man, I dare to ask for it. You say, what are they going to do? That is to open up Wasteland Repair Academy. Jiang Feng said silently. But when everyone saw their expressions a bit awkward, I couldn't help adding, well, that doesn't mean that they can't go. Go must go. It's just that every time there are 2 bowls of porridge for daily charity. 1 bowl in the morning and 1 bowl at night. You don't have to work. Everyone is hearing this. This is the brain here. I tried all the procedures of doing work for me, and then I came to understand. So it's such a thing of doing work for you. This is what Jiang Feng Academy will teach in the future. Can't help but, Zuzi his father, and old He's eyes changed when they looked at Zuzi. If this is true, doesn't it mean that Zuzi can really go to the academy? But this still doesn't work. Jiang Feng swept the crowd. His final gaze fell on Dugu, who had been drinking and going to the wine cabinet to eat jerky meat, and said, from now on, every day, give food and give kanji. Statistics gives you the date of everyone's work. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 559. What did you say? Dugu is stupid. At this moment, he was stunned. Since he hit the door, he said a word. Then smelling the scent of wine, the greedy bug has long been hooked up. Where else can I take care of? Does this youngster think I have eaten too much? Drank too much? Not right. After drinking so much wine, I didn't see him like that. This. Feng Tsai, you made a mistake. This. So many people, you let me, no. So many people, you. Dugu is anxious. Li Chengqian hugged his arms and looked at the jokes. Looked at Dugu. An angry Dugu directly grabbed Li Chengqian and said, Feng Tsai can go. I am sure can't do it. You. What are you doing? What are you doing? The task assigned to you by Feng Tsai. That's a ridiculous crime. Look at iron ox and 3 of them. Now I'm still babbling and moving stones. You have to move a stool to sit there and everything will be solved. You are still not satisfied, Li Chengqian said, while staring warningly. He stopped and motioned to Dugu, but when he thought of that many people, how could Dugu care for Li Chengqian's hint? No, this is definitely not right. Think about it. Lao Tzu faces thousands of people. You want to exhaust me? Feng Tsai, can we? Zhang Feng slightly smiled. No, if you don't want to go, then I will let Guzi and Zuzi, both of them, plus old Go Zuzi and his father, just go. Zhang Feng said so. The eyes of the people who were about to leave could not help but brighten. And Zuzi and the others couldn't help being stunned. They didn't do anything, and given this job to them, how could they possibly do it? No, there is a problem here. It is not only Guzi who can think of this, even Dugu also wants to understand it at this time, even everyone present thinks of it. Dugu couldn't help but cautiously asked, Feng Tsai, you plan to? No plan, don't forget it, just go home and stay. Howler, I just happened to. Dugu hearing this, I was overjoyed in an instant. I haven't been home for a long time. This time I plan to find someone to go back and collect some treasures. All the isolated books and picture albums are brought up the mountain so that you can read them when you have nothing to do. But when he turned and was about to leave, Old Scholar and the others' foreheads can't help but hang a cold sweat. This silly youngster, this IQ is worrying. I'm done, I'm all gone, I'm thinking about it all. Since Feng Zi has said so, I'll put my heart in my stomach, when the time comes to buy food. Don't say anything, just let Tong Yui Street know. Old Scholar waved and prepared to leave, but at this time, Zhang Feng called out everyone. Wait, I haven't explained my business clearly yet. No, Feng Tsai, brother Feng, what do you mean by letting me go home? Zhang Feng glanced at Dugu and said, it's meaningless. Aren't you tired? I'm tired from doing everything here. If you want to be free, then go back. Dugu hearing this, I don't understand where it is. This is Feng Tsai who wants to send him away. I can't help but look anxious. Feng Tsai, brother Feng, don't tell me, dang, isn't it okay? I didn't force you, you go if you want. Don't go to me, don't force it. Go, dang. Isn't it possible? Dugu is about to cry. At this moment, Zhang Feng smiled and patted his shoulder and said, don't feel wronged, you know why I told you to do this? Why? Either Dugu or Li Chengqian couldn't help but their eyes widened at this time. Zhang Feng said mysteriously, remember the arithmetic that I said before? At this time, it is to test the purpose of your division and multiplication in real life. This when the time comes is you have to learn, and if you handle it perfectly for me, then when the time comes credits, I will give you 10 points. Really? Dugu hearing this, there was a hot fire in his eyes, looking at Zhang Feng. This credit matter, he knew when he was in Chenan University, every half a year, the full score is 10, and it will be counted as 1 year at the end of the year. If it is 3 years, if the total is less than 50 points, congratulations, stay and squat for a year. But Zhang Feng didn't say when to add it. If it accumulates to the end of the course, Li Chengqian couldn't help but regret it, and wished to slap it on his face. Mother, why didn't you expect loneliness? A good thing in vain. Is it cheaper to give him? However, you are really too busy alone, so I will give you a task. Zhang Feng pointed to Guzi, Zuzi, and Zuzi father, the 4 old. He said, you can see that these 4 people are very related to them. This is the old neighborhood. Guzi Zuzi is the brother like us. This time before the disaster is over, you can teach the 2 of them, old he and Zuzi, how much you can learn, and how much is it that I don't force. How about it? Dugu hearing this, almost a mouthful of old blood came out. How about, my dam? How about you asking me? Grass. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 560. Dugu is a tragedy. And Li Chengqian did not escape. At this time, Zhang Feng saw Li Chengqian's face and smile, and his shoulders trembled, and he grinned and said with a smile, You youngster are very happy. Hearing this, Li Chengqian exploded. No, no, I just think Feng Tsai, your decision is so brilliant, so I envy Darbing. Really? Li Chengqian clearly felt that Zhang Feng was harboring malicious intentions, and he couldn't help but feel a little bit angry. Then what? I still have something to do. I'm leaving now. After finishing talking, Li Chengqian was about to run away, but was caught by Dugu. What are you running? Your uncle. Li Chengqian was anxious. By then it's all over now, everything is too late. Zhang Feng hugged his fists and said, everyone, there is nothing wrong here for now. If something happens, I will let old he tell you. After all, we are all neighbors. Here I am. If there is a good thing, I can't forget that you are not. If you want to go to Mount Q, you can tell old he directly to tell them to go to White Deer Academy of Classical Learning early. Okay, then let's go. Everyone knows that they have important things to say next, and it's the kind of things they can't touch, and these two are stubborn here. I always feel that my heart is fuzzy, and I want to run long ago. If it weren't for Zhang Feng's call to stop old he. But at this time, old he, Zuzi his father, even Zuzi, and Guzi, as soon as the little tavern came out, they felt the soles of their feet floated. Although it is possible in the winery, but where is the current errand? Who doesn't want to do something that only moves one's mouth and learns some abilities? I still work with the most terrifying demon king. Although there may be something to do with work, Feng Tsai is worthy of being a person from Tongyue Street. This at first thought of the problem, directly chained that guy, and now they are relieved. The most important thing is that they can not only work, but also learn things. This is the most important thing. They are old and don't ask for what they can learn, but they can learn some abilities for their children. That's the business. Old he, congratulations. You are on Mount Q tomorrow. You have to take care of us. Zuzi his father, your Zuzi seems to be 15 years old this year. This long TSK is a great talent. Is there a match? My cousin's daughter, just right this year 12. As the noise went away, the old scholar sighed. Feng Tsai, I won't say too much, you know everything, but, let's you wait, I have something to tell you. Zhang Feng interrupted old scholar, looked at Li Chengqian and Duga who were twisted together, staring at each other, and said, it's okay, isn't it just something like that? I'll give it. You said, in this matter, none of the 5 of you can get away. This is an assessment for you. If you can't bear this bit of suffering, how can you shine? How can you be an Imperial Civil Service examination graduate in high school after 3 years? Li Qian, don't do that anymore. Mother-in-law is like a girl. If you can have half the courage of your father, it would be great. Li Chengqian was mercilessly scorned by Zhang Feng. In an instant, their heads wilted, and they said as usual on the execution ground, Feng Tsai, just tell me, let me pick Deng or do it. I admit it. A few, the most invisible, is that some people say that they are inferior to their Lao Tzu. If it is someone else, at this time the blade is probably put on that person's forehead. Seeing Li Chengqian's generous expression, Zhang Feng was speechless. But he still said, come on, I won't let you do anything that hurts the world, and you won't be allowed to pick up dung. This matter has been spread, and there will be many Chainan people tomorrow. Maybe tonight, I will be on Mount Q. My request is that you must give me a place for the people, who, what is the situation, and the planning to build a house for them? Why, is there still a house, and still the information of these people must be investigated clearly? Li Chengqian is stupid. Almost a bit of old blood came out. Feng Tsai, I seriously suspect that you are aiming at me, otherwise you. Am I aiming at you? Zhang Feng smiled, pointed to the door. Li Chengqian immediately exploded. Oh, dang. Dang. Isn't it possible? Li Chengqian died immediately. With a dull head and a foot on Dugosas, the two of them just left foul-mouthed. Until these two goods are gone. Old scholar took a deep look at the two of them. With his ability, if he didn't see anything before, that's all. If he came to Cheng'an University from a Li Gang, he spent so long with Li Qian, He didn't see what, that's really a fool. This is also the reason why he didn't go during this period, especially when Jiang Feng got the imperial edict. He didn't want to see Li Shimin. He knows that Jiang Feng doesn't know the identity of Li Shimin, so he deliberately avoids the opportunity to meet Li Shimin. He doesn't believe that Li Shimin doesn't know him. However, it is precisely because of this. Old Scholar is also getting more and more confused. With everything Jiang Feng has done, doesn't he really know the identity of Li Shimin? Don't he think about it at all? Especially this academy. It's really like opening a skylight to Old Scholar. He really doesn't understand the dignified emperor, the dignified crown prince. How could it play like this? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 561. Think about the grass that smoked locusts before. In the end, it was not popularized in Great Tang, which suppressed the locust plague. And the angry white salt. This thing, it seems, also came out of Devon. Finally became official salt. And in the end, the cooperative, everything. Now Old Scholar couldn't help but not understand what Jiang Feng was going to do. Feng Tsai, sometimes I really don't think I can understand you, and you are doing it on the merchant's way. It stands to reason that the merchant's way knowledge you know is enough to make you rich on the first side. It's not even a problem for you to be listed in the imperial court, but then you started a Chenan university, and then started to idle again. And now this is the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. Seriously, I really don't understand what you are thinking. How about this White Deer Academy of Classical Learning and being a shopkeeper like before? However, this doesn't make sense again. Look at your present, 20,000 stones of grain. You, Old Scholar was talking. He couldn't help but feel a little bit distressed. Jiang Feng faintly smiled, got up and closed the door of Devon. Then he sat opposite Old Scholar in spite of his image and said, Old Scholar, I know what you are thinking. I admit that the reason why I looked for Old Lee and they are cooperating, and they're lazy. Actually, I am afraid of death. Oh, Old Scholar sighed deeply. What happened after that? What you did the past few days, is it too public? And what did you think before? Jiang Feng got a bowl of wine and said, yes, no idea. Before, those were lesser Dao. Do you know what I have here? For everything before, it only accounts for such a big point. Jiang Feng, while speaking, pointed to his head, and then pointed to the fingernails. Old Scholar twitched his lips. I'm afraid this stuff is boasting again. Cough cough. Come on, here I am. Don't talk about it. Don't talk about anything else. First tell me, what do you mean by arranging these two guys? Let them do that? Jiang Feng looked at the door, said with a smile, what did I think it was? So you asked about this? This is actually very easy to understand. As Kong Old Man said before. In fact, everything comes from life, and life comes from everything. If it is Kong Old Man, although the son was born in a noble family, if his natural appearance is ill, and he often suffers from blinding eyes, how can he make him have the will to enter the official career? If there is no Danzi, how can he start an academy? If Qi Jinggong and Yan Ying are summoned, I'm afraid Kong's Old Man. Okay, sense matter. I won't talk about it here. If it's after being heard, we will all have our heads down tomorrow morning. Just tell me, what do you want to do? Old Scholar sees Jiang Feng and talks more and more vigorously, could not help but interrupt him in a hurry. Jiang Feng's idea of pretending to have just been hooked up was ruthlessly stifled by Old Scholar, and he couldn't help but feel a little bored. Well, in fact, you also know that these two guys have basically reached a higher level in mathematics. What you can learn in books can only be called very few. But what if you let them use it in their lives now? As far as dubbing is concerned, although this guy Rory is verbose, but to be honest, Lao Tzu is inferior to his mathematics. I am also afraid that if this guy is pestering me, I guess my old foundation will be lost to him. So I thought of this thing. Old Scholar finally came across. The taste of fish in food is derived from fishing. Isn't this the one mentioned in the Book of Long Old Man? However, when Old Scholar thinks so, he can really think of something. For example, let him go to statistics to count the number of people and calculate the food of each person. These have to be registered and accounted for. For ordinary people, it may be really impossible. Especially, waiting for tomorrow, at least tens of thousands of people can gather on a Mount Q. What is this concept? Even if there are hundreds of people, they are not busy enough. If there is a savvy person in it, it would be different if he can spin from it. This is like a sheep. The identity of Dugu is naturally a kind of shock. At this time, you only need to find 3 or 5 people according to the calculations. Wouldn't it be orderly? It's just that it is a kind of test for calculation ability and super brain power. But for Dugu this abnormality. Old Scholar still thinks he is competent. After all, why Dugu can occupy the top of the 4 great demon kings in Chainan City is also reasonable. It's not that he is violent, it's this grandson, his mother, who will follow your butt to reason and talk about Confucianism and Mencius. Once an old scholar, I heard that this person was forced to hang someone in Yanlai building. How terrible is this? But it can also explain this person's accomplishments in book learning. Old Scholar nodded. Could not help. Then why do you want Li Qian to do that? That's not because this eldest young master is already good at it. Although Darbing and Dianox both have their own strengths, I am not a fool. They respect Li Qian and old Li. Everyone can see that. And this is at home. Old Li and his son is the eldest in their industry. If I send Darbing now, or do you think it is suitable for others? And this grandson is involved in all aspects. I still don't know him. His expertise, let him do this. In fact, I want to embarrass him. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 562. So, this is the limit to test Li Chenqian. Old Scholar feels a little dizzy. This product is really. If you let the youngster know their identity, I think you can still laugh. Old Scholar thinks it's funny. The dignified Crown Prince actually went to deal with a group of mud legs. Who believes this? But Old Scholar does not intend to explain it. At this time, Zhang Feng simply talked about Cheng Chumo. The 3 Chen Sheniu products are all innate divine strength. This slap is almost killing people, so I asked them 3 to be responsible for moving the bricks and stones. In fact, I want them to not forget their strength. Yes. Old Scholar hearing this frowned. I heard that you wanted these 3 to go to Kongrong. Also, I ask you, you tell me honestly, I heard that what do you want Chen Sheniu to do? Heavy cavalry? And big fool why? What divine archer and assassin is that Chongcai? Do you want him to be the light cavalry army? Learn Zhao Zilong? Zhang Feng couldn't help but strangely said, oh, you are not simple. Do you know all about this? Old Scholar rolled the eyes. Do you know this? In the Chainan University before, these few goods were sent to the street and talked to everyone. As long as he is not deaf, can he not hear? Feng Tsai. You have to take time for everything you do. Do their fathers agree with this matter? If you disagree, I mean, don't do this for now. Your academy is well established, so you can obediently and honestly let them read and read. If you learn your ability, you can do it. What are you doing? Old Scholar knows these few people whose father belongs to. I didn't know before. But after seeing these guys and Li Shimen, he knew everything. That's why I am extremely worried. Born as a military commander, especially these National Duke, there are countless eyes staring at them behind them. If there is a little problem, then there will be a danger of Manchu destruction behind this, and there is a law stipulating that among the generals, except for the current imperial court, no more generals are allowed. At this time, although Old Scholar didn't know Zhang Feng's military ability, but since Zhang Feng was so determined, it means that he must have a certain ability in this regard. Otherwise he dare to blow this. He is not a bossing person either. This is what Old Scholar is most worried about, especially without Li Shimen's nodded, then he will undoubtedly rebel against doing so. However, Zhang Feng smiled mysteriously. This smile made Old Scholar understand a lot. It is finally suddenly enlightened. If there is no second childless consent and acquiescence, can Crown Prince fool around outside? If Li Shimin does not agree, let Zhang Sunwuji, Why Zheng and the others dare to let their son play like this? Is that a fool? And Li Gang resigned. I came here as soon as I resigned. What does this mean? Finally, all the mysteries in old scholar's mind are solved. However, I don't even understand what Zhang Feng is going to do in the future. I can't help but sigh, get up dazedly, and prepare to leave. Old scholar, don't leave. I have something to tell you. Zhang Feng put away the smile on his face, pressed old scholar on the stool and said, I want to let you organize a textbook, and then I have a great use. In 3 months later, come to White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. Old scholar hearing this, I couldn't help but enjoy it. What's wrong today? How do I feel that you, who are fearing nothing in heaven or earth, can be so serious? This Cheonan University I stayed very well, and even though the students here stubborn, but basically under the control of Li Qian, it's okay. Why go to Mount Q? Zhang Feng shook his head. Cheonan University Lesser Dao. That academy was actually made up by old Li at the beginning, but then I saw a series of victims crying in the sky, and I couldn't help but feel a little bit touched. What is the book for? It is for the benefit of the people, and now the entire Great Tang. This book is basically only for those rich and wealthy. If you want a strong country, you will inevitably make the people become stronger. And everyone has a deep-rooted idea, that is that everything is low-grade and only high in reading, but that book is for those who want to get rid of slavery and can afford it, right? So, when I was in the winery, I sat on the road and thought for a whole afternoon before I realized that this Cheonan University was going to be run, but it was just for those who just want to read books and dead books. The White Deer Academy of Classical Learning is where I really cultivate geniuses and ghosts. How about old scholar? Do you want to cultivate ghosts with me? This will make your reputation. Hee, forget it. Old scholar waved his hand, although he wanted very much, but he also know what this place means in the future. And once it gets people's attention, if someone turns over the old account, then he will be dead. Although Li Shimin is now turning a blind eye, but when I came to see it, it was all because of Zhang Feng's face. This guy who even dared to kill the biological brother, why can't he do it? At this time, the scale of White Deer Academy of Classical Learning can be made higher than that of Imperial College of Supreme Learning. What does this mean? This shows Li Shimin's ambition. He didn't want to stand in Li Shimin's sight. If it is seen by someone who is interested, then Zhang Feng is in danger. Feng Tsai, I know your good intentions, but I want to live a few more years. Otherwise you will come up with some famous people from time to time. Do you think I can bear the excitement? I don't want to when the time comes. I was scared to death by you. Zhang Feng became a little dull when seeing old scholar refusing to agree. Old scholar said nothing, just patted him on the shoulder. The eagle always needs to climb high and look into the distance, and the old guy should stay where he needs it. I feel that Cheonan Academy needs me, and I can't accept your new things. Oh, of course, in addition to food and wine, if you are really good for me, then the monthly salary. Just give me a little more wine. Let's also compare the two of us. In the imperial examination 3 years later, which one of our academy can do? Chinese Imperial Civil Service Examination Graduate. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 563. The next morning before dawn, Zhang Feng and Li Chengqian hired 3 sedan chairs and hurried to Mount Q. Nothing else, because Li Chengqian received a letter from Jinwu guards in the middle of the night. Mount Q is migrating. On hearing this news, Li Chengqian couldn't sit still. He awoke Zhang Feng in a hurry. Although it turned out to be a blast by Zhang Feng, and all of their clothes were torn, Zhang Feng also slapped his thigh and decided to return to Mount Q early in the morning. At this time, the 3 Waishu on Mount Q had already exploded. They came this time without a servant. At this time, apart from a few of them, there were hundreds of craftsmen on the construction site. But in the middle of the night, everyone after a tiring day lay in bed and drank beer comfortably. They never thought that in the middle of the night, the barking of dogs made everyone had to get up. But just shortly after Zishi, the gatekeeper at the construction site shouted sternly, making everyone unconscious. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Come here, enemy attack. Tens of thousands. Cheng Chumo and the others are born to the agility in this area caused the three of them to explode immediately at the same time. Enemy attack? Where did the enemy attack come from? Have you never heard of this? But the three of them got up in a hurry. There was nothing wrong with the guys here. No one could only rush to the battlefield after copying their heads. But when they arrived at the gate of the construction site, the artisans, especially Gan Ziyuan, had already arrived. Looking at the densely packed torch below, and many sparse lanterns in it, they basically illuminate Mount Q. The academy's construction site is on the top of the mountain, and the road up the mountain was only temporarily dug out by everyone before, and now looking at the person covering the mountains and plains, even Cheng Chumo can't help but scalp numb. Is it because Turkic is here? Fuck. What? Turkic? Didn't it mean that they are busy fighting in the internal chaos? It's okay if you don't listen, Cheng Chumo is also blasted. Fuck it, don't quarrel, it's annoying. You, call a few sharp-legged people. Quickly go down the mountain to rescue soldiers, and you, pick up your guys who eat and prepare for fortifications! Exclamation mark. Fuck. Which one of you has a knife, or is it a crossbow? No one answered. However, the three Cheng Chumo did not hold out hope. Working well here. Who brings those things? It's careless. It's so fucking. It would be nice to know that I had brought some people around here. Now playing duffer. Cheng Chumo several people slandered in the heart, but they were also hurriedly arranging defenses. It's too far away from Chang'an City. Even if it's night, burning the mountain and trying to attract Chang'an's attention, it's impossible. When the Chang'an defenders come, the day Lily will be its cold. I knew that his mother shouldn't let those big soldiers go back. Grass. Wai Shui fiercely hit the hoe with a fist, fiercely said, "Don't say anything, get ready to work hard." Fortunately, Feng Tsai and the others are not there, otherwise we have to fold all of them here. Cheng Chumo holding a torch, lighting up the sentry stand, and shouting, "Brothers, it's time to desperately, Feng Tsai, you must have a conscience. If you don't give it to me during the holidays, your mother I don't want to let you go if you drink wine and meat. Come on." While speaking, Cheng Chumo suddenly roared. But just now, there was also a faint cry from the bottom of the mountain. "Don't shoot arrows. We are the people of Chang'an." The adults on the mountain, "We are the people of Chang'an, our great Tang people. Don't shoot arrows. Don't fight. We are the people of Chang'an City." Lipo? With the sound of the sound, Cheng Chumo is dumbfounded. Everyone on Mount Q is confused. I said Inox, what's the situation? Did we hear it wrong? Or, is this Turkic trick? No, Inox, don't charge. Calm down. It's the people. Cheng Chumo was completely confused. What do you mean? What do you guys mean? Isn't this Turkic trick? But, what's the fucking situation? Cheng Chumo was dumbfounded. But I also know that even Turkic, the hundreds of them are really not opponents of others. But this Turkic is also impossible to speak fluent Guanzhong language. Unfortunately, Cheng Chumo pretended to be courageous, playing torch, and walked down the mountain with Wai Shui Zhang Sun Chong. They want to see if this is Turkic's trick, or is it really the people? But when their torch got close to the face of the fastest man, even Wai Shui couldn't help but burst out a foul language. Fuck, isn't this fucking the one in the Western District? What the fuck are you doing here in the middle of the night? Sole evocation. But after he saw that it was Wai Shui, the black face of the person he recognized met with a smile. Who am I? It turned out to be Wai Noble Son. Why are you here? Are you here to buy food? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 564. That person, Wai Shui really know each other. It's just that when Wai Noble Son was aliased, he often drank glutinous rice at his stall. But when I saw here at this time, Wai Shui and the others finally put down the hoe, stone and other things in their hands, and couldn't help but ask in confusion, "You are in the middle of the night, come here. What are you doing here?" This person, not to mention Wai Shui, also knows Cheng Chumo and Zhang Sunchong. The point is that the glutinous rice is well known in Chainan City. Oh. The three noble sons don't know anything. Since the locust plague, we can't do business in this business. We can't even get money for meals. It's better now, one meal every 1 day. Sometimes I can only drink rice porridge. Cheng Chumo looked at the densely packed head in front of him, and his scalp felt numb. These are all the people of Chainan. I am from Shilipo. I am from the Lotus Marsh. These all are from Lanshan County on the Waishui River. We have been in Chainan for 3 days, and we can't get in. No, I heard about this Mount Q is tonight. The White Deer Academy of Classical Learning served porridge and sold food, and then came here overnight, wanting to ask for a full meal. The Chainan locust plague. They all know. It's just that they have been moving rocks here in the past few days, and there is no time to go to Chainan City. But looking at the densely pressed torch, they can't help but feel frustrated. So many people. There are 20,000 stones of grain. What should I do if I drink it? This damn Feng Tsai. But this time he took Li Chenqi in with a few people and ran away. This Chong Tsai. Should we arrange people in first? People cook in the pot, otherwise they are all here. When the time comes to attract the city defense army, then the dam would have to lose more than 10 shies of food. Wai Shua took Zhang Sunchong and Cheng Chumo, and the 3 people came to the corner to discuss regarding this thing. They are the first 2. If it comes to grab food, they are not afraid. They will take turns to fight. But how can they fight? I can't fight. Now it's waxing. No, we have to ask someone to invite Feng Tsai, otherwise no one can touch this matter. We 3 are not the same material. Cheng Chumo finally suffocated. It took a long time before I said such a big truth. Zhang Sunchong looked at the gate of the mountain, then looked at a few people, clenched the teeth and said, "Okay, here Chumo, look at it." Chu and I rode fast to Chainan City. One trip. On the one hand, call them Feng Tsai, and 3 of them, on the other hand, enter the palace. You 2, don't slip away, otherwise when the time comes, call me. Seeing, you don't have to hammer your dogs' heads. While speaking, Wai Shu and Zhang Sunchong borrowed 2 camels from Ganziyuan horses, riding down the mountain. Ganziyuan was also dumbfounded, looking at the people at the door. Looking at Cheng Chumo. The answer to him was Cheng Chumo's roar. What do you look at? Isn't it a damn asking someone to arrange these people in, cooking in the pot, and waiting for Lao Tzu to do these tasks? Hey, come on. Ganziyuan also knows his own Jinliang. Now that Uncle Cheng has spoken, how dare he make a mistake? This guy is talking about beating people. They are all beating people to the death. And he doesn't know the true identity of Cheng Chumo. Hurry eagerly ran over and shouted at the people, and arranged the densely packed people down the mountain to enter the construction site in an orderly manner. At this time, the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning was full of wood and stone bars. Even not far away, some lime kiln is still burning. The torch of everyone has not been extinguished. Where can you dare now? This is in the house where Cheng Chumo is located. Although Ganziyuan doesn't know where it is, but from the 3 Cheng Chumo personally guarding them, and from the things the people just said, Ganziyuan understands. That damn thing is life-saving food. Although these people live or die regardless of his ass, but at this time, when he shows his face, he will have to rely on these people to make a living in Chainan City in the future. Who, then, let your woman get up and cook their food. Hey, old son, don't you fucking go in the dark next to the house. Do you old youngster know what the house is? I'll say it first. You can go anywhere. Only this house is not allowed to be near the Tenjiang area. If anyone dares to approach it, when the time comes, you don't know why you died. Do you know? There are some of you. Don't be stunned. I know that some of you used to cook in Chainan City. Come over and cook for me. Cheng Chumo looked at the messy construction site and couldn't help but look up to sky and heave a deep sigh. Fucking Feng Tsai, what the fuck are you doing? Grass. On the other side, Wei Shu and Shang Tsung threw the Crown Prince order from Li Chengqian's card game against the wall of Chainan City. How dare those guarding guards who are on guard dare to make a mistake? Open the door in a hurry. But when the two rushed into Chainan City riding mules in a hurry, the gatekeeper was dumbfounded. What's the situation? These dignified two demon kings. What's the matter? Riding a mule in the middle of the night with the Crown Prince order into the city? Question mark. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 565. When the sky was just getting light, Zhang Feng's sedan chair was just enough to reach the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning in Mount Q. And last night, after Zhang Sunchong and Wei Shu notified Zhang Feng and Li Shimin immediately mobilized 300 guards in the palace, disguised as guards, and brought them to the warehouse. The bone-strengthening powder that Zhang Feng told him to stay before the 3,000 stones in storage went to Mount Q overnight. When Zhang Feng and the three rushed to the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning, the hungry people were finally relieved, only after watching people coming up and down one after another. Although Zhang Feng had already predicted it, he couldn't help being a little surprised. Feng Tsai, uncle, you are finally here. After seeing Zhang Feng, Sheng Chumo couldn't help but hug Zhang Feng. Feng Tsai, don't you know? Do you know how I spent the night? Madam, I didn't close my eyes for this night. Zhang Feng touched the chin, did not speak, but looked at these people slowly. He was wondering how to arrange these people. Ian Knox, how many people are here for the time being? Where do I know? Then who? The last name is Gan. Are you fucking where did he die? Where does Cheng Chumo know this? Hurriedly roared. Gan Ziyuan, who was busy with the front foot and not the back foot, trembled when he heard Cheng Chumo's roar, and hurried eagerly to the gate of the mountain. I have seen noble son Zhang, Li noble son. How many people are there? Zhang Feng pointed to the construction site, asked the people who were sleeping in the mud with straw mats, some of them wrapped in clothes like this. At this time, when the people saw that they seemed to be in charge, they all got up eagerly and looked at Zhang Feng imploringly. Back to noble son Zhang, noble lord Zhang, there were almost 3,000 people here after midnight last night, and so far this morning, another 1,000 people have come one after another. Zhang Feng nodded. Snap your fingers. Who, Darbing? These people will be handed over to you. Lao Gan, work hard. When the time comes, your benefits are indispensable. Come on. Gan Ziyuan, hearing this, hurriedly turned down and worshipped, and Li Chengqian couldn't help but pull Zhang Feng and asked, these people, you plan to? What are these people? These people are the foundation of Great Tang, but now the roots of these people are starving here. How can this not worry Li Chengqian? Zhang Feng patted Li Chengqian on the shoulder and said, I know what you are worried about, but you have to know that I only have 20,000 shi of food here. All I can do is do my best. That's all. I'm just a common people. Do you think I'm really a god? But Li Chengqian was anxious. So many people. He may not have much understanding of the victims before, but along the way, looking at the dry bark of the leaves boiled in the pot, Li Chengqian couldn't stand it. Well, in his life, he spent most of his time in the palace, or secretly strolling around brothel with Zhang Sunchong and the others, or going to Yanlai building for a round of poems. How did he know that this world the suffering, will it be like this, as a Fadugo and the others? His eyes are red at this time. Zhang Feng patted several people on the shoulders, sighed, and walked to the only wooden building alone. As soon as he left, the people couldn't help but closely follow a step. The earthen jar in their hands made a ding-ding sound when they touched it, which made Zhang Feng couldn't help, stopped. Looking at those who looked at him blankly, Zhang Feng was silent. He is not a good person, not a villain, he just wants to live his life well, that's all. Before, he told old Li what he could say and what he could, and wanted to pass him on to, however, because of the pedantic and distrust of this era, and the exploitation of the great family, at the end of the road, although to a great extent, Zhang Feng suppressed the locust plague, and also made it out beer. To the greatest extent, all the moldy and rotten wheat can be used. But, after all, A person's power cannot compete with this era. Unfortunately, Jiang Feng simply didn't leave. Looking at the people and said, "Everyone, I know what you are thinking. You just want to eat and live. And I also opened up and said that I only have 20,000 stones of food here. This must be known to all of you. So what I said before counts. As long as you can carry it on your shoulders and resist, even if you can walk, you can read, I will find you a way to survive. But, I'm not a Shantang here, so you guys have also seen Mount Q. If you want to live, just follow my previous let me do what I said. Jiang Feng stand by one's word." After saying this, Jiang Feng resolutely walked into the wood house. But the moment he turned around, all the people knelt on the ground. In this scene, Li Chengqian, Wei Xiu, Zhang Sanchong, Duga Chengchuma made Gan Ziyuan cry. "Thank you for your life-saving grace. God bless you for a long life. Thanks for your help." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 566. To talk about what Jiang Feng had arranged before, Li Chengqian and several people might still resist, will be reluctant. But now, when they saw this shocking scene, several people really regarded Jiang Feng as a mentor from the bottom of their hearts. Li Chengqian took a deep breath and shouted, "Everyone, starting today, this Mount Q is your home. Everyone knows the rules. If you have no money, you want I'll do it for you. Come here to register in line." Dugu also sniffed. For the first time, in addition to books, he felt that kind of passion. "Those who want to buy food, come to me." Cheng Chumo hit a gong with a punch and roared, "He who has a lot of strength, knows how to make a bricklayer, or someone who can carry on his shoulders and knows how to be a carpenter, come to me. Even if you are a master craftsman or a potter who knows how to make a kiln, you will come with me. I can't guarantee anything else, but I have a bite to eat." "Yes, you can eat it as a dam. I want to read and hyphenate here, regardless of age, as long as I can read. Come, I am here. I want." Gan Ziyuan was stunned. Looking at these prestigious stubborn sons, they are all like this at this time, and I couldn't help but stare at those craftsmen angrily roared, "Damn, you are all fucking embarrassed. You are not complaining. No one has a hand? What are you fucking doing now? You fucking do it for me." "Women, don't be fooled, just fucking bury it." "Cooking in a pot." "Cow, your second uncle, as long as it is not dead, I will move your second kick." Roar. The entire White Deer Academy of Classical Learning is alive. And Jiang Feng sat in the room, listening to everything outside. He was silent. He was thinking about one thing. That is how to feed the stomachs of these people at this time. At this time, there are already 5,000 people here. If there are people coming again, it will be terrible. Unfortunately, Jiang Feng opened the door hurriedly again, and directed at the busy Li Chengqian beckons with the hand. Li Chengqian hurried over and asked, "What's the matter?" "I'm busy here." "Don't be busy. Don't you bring 300 servants with these things? Give them to them. I have something to find you. You go and some of them call over." Li Chengqian was taken aback, seeing Jiang Feng's face full of dignity. He couldn't help saying nothing, and ran away in a hurry. After a while, a few people came again in a hurry. One enters the door. Jiang Feng closed the doors and greeted the guards brought by Li Chengqian. They kept the doors tightly guarded and said, "You have seen them along the way. Now things are a little bad. It is only the first day and there are 5,000 people. If it is 10 days later, what will happen?" "So the 2,000 stones are not enough for food?" Li Chengqian lay bare the truth with one remark. Jiang Feng said. Jiang Feng nodded. "It is true, so I want you to go back to borrow food now, even if it was borrowed by Jiang Feng." "Okay." Li Chengqian was silent. Several people are silent. Why don't they know? Wishing that hundreds of thousands of stone grains fell from the sky now. How good would it be to one person with one stone? But the reality is cruel. Everyone knows the current situation. Even if there is food, they are basically holding them to death. Which one will take the food out? When Jiang Feng saw the faces of several people, he couldn't help but complexion sank. Is it still hopeless? What should I do? These people at least want to live, but now, he is not alive. Bodhisattva, nor can he change into food. What should he do at this time? Unfortunately, Jiang Feng pushed open the window, not because he felt Cheng Chumo's feet smelly, but because he wanted to see if there was anything else on the mountain. Outside the window, the tree with bare heads that was gnawed by locusts is now sprouting. On the ground, there is also a hint of green. Where is the food? On the north side of the window, which is deep in Mount Q, a place full of black pressure. There is a pasture stocked with chickens, ducks and pigs. On the edge of the pasture is the brick kiln factory of Mount Q. There is no road here. The only way, and it is impossible for the masonry to be transported to Mount Q in a short period of time. So under the strong request of Jiang Feng, Li Chengqian and others hurriedly found with the help of potters, 8 brick kilns were built here. Mount Q has no shortage of mud or wood. This has made the natural kilns advantageous in time and place. The most important thing is that Jiang Feng is short of money. And what makes Jiang Feng most overjoyed is that there is a limestone mine on Mount Q. This discovery made Jiang Feng ecstatic for a long time. This thing finally made Jiang Feng decide to do a big job here, and even put the place where the porridge is served. But now it's good. It's a big game. At the thought of this, Jiang Feng's head started to hurt again. Oh, this fucking, it's still careless. This food, fucking, if there are more people, what should I do? No, you guys think of a solution for Lozi. Li Chengqian and several people hearing this, looked at each other, and finally sighed. We thought you had planned everything. So, Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 567. Jiang Feng wants to scold someone, but no one can be found at the moment. I couldn't help but sit on the bench, looking out the window in a daze. Is there any way to maximize this little food? Feng Tsai, I heard a gossip. We only need to carry it for half a month. After half a month, a batch of grain will be delivered to Chainan from Henan province. Aren't you talking bullshit? What I'm asking is how to carry it now. Half a month. In this half a month, who is enough to eat 20,000 stones? These 5,000 people are not enough to eat. Jiang Feng slapped his forehead. But losing your temper, kneeling down and losing your temper. What Li Chengqian said really made Jiang Feng deeply sighed in relief. Half a month. Unfortunately, Jiang Feng thought of a way. Li Qian, you quickly go to Chainan City and find someone for me. No matter what method you use, you must find him for me. Who? Sun Simiao? Feng Tsai, in this matter, you let Tang ask Sun Simiao Divine Dr. Sun to do. He can't solve the problem when he comes. Yes, if he comes, then everything will be easy. Jiang Feng assuredly said. The current grain is only 20,000 she, even if one person eats 1 or 2 grains a day, that day 5,000 people have to eat 500 catties of grain. This is still now. What if someone comes back? What if someone buys grain again? What counts? This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is, if every day all comes to 5,000 people, what should we do? If we add the imperial edict, what should we do if there are students coming? Li Chengqian and several people are silent. But even if they were killed, they couldn't link this incident to Sun Simiao with a little bit. Sun Simiao can be called the king of medicine, so naturally, he has studied all kinds of plants in this mountain. If we can ask him to come, help us plan all the things that can be eaten in this mountain. If it comes out, there was a roar in the minds of the 5 Li Chengqian. That's not right, Feng Tsai. This mountain has been hollowed out a long time ago, as long as it is edible. What Li Chengqian was about to say, but the words are still before he finished speaking, he was stunned. If it's other places, let alone grass, even the bark is ground into flour for people to eat. But where is this place? This is Mount Q. Normally Mount Q is stingy. If it wasn't for Jiang Feng to come here, who would know such a barren mountain? Unfortunately, a few people thought of a bold idea, Jiang Feng, and something extraordinary. Okay, then I will go down the mountain now and see if I can get some food. Li Chengqian while speaking, and left in a hurry. Just walking on the front foot of Li Chengqian, Old He and other batches of thousands of people on Tongyue Street went up the mountain with pots and pans, or bags of things. As soon as they reached the gate of the mountain, everyone was shocked and dumbfounded by everything on the mountain. The mountain was empty before, but now, how long is this? You can only see the human head in this. Old He and the others could not help but look at the guard who guarded the gate and asked, "Master, we are looking for someone here to take care of things. We are his neighborhood, and he asked us to come. Does it matter?" Guard is stunned. I looked at the crown prince who had just gone out, and then at the wood house, and then suddenly, wait, I will report. After a while, Jiang Feng and Cheng Chumo came to the gate of the mountain. A few people from Old He saw Jiang Feng coming. He waved his hand and shouted, "Neighbors, give Feng Tsai all the things you bring." "Feng Tsai, this is the last thing left in my family, some food. Take it for emergency." Old He, while speaking, threw a deflated cloth bag full of pudding to Jiang Feng, and waved, "Old He's, give it to Tang." "Work, right, do young master. What are we doing?" Dugu is dumbfounded. Jiang Feng was stunned. All the guards are dumbfounded, looking at the thousands of neighborhoods who put the bags in their arms under Jiang Feng's feet one by one, and slowly piled up more and more. Everyone's eyes became wet. People who are working in the distance can't help but catch their eyes. One after another, they stopped their work and looked at this place. Old He, Jiang Feng took a deep breath, furiously shouted, and pulled him to the side, scolded, "You are all here, then you're home. What to do?" "Home? My family is here." "What about your daughter?" "She, ill. Send it to young. Where is Lady Jingxiu?" Jiang Feng, hearing this, anxious. "Then your food." Until he finished speaking, Old He waved his hand, and said solemnly, "Feng Tsai, do we all buy it in the neighborhood?" "Yes." "Then you helped us so much when we were in trouble before, and now you are in trouble. If you think we don't help you, who will help you?" You are the pride of our Tongyue Street, so, your business, that is all our Tongyue Street neighborhood business. Okay, let's not talk about it. No, do noble son, work, don't be stunned. And at this moment, a loud voice came from the mountain gate again. All the veterans of Peace Street brought 30 stones of grain to ask for a living. Brother Jiang, do you want us to be disabled? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 568. Yixin Dim Sum Store, give 90 stones for grain. Zheng Butcher gives 10 stones for grain. Bowtie Bank, send 130 shi. Tongyue Street King Cripple, send 15 catties of food. Yanlai Building, send 300 shi. Sir Chanan Fu Yanu sent 27 shi for grain and 1,200 guan donations. With one by one the sound rang. In front of Jiang Feng, the sacks of grain are piled up into mountains. As for Wai Shiu, all of them trembled. What exactly have what skills and abilities? Jiang Feng can respond like this. What did Jiang Feng do? Isn't that what they want? But what about them? In addition to relying on fists, relying on their father's name, who birthed them. Although everyone is respectful in person, what is he? Is that their own charm? No, those people are afraid of them. But now, Jiang Feng didn't say a word, so there are very few contacts in these normally, even people who have never seen each other in normally, and sent it willingly. Food. What is this? This is where Jiang Feng's charm lies. Unfortunately, there was a flash of heat in the eyes of a few people. Is this what they will learn from now on? Is this also something that the academy will learn in the future? But at this moment, Jiang Feng took a deep breath, holding his fists at the crowd, one after another said, "Thank you. Thank you for your kindness, for everything today." Youngster will take a deep breath in his heart. In the future. Hey, where can I wait for the future? Youngster, if you don't dislike it, just use it. Even if it kills me, it's considered his inability, let alone my youngsters. If you like my old bones, we will sell them to you in the future. But you have to take care of the food for me. Ha 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 ha. Old Zheng. Do you want you? It's impossible for my son to learn how to kill pigs. Fuck you. Lao Tzu's son, he is going to enter the Ministry of Works in the future. You youngster will learn how to behave for me now. Otherwise when the time comes we have developed with Fengtsai, you fucking still playing in the mud. Ha ha ha. Okay. You guys, thank you for your respect for youngster. And youngster, neither I will forget your help to the youngster today. My academy has no barriers to entry. As long as you want to learn, even if you are an elm bump, as long as you want to climb up, I can't guarantee anything else. But at least in these 3 years, he can learn some abilities that can at least fill his family's stomach. Zhang Feng said. In an instant there was a scream like mountain cry out and sea howl. Ecstasy. Some people even kowtow to Zhang Feng according to their children. It's just that the group of refugees are also anxious at this time. Sir, my baby, can you come? Even if I come to Poyuxiang for you. Yes, my lord, even if you tell me my baby can do miscellaneous things. My lord. Zhang Feng has something like that. Looking at Dugu, several people said, I know that you have been holding the golden key since you were born. Are you confused? I didn't do anything. Why did they do it spontaneously at this time? Come here. Why did they not come here even if they knew about the existence of Imperial Edict before? Duga. Several people shook their heads. Not only them, but everyone present was quiet. Zhang Feng continued, this is not because of my Zhang Feng's abilities, but because I am on their side. What do they need? What they need is to read and get rid of slavery. You want to get ahead, but you never go back to think about it when you are born. Of course, you also have your pursuit, that is, to get rid of the status of a merchant and enter the official career. And they and you and I are the same kind of people, and people want to go one step further. So today they will see these people who have no food, and they are willing to take out the little food they have. This is not them. How noble. But because they want to help these people. They have always had a thought in their hearts. That is no merit and no gain. So, they didn't come before, but were waiting and waiting for an opportunity. Otherwise, they would feel sad and always feel that this matter would be their lifelong heart disease. Confucius once said that granting karma to others requires compensation. And I did not ask for money. This is not because I am noble, but because they are poor. So they used this method to give me gifts. Otherwise they would even be. If you are successful in your studies, when the time comes, someone will have pointing fingers on your back. Zhang Feng sighed, of course, my academy is not for everyone. I want to come here. Then you must participate in the construction of the academy. This is also a test. Money. I will set the rules here today. As long as it is the academy opened by Zhang Feng, anyone who wants to study will not need money. But you have to build your own residence here, without the help of anyone. This is the basic skill. If you cannot even build your own residence, then I would like to ask, you learn this stuff, what's the use? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 569. Zhang Feng didn't mean anything else. To put it bluntly, I just want to tell everyone, you can go to school for free here, even if you are an elm bump, but at least you have to be able to support yourself. If you don't even have this ability, then you still go where you come from. However, the meaning of these words in the ears of everyone is even more different. But now, Zhang Feng's words, on the one hand, let the people of Chainan dispel the worries in their hearts. On the other hand, it also tells the refugees that if they want to stay here, they have to rely on their ability to imitate the dog and steal chicken, which is impossible. At this time, after cheering for a while, the people joined in the big action of building the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning like crazy. For nothing else, they just wanted to get their enthusiasm. I want Zhang Feng to see their abilities. And on the other side, Zuzi, his father and the others, are basically dragging the family. They didn't even bring Duga to speak. These people even brought more than a dozen big pots. And they were the same big pots used to cook pig food before. After more than a dozen pots were supported, the cooking smoke was ignited. At this time, on the other side, in front of Dugu, even if the youngster has that backbone, and no one is needed, he set up a small table and placed the 4 treasures in the room, and only called for a meeting. The old man who can read and write, checks the identity of the people who buy the grain, whether it is one by one in each household, and then distributes and registers the grain. Although I was in a hurry before, but after a dozen people, I can start selling in a smooth manner. On the other side, Wai Shu and Cheng Chumo Zhang San Chong are in command. No, it can be said that they are carrying a head, naked to the upper body, and carrying a piece of stone. Or maybe only a loincloth is left, and it jumps in the mud to join the mud. Even the women, children are following the women on the construction site, scraping bark, or weaving bamboo frames. Looking at this scene, Zhang Feng was satisfied and nodded. Looking at the busy old he, Zhang Feng quietly called old he aside and said, "Old he, this porridge, you have to control it to the level of 1 or 2 meters for everyone. First cook it well. Pour the porridge into those dozens of big wooden barrels. You must remember these clearly. Wait until you call Zuzi his father, or you will watch it alone, and the other will go over there and catch 30 chickens and 30 chickens. Duck, clean it all up for him, and start another 3 big pots. Die for me." Old he couldn't help but stunned. "No way, Feng Tsai. How can such a good thing as a chicken and duck be ruined like this? It is reasonable to say that this food is not enough, so let's add a little turf and roots to it. It's not the same." "How can you add such good things? Isn't that a waste of it? You know what a fart." Zhang Feng gave old he a stare. "Look at this is all physical work. It can be done if you drink it thinly. Then within 3 days, this person will have to get tired and get down. So you can do it as I said." "Right." After finishing talking, Zhang Feng ignored the hate iron for not becoming steel. Old he turned to Zuzi his father and said, "There is a bag of things in my house. Don't ask." "What is that?" "You just have a pot. When the porridge is about to be cooked, add 2 catties to each pot." "You ask, you can do it?" Question mark. Zuzi's father was still dumb. When the reaction came over, Zhang Feng had already run away and didn't know where he was going. Zhang Feng didn't do anything else. He was tinkering with his new stuff. "I was thinking about a kind of anti-hunger porridge, bone strengthening powder, plus chicken, duck and pig porridge. In fact, to put it plainly, it is 8 treasure porridge. In this era, if you want to just drink rice porridge, it is definitely not enough. If people's appetite is less oily, then you will give him a bowl of rice for that meal, and he can eat it for you. Go down. But if you give him enough oil and water, save food for a meal, resist hunger, and strengthen your body, this thing is the real good thing." Before, the locusts he collected next door were too late to sell, or they were prepared to feed pigs, cattle, and horses. Now they are all brought in by a basket. This basically helped him a lot. However, heaven knows when the time comes how many more refugees will come over. He just begged, these refugees will be fewer, or his fun will be great. Thinking about it, Zhang Feng came to the pig farm in the mountain Col. At this time, Zheng Butcher, with his son Zheng Wenkai, shouted, "A large group of guys here to scold the craftsmen and hurt all the good pigs. See Zhang Feng over here." Zheng Butcher was surprised. "Hurry up and say, little brother Zhang, this place is not something you can come to. It's too dirty, you go quickly." No, I'm here to find you." Zhang Feng pointed to the pigs with at least 3,000 heads and said, "What's the matter? Leave these to you, right?" Old Zheng stared at hearing this. "Do you underestimate me? My old Zheng family is a pig slayer for generations, and there are no other abilities, but there is still a little way to kill pigs and sell meat. But this group of beasts, have these oily and slippery pigs been ruined like this? If this pig is kept in such a lock, sooner or later, he will have to finish playing." Zhang Feng is interested. "Then what do you think this pig should do?" Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 570. Zheng Butcher hearing this, couldn't help but get his energy. Pointing to the stone, the two of them squatted on the stone, looked at the pigs in the outdoor pigsty, and said, "Look at these pigs. This is called locust. When you eat it, the smell in the meat will be much less. The most important thing is that these pigs are too fat, so they will lose fat every day in captivity." "I feel distressed." Zhang Feng hearing this, could not help but shook his head. "I am looking for you for this purpose. Do you know that there is a kind of pig that can weigh 200 kilograms? What? 200 catties of fat pig? Zheng Butcher blew up. The sound of exclamation could not help but aroused the crowd's gaze. When Zheng Qiufu saw this, he hurriedly grabbed Jiang Feng's arm in a low voice and asked, "What, little brother, tell me, this pig, can this rise to 200 catties?" This family has been dealing with pigs for several generations. I really don't know that this pig can actually rise to 200 catties. Are you sure this is true? The pigs of this era can rise at 150 kilograms. They are all pigs that have been raised for at least 3 to 5 years. But the smell of the pigs can be smelled even a few streets away. This kind of pigs are basically breeding pigs kept for breeding, or an old sow. Otherwise, ordinary pigs can raise less than 150 catties. The pig that Zheng Butcher gave to Jiang Feng last time is a pig that Zheng Butcher has raised for 4.5 years. Although the pork is selling well, especially in recent months, it is a different matter for this kind of pig. Although it is embarrassing, it makes a lot of money, so it is really a rare thing to give it away. It's just that you can raise 200 catties of pigs, and it's still a big fat pig. How is this possible? Jiang Feng faintly smiled. Don't worry about how the president reaches 200 jin. You will know when the time comes, and I will ask you, this pig, I will leave it to you, can you pick it up? The time comes, I will lose a lot of this pig farm. Not to mention Chainan City, even Tibet, Turkic, and when the time comes come back to buy our pigs. Would you like to be the king of pigs? Do it. Can Zheng Butcher not do it? I have been dealing with pigs all my life, and now this is coming. This will not only find a better gentleman for my son, but also put down the butcher knife and do other things. Can he not do it? But Butcher Zheng still asked uncertainly, little brother Jiang, this pig is easy to handle. But this is just a finished product after all. Are you sure when the time comes? That's not it. But who told you that this pig is a finished thing? You wait and see, when the time comes these pigs, I can guarantee that it will grow to 200 catties in less than half a year, and there is no sorrow in this pig. This is better than beef and mutton. Zheng the butcher hearing this, could not help but his eyes were red, a mouthful of sputum stuck in his throat and gurgling. His hands clung to Jiang Feng tightly, and Jiang Feng's pain was grinning. I said, isn't this a pig? How about you? If there is fodder and the feed I can figure, let alone half a year, it can grow to 200 gin in 3 months. I said you. Jiang Feng didn't tell lies. This pig, in fact, has a problem with its breed. But the most important thing is that people in this era don't have the habit of fanning pigs. Basically every pig is either a breeding pig or a sow. It's strange that it tastes good. If you fan him, then, he doesn't have anything. He only knows that if he is full and sleeps, he can't grow fat, and then it's a strange thing. That's it. However, for people nowadays, all this is too unimaginable. Jiang Feng patted the butcher Zheng, who was still stunned. Old Zheng, this is a lot of knowledge. If you do, when the time comes, I will pass on all the pig raising ability to you. What do you think? You want to pass on all your pig raising skills to me? You. Do you know how to raise pigs? Zheng Butcher is crazy. But this is not important. What is important is that Jiang Feng actually wants to pass on his ability. Unfortunately, Zheng Qiufu knelt in front of Jiang Feng excitedly, bang 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 knocked his head 3 times. No matter what Jiang Feng did, he did not raise Jiang Feng very much unintentionally. Isn't this just a complete pig raising system? Is this what it is? Finally settled Zheng Butcher, Jiang Feng said, since you agreed, then in a few days, I will give you a secret thing tomorrow. You must not tell me. Get out. I promise. Even if it is the King of Heaven. Lozi asks, my old Zheng head will not go out even if I die. Zheng Butcher swore for a while. Jiang Feng was speechless again. Okay, it all depends on you, but now you are going to fuck me, kill a pig every day, give Tang a sorrow, chop it up and throw it away. Stew it in the stew. When the stew stops, you will pour me into the porridge bucket. Remember, you must dare to be before these people start the meal. While speaking, Jiang Feng from he took out a small cloth bag in his arms and handed it to Butcher Zheng. You know all the things in it. When the time comes, go to the pharmacy and get me more. Every time I have pork, I put such a bag in. If there is that salt, don't save it, just put it away. Jiang Feng explained some things about Zheng Tufu, and Zheng Butcher subconsciously opened the cloth bag. I saw nothing else in the cloth bag, just some star anise, cinnamon, bay leaf and so on. Zheng Butcher was stunned. Isn't this the usual medicine ingredient in those pharmacies? This can also be pork? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 571. Li Chengqian is very busy. On Mount Q. He moved a lot, especially the scene where the people kneel down to Jiang Feng, and the scene where old he dragged their family with their mouths, and everyone took the remaining food with them, as the crown prince. When will he have such prestige? He heard everything Jiang Feng said. It's just that he didn't come forward. He remembered everything Jiang Feng said clearly in the heart from a distance. As soon as Mount Qi got down, Li Chengqian rode his horse and rushed back to Eastern Palace with his guards. As soon as he entered the door, he gave 3 orders in a row. Send the order, get me Sun Simiao Divine Doctor as soon as possible. Second, take my Crown Prince order, and go door to door, borrow food. If you lend to this Crown Prince today, once the famine is over, this Crown Prince will return him 2 stones. The third one, quickly convene all the industries under the Eastern Palace name, all that should be sold, especially the solitary fields, were replaced with grain. Court eunuch of Eastern Palace. The guards were dumbfounded. What's wrong with Crown Prince? It was fine before. I haven't seen each other for 1 day, so why did you almost sell Eastern Palace? This incident also shocked Princess Crown Prince, the daughter of Hu Junji. Concubine Crown Prince hurriedly entered the study room. Seeing Li Chengqian's face full of eagerness, she couldn't help crying anxiously. Crown Prince, what's the matter with you? Why is this suddenly? When Li Chengqian saw Princess Crown Prince, his eyes lit up and took her hand, said, "Ai concubine, I remember, your father seems to have 1,000 acres of fertile land." Concubine Crown Prince was taken aback. Nodded. That's very good. Now, let's edit a book at the same time, and beg Master. I'm going to borrow money from him. I don't know, your Royal Highness Crown Prince. Ask the old man how much food to borrow. At this moment, Hu Junji walked up slowly with his hands behind his back. Li Chengqian hurriedly got up when he saw this and gave a junior salute. In fact, between him and Hu Junji, this is not necessary. Although they belong to Wengjin law, they are also June small officials. But Li Chengqian is really impatient at this time. Sir father, what you are here is really very good. Do you have any food on hand? Hu Junji's eyes flashed. If you asked yesterday, the old man would give you 300 to 500 stones without saying anything. But oh. Li Chengqian was surprised and hurried asked, what's the matter? Hu Junji patted Li Chengqian on the shoulder, signaled Crown Prince, Princess and the others to go down, and then said, a few days ago, His Imperial Majesty summoned me to a constant speed. I returned to Beijing because of the food shortage problem. During the early morning of today, the old man didn't see you. What are you doing? How did I hear that you were tinkering on some Mount Q outside Chainan City? What White Deer Academy of Classical Learning? Isn't this a marriage affair? As a dignified crown prince, how can you be fooling around with those ordinary people? And you don't think about your identity? And what is the impact of this incident on the imperial court? The old man in Liu Wasu often heard that you often don't attending the imperial court, and you often go to Chainan. Now the ministers have great opinions on you. Hu Junji is a bit dissatisfied with the recent practice of Crown Prince. Although he doesn't know what Crown Prince is doing, he even suspects that some news has been deliberately concealed, and no one else can do this except His Imperial Majesty. He doesn't know exactly what His Imperial Majesty is doing, but the various natural phenomena that have appeared in Chainan City recently seem to revolve around this person. That is Jiang Feng. From the establishment of the Weird University in Chainan, to the present White Deer Academy of Classical Learning His Imperial Majesty. He made the order himself. What does this mean? And he dared to conclude that this Jiang Feng has a very close relationship with Crown Prince and the others. After getting all the information, Tu Junji is sure that all the countermeasures before that it is basically related to Jiang Feng, fine salt, methods to deal with Tibet and other countries, control of locust plagues, etc. Which of these is the same? Is not a feat that can shocking the world. But he knows that these things are definitely not something Li Shimin can make, nor can they be made by Fang Xuanling Du Nui and his like. Not even Crown Prince. Then everything is clear. All this is what Jiang Feng calls. This is also strange. What exactly is Jiang Feng going to do? Why did he do this? And this matter seems to be faint. Tu Junji felt the change of Crown Prince. The previous Crown Prince was extremely respectful to him. He has maintained correspondence, but the correspondence has been broken in the past 6 months. He kept wondering why all this was. But judging from what Crown Prince did today, there seems to be a big problem. Fortunately, Li Shimin's other sons did not participate in this matter. Otherwise, he would have to go to Mount Qa to see this Jiang Feng in person. Who are you? The future emperor he planned by Tu Junji can be easily shaken by anyone. Thinking of this, Tu Junji's eyes flashed again, and he touched his beard and said, Crown Prince, don't be impatient. As the prince, you should show your demeanor. What do you want food for? But for that Mount Qa. Li Chenqian nodded. It is indeed because of Mount Qa. At this time, Mount Qa gathered at least 6,000 victims, and one of my brothers collected 20,000 shi of food to help the victims, but only 20,000 shi. That's not enough. All the lonely thoughts can take advantage of this trip down the mountain to raise a batch of grain and grass. Tu Junji asked some things in detail, then squinted slightly, and went around in Crown Prince's study. It was almost 1 hour, and then he said, I can get you 10,000 stones of grain here, but you must tell him about this matter to His Imperial Majesty, otherwise I won't give you the grain. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 572. Tu Junji's last words made Li Chenqian's eyes bright. How does he not know what Tu Junji is talking about? On the contrary, he is very clear, because he clearly knows what Tu Junji is talking about. Li Chenqian could not help but hesitate at this time. He obviously knows what his sir is thinking, nothing more than to make him the Crown Prince. Can be kept. To be honest, before Jiang Feng appeared, he was really worried about this. He worried that the fourth brother king might be his worst enemy. Nothing else. Just because his fourth brother likes father emperor and mother empress so much. Before, he was really taboo against Li Tai. But this was the same thing before. After Jiang Feng appeared, he obviously felt that Father Emperor was not partial in this matter. At least, didn't Li Tai also come to the academy to study? However, even if he comes to the academy now, with his domineering character, Jiang Feng will pay attention to him. Don't be killed by Jiang Feng. It's because Li Tai is dead, and he is different. He has been brothers with Jiang Feng for a long time. In Li Chenqian's opinion, this friendship is still at the very least. It seems that Jiang Feng has basically talked to him about what he has. Let's take the arrangement this time as an example. Although it seems that Jiang Feng is making random arrangements, after thinking about it carefully, Li Chenqian understands Jiang Feng's thoughts. Cheng Chumo is good at Kong Rong. Although it seems that moving bricks and that are not at all, Li Chenqian, from the arrangement of Dugu, faintly feels that Jiang Feng is like this. There is no problem with the arrangement. The reason is that Dugu likes to study those arithmetic, so he arranged for him to do this, just because he wants him to use the actual calculations in his life. It's just that, although there is nothing to see about his task for the time being, Li Chenqian feels faintly. At this time, he is also regarded as a steward of the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. Otherwise, why did he leave these registered names and other things like finding people to himself? If you really are the son of a businessman, then go to Sun Simiao. It means that he can make friends with such a high-level person, But, however, what Li Chengqian lacks is this one. If you can use this to handle this matter well, don't these people's connections all know themselves? That is very useful for the imperial court. After all, Sun Simiao is a divine doctor. This weight is extremely heavy. See Li Chengqian in a daze. Furthermore, there is a look on his face from time to time. How can Hu Junji, who is a human spirit, fail to see? His Royal Highness Crown Prince, the old man will not bother you much. Tomorrow morning, the old official will also go to worship. When the time comes, it depends on His Royal Highness Crown Prince. Li Chengqian hearing this is a prayer. Duke of Chen is worried about the people, and the lonely representative of the people affected by the disaster in Chainan, thanked National Duke. Hu Junji took a meaningful look at Li Chengqian, which was only lightly saying, concubine Crown Prince will bother Crown Prince a lot. It is because the old man did not educate her well, so it is inevitable that something will run into Crown Prince. While speaking, Hu Junji left. Li Chengqian didn't think much about it. The food from Hu Junji was enough to make Mount Q's disaster relief work stable, but it was far from enough. As Jiang Feng said, it's still I don't know how many students will come when the time comes. Now the mountain is estimated to be able to come to Chainan City. Those who have not yet come seem to be watching. If students from other places come, those who are inevitably watching in Chainan City will definitely go there in a hurry. Then when the time comes, there is still a shortage of food. Li Chengqian sighed, then hurried out of Eastern Palace again. And the Crown Prince and Hu Junji's affairs were reported to Li Shimin when Li Chengqian left Eastern Palace. Li Shimin was stunned at hearing this. What are you talking about? The Crown Prince is borrowing food? In the Imperial Study Room, Li Shimin was wearing a thin gown and a dragon robe, although it was sultry to death. But at this time, where does Li Shimin go to the lake pavilion to enjoy the coolness? All the folds are for food, for food, for food. Li Shimin even has a murderous heart. At this moment, when I heard Hu Junji go to see Crown Prince gave 3 orders as soon as he came back from Mount Q: selling property, selling land, changing food, and even letting people hold it. Crown Prince ordered to pick up food. This made Li Shimin suddenly think of something. That is Mount Q. Quickly asked, he'll ask you, what's the situation with Mount Q now? Little Gizzy hurriedly said, go back to His Imperial Majesty. According to the report from the spies, since the message went out last night, so far, more than 6,500 people have been on Mount Q. Li Shimin couldn't help being slightly frowned. 6,500 people? So many? How many victims can Chainan City accommodate every day? Back to His Imperial Majesty, there will be 3,000 people almost every day. After confirming their identities after entering Chainan, they are now basically gathering near Peace Street. In the past few days, almost tens of thousands of victims have poured into Chainan, but failed to enter Chainan. And the victims who are coming to Chainan seem to be on the way to Mount Q now. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 573. Something bad. Li Shimin hearing this, his face darkened. Quickly pass on Fang Xuanling. His Imperial Majesty, Mr. Fang is kneeling and waiting outside the hall. Pass on. After a while, Fang Xuanling enters the Imperial Study Room. I haven't seen him for a few days. Fang Xuanling's face is full of vicissitudes, and her muddy eyes are covered with bloodshot eyes. His grey hair is gathered together at random, and even the crown is slanted at this time, almost falling down. Li Shimin, who was a little angry, couldn't help but slow down a bit after seeing Fang Xuanling's look. Duke Fang, how is this Chainan City helping the victims? His Imperial Majesty, the minister is incompetent. Fang Xuanling bows down. Li Shimin put down the folder, helped Fang Xuanling personally, and asked, let's talk about it. Yes, Fang Xuanling just said since 3 days ago, the old official and the others were ordered to open a warehouse in Chainan City for disaster relief, but the Guanglong granary was also opened at this time. Our government treasury used to give 100 shi of grain a day, but people from Guanlong are rumoring that my government treasury's food is all old food, and there are even rumors that my Cheng'an government treasury has hundreds of thousands of stone of food. And the victims also believed. After such rumors, I kept wanting food, and even a looting incident broke out. Then this Guanlong guy opened a position, but the food that was originally sold for 5 cents, within a day, skyrocketed to 13 cents. Li Shimin hearing this, suddenly a suffocating air suddenly appeared. Li Shimin fiercely slapped the book with a palm, and shouted angrily, "Then my government treasury, I have already made an order to curb food prices. Why is the price of food so fierce? His Imperial Majesty, this is for food to be opened, but all the people who bought food in government treasury, unfathomable mystery, died a few. And there are more. The people in the government were robbed by the mysterious person, and then there were rumors that government treasury's grain ominous was born of the locust god and must be punished." Fang Xuanling dare not say any more. Where did Li Shimin know what he said next? Li Shimin, who was angry, had bitten and bleeding from his teeth at this time. "Okay, very good. Looking at this famine, I will not be with them. Lower oneself to somebody's level. But they think I really dare not kill. Come, tell my will, send out Chainan defenders, and Ministry of Justice secret agents, anyone who dares to act recklessly, kill those who dare to rumors, kill those who dare to drive up prices. If the root cause is found, exterminate the clan." Li Shimin is really murderous. But Fang Xuanling hearing this, couldn't help being shocked. His Imperial Majesty is at the time of the disaster. If it falls with Guanlong at this time, wouldn't it be the victims who suffered? The old official urges His Imperial Majesty to take his life back. Wait for the Ministry of Justice. After investigating with the Ministry of Appointments, it's not too late for me to see it soon. Slowly, Li Shimin was extremely angry and laughed. Then tell me, what should the victims in Chainan City do? Every day, these people will starve to death. What should I do? You let me. What should I do? Fang Xuanling hearing this, hurriedly knelt down, and little Gizzy hurriedly knelt down. His Imperial Majesty, the slave servant, felt that Mr. Fang said so wonderfully. If he was so aggressive at this time, wouldn't he startle the grass snake? The people from Guanlong just wanted to take the opportunity to see His Imperial Majesty is your attitude. But they dare not do everything. If it is true, when His Imperial Majesty is lifted up, the people in Chainan will be the ones who will die, and the slave servant feels that they the reason for knowing this is not to test His Majesty. Li Shimin hearing this, couldn't help but frowned again. The atmosphere in the Imperial study room became dull again. When little Gizzy saw this, he said hurriedly, "His Imperial Majesty, isn't the Crown Prince borrowing food now?" The slave servant thinks that if you start with this matter, you can disintegrate those people on the one hand. Minions, on the other hand, can let the people all over the world see that His Imperial Majesty's side of worrying about the country and the people. This kind of reassurance, then His Imperial Majesty, you have killed thousands of people. Li Shimin hearing this, could not help but a flash of light in his eyes. "Okay. This is a wonderful plan, Duke Fang. Quickly take my token to the Ministry of Justice and Ministry of Works, Ministry of Appointments to act at the same time, and give everyone behind this incident I found out. The ones that should be killed, the ones that should be killed, are killed, but you know how to do it." Fang Xuanling hearing this hurriedly bowed down. Old official obeys the royal decree. As Fang Xuanling accepts the decree left, Li Shimin couldn't help but put down the decree in his hand. Borrow food? Interesting, interesting. Suddenly, Li Shimin wanted to fight something from Li Chengqian's deeds. Although Li Chengqian is doing this now, it seems so abrupt, but Li Shimin can't help but think of something, especially the 5 surnames, 7 clans. These 7 companies control the wealth of the Great Tang, overwhelming majority. If they can at this time, in this way, on the one hand, you can test how they want to stand in line. On the other, on the one hand, that is to give them a chance. To put it bluntly, Guanlong does not actually terrifying. The terrifying ones are the 7 surname families. Although the Li surname is derived from Li clan of Longsai, this thing is already very weak. it's time to walk around. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 574. With Fang Xuanling's departure, chain and government treasury, as well as the major national duke, the kanji giving scene at the entrance of the major mansions has gradually increased. Especially the chain and government treasury, directly mobilized the chain and garrison, led by Yachi Gong himself, a Tao-like man, wearing a full-body drape, and stopped to the gate of the government treasury. In an instant, those demons and monsters were quiet. In an instant, Yachi Gong glanced at the crowd and roared like ox roar, "Everyone! Today this general personally came to distribute food. If you dare to make trouble, please don't let Lao Tzu find out, otherwise Lao Tzu will not only kill you, you have to go to your house and see, what did you eat and grow up on. Also, if anyone dares to snatch it, my chain and garrison has allocated 3,000 people. Heroes are among you. If you want to do evil, if you want to sit in the prison of our barracks, this general welcomes you warmly." This voice instantly made the whole boiling scene. It all quieted down instantly. And the other side. Ministry of Justice, a member of the Ministry of Works, personally participated in the operation of distributing grain. "Everyone, today all grains are sold at the average price, which is the normal price in normally, for 5 cents, and they are sold normally, but each household has to buy it once a day. If anyone dares to risk, if you dare to receive it, or if you dare to receive it multiple times, the official will definitely reward those who dare to disturb according to Great Tang's criminal law. Now, start selling." At the same time, at the back door of government treasury, as well as at the gates of National Duke House, or at the gates of government officials, evenly spread porridge. If you don't have money to buy food, you can go to those places. You can rest assured, His Majesty already knows about the suffering of ill. And now His Majesty is like ill and only eats a bowl of porridge. So, His Majesty said that this famine, although terrifying, as long as you survive this half a month, you will get better after all. I hope you don't believe the rumors and live your life well. The people are not lightly frightened by this battle. In the front is Yachi Gong, the fierce god guarding him. And in the back are those high-ranking officials who are usually rarely seen personally distributing food. "Is it true that I can buy food this time?" "Official man, this food is good, but I can't wait to buy it. There were dead people every day in the past few days. I will wait." "Which one is it?" "The bastard is barking wildly." Yachi Gong stared angrily, looked at the crowd, then dinged on his armor, walked to a bag of rice, and grabbed a handful of corn. He stuffed it into his mouth, and everyone watched the grains of rice. They hung on the ground along the corners of his mouth little by little. The distressed people can't wait to go up and point at Yachi Gong's nose and curse. But they dare not. Yachi Gong's foul name was typed out a little bit. The people of Chainan don't know His Imperial Majesty, Fang Xuanling and the others. But no one dares not know him. Compared with Cheng Yojin Cheng Great Demon King, this latter is a bit more real. After all, everyone hasn't seen the process of Great Demon King sending several times, but this Yachi Gong is different. Those who enter Cheng Menlu are all punches and kicks, as long as they bump into the thief, or mean people who resort to petty tricks. Sorry. Next year today, you can go to Chaotic Burial Mound to find him. But at this time, this Yachi Gong is actually eating the cursed millet. This dumb. Is it true? Is this killing God, not even afraid of the curse? Yachi Gong eats a mouthful of white trowels. He picked up a wash basin of gruel from the guard's hands and drank a lot. Then he hiccuped and touched his belly. "Hey, you have all seen. What's the problem with this corn?" "I ate and drank. It was all right. Don't you fucking think that your life is more precious than Losi?" "I just said, I love buying." "Come, I will give you a guarantee and protect today. If anyone dares to snatch you, I will allow you to kill him. Not only that, but I will reward you hundreds of money, or 10 catties of grain. If you don't buy it, get me out as soon as possible." Hearing this, finally everyone's heart is relieved. It is not an exaggeration to say that these people are miserable wretch. Because I'm afraid of being poor, and I'm still often exploited by others, many people are frightened and flustered for those rumors. but now I see Yachigong eating and drinking, and there's no such thing as anything. This also gave everyone a guarantee and protect, which could not help igniting the bloody nature of Guanzhongga. Even reading, "Buy, I'm going to save my life today, I bought it too." With General Yachi, his mother is afraid, a porcelain hammer. By watching the people swarming up, only a smile flashed on Yachigong's face. I smashed my mouth and waved his hand. Am giving Lao Tzu a pot of gruel. Damn it, this porridge with bone strengthening powder added, it's comfortable to drink? Bone strengthening powder is added to the porridge? Hearing this, all the people couldn't help being taken aback. But when everyone watched as the guard brought another large bowl of silky porridge, everyone couldn't help fiercely shaking their noses. Fuck. Is it really bone strengthening powder? Heavens. His Imperial Majesty actually added something more expensive than gold to the porridge? No wonder I drank a bowl of porridge yesterday and didn't know how hungry for a day, and I felt energetic all over my body, so it turned out to be like this. Go for the porridge. Official man, is this porridge sold? Fuck off. I only serve porridge, not for sale. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 575. Yachigong and everyone were deeply sighed in relief. Suddenly there was a mournful scream in the place where the porridge was served. With this sound, everyone was in an uproar instantly. Yachigong also stood up suddenly, hurriedly shoving everyone away, and came to the man who fell on the ground and rolled all over. His face was gloomy. By then it will all be too late. I can't help but see those around who have drunk the porridge, or those who have just prepared the porridge, or those who are waiting in line. What's the situation? Isn't it all good before? Why, not good. It's these killings. 1,000 knives are preparing to poison to kill us. Family folks, run. Then Yachigong dispatched 3,000 armored soldiers. What is this for? This is to kill us. Hearing the horrified roars in the crowd, the people couldn't help but freak out. What's more, it is directly soft to the ground. Heavens. What did I do wrong? Why kill me in this way? Not good. It's them. I think the victims are a burden, and want to kill us. Death ends all one's troubles. Run. With there was an exclamation in the crowd. People, completely panicked, because at this time, there are really a large number of armored soldiers, which are rapidly encircling here. And Yachigong waved his hand with a gloomy face, angrily roared, "Which bastard dare to be alarmist here? Want to kill you? Do you think you are worthy? If you don't want to be a rebellious person, I will squat on the ground one by one and shut your mouth. Come here, pass the doctor. Take all the doctors in Chainan City." "No, let the old man take a look." "It's this time." An old voice interrupted Yachigong's voice, and Yachigong and the others listened to it. "I saw a carriage from Eastern Palace, slowly stopping at the gate of government treasury. Presumably the sound came from that car." At this time, the people also heard the voice, turned around and saw a carriage in a bright yellow drape. People who can use this kind of carriage, this one in Chainan City, the common people, as long as they are not fools, are absolutely clear that apart from His Imperial Majesty, the carriage of Crown Prince dared to use such a configuration. His Imperial Majesty's seated, painted golden dragon dancing claws, and Empress carriage is embroidered with golden phoenix wings, and only the Crown Prince's car can embroider the dragon. At this time, everyone was surprised. Knelt down in a hurry. The Yachigong couldn't help but get up and clasped his fists. "Welcome, Your Royal Highness Crown Prince." Although Yachigong doesn't know what Crown Prince will be here at this time, he still needs to have the etiquette for this. I saw that around the carriage. The guard of Crown Prince also hugged his fists at Yachigong and said, General Yachi, don't be like this. There is no crown prince in this car, but Divine Doctor Mr. Sun. Divine Doctor? No wonder. But what does Crown Prince ask Divine Doctor Sun to do? But without waiting for Yachi Gong and the others to think about it, the curtain of the carriage was shattered, and Sun Simiao, who had a silver hair with a deer head crutch in his hand, got out of the carriage. As everyone saw it, they bowed and bowed again. Divine Doctor Sun Simiao waved his hand, motioned for a moment, and then hurried to the person who fell to the ground to take a pulse. And the man who fell to the ground didn't know if it was scared at this time, or because of the pain. He was shaking, and even a faint groan was heard. Sun Simiao eyebrows slightly frowned, and then took out the silver needle, inserted 3 needles into the abdomen of the fallen man, and then took it out, sniffed it carefully. The brows could not help but go deeper. At this time, everyone couldn't help but lengthen their necks and looked at Divine Doctor Sun Simiao, King of Medicine. Don't say it's here in Chainan City, it's here in Great Tang, and even outside, they are all very famous. Even His Imperial Majesty, are very polite to Sun Simiao. Otherwise, just because he is the Divine Doctor. And now, Yachi Gong was guarding Sun Simiao while watching his brows frown deeper and deeper, and the groan of the man who fell to the ground became weaker and weaker. He couldn't help feeling a little anxious. After a while, Sun Simiao put away the silver needle and glanced at the man who fell to the ground, coldly snorted. If you can trust the old man, then the old man will talk about the symptoms of this person. In addition to the oily food in the morning, this person has a little diarrhea, and the rest is fine. After that, Sun Simiao walked away. What? Eat too oily in the morning? Diarrhea. That is diarrhea. Fuck. This fucking. Who is this man? Which street is it from? Who knows? Fucking. This is a mess. My goodness. Lao Tzu's porridge. I fuck your uncle. At this time, after Yachi Gong bid farewell to Divine Doctor, he waved his hand and stared and fell to the ground. Sorry, I slowly pulled out the double-edged saber from his waist. I will give you 3 breaths. If you explain why you did this, I will spare you your life and only interrupt your legs. If you don't say at, then fucking. Shut up for Lao Tzu forever. Eat too oily in the morning? Your second uncle. I haven't gotten fishy for 3 days. You fucking. This is the victim? Didn't the hungry victim stick his hungry chest to his back? This damn has money to eat meat. Where is it like a disaster victim? Unfortunately, the people were angry. Fucking him. Kill him. Kill him. Yachi General Army. Kill him easily. I'm coming. I'm rusty with pig slaughtering blade. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 576. I'm afraid it was Divine Doctor Sun who was bought out. This person was obviously poisoned by porridge, so you must not be deceived. Who would dare to oppose the imperial court for no reason? Everyone listened, can't help but be taken aback. That's right. This Divine Doctor Sun was riding in a car driven by Crown Prince, which shows that he is a distinguished guest of Crown Prince. And why did he appear here at this time? This makes no sense. In the crowd, the voices could not help but get louder and louder. Yachi Gong is angry, fiercely slashed at the man who fell on the ground. Pukai. With a stab of blood arrow, it blasted out, along with an arm and a mournful scream. Yachi Gong is killing. Yachi Gong is killing. Everyone was dumbfounded. A killing intent flashed across Yachi Gong's eyes. Say, or not. Although there was a flash of panic in the eyes of the man at this time, he still clung to the wound tightly, glanced at the crowd, clenched the teeth, roared sternly, if you have the ability, kill me. Folks, you all see how Li treats the people. This porridge is clearly poisoned. Their collusion with Sun Simiao is just to kill us. Think about it, how many victims are flooding Chainan City now? And Li for face. He even dared to kill the biological brother. Dare, humiliate His Imperial Majesty, and call His Imperial Majesty directly, exterminate the clan. Pukai. Yachi Gong finally had a murderous heart. One cut. The root of that person's right leg was separated. Li is going to kill people. the folks, run away. It's late, you have to die. With the sound of that man's mournful scream in the crowd, there was a constant sound of panic, and then the people on the streets of Chang'an became agitated. Where is the defender of Chang'an? Surround this place quickly. Who dares to escape? Kill without mercy. Yes, with Yachi Gong shouted angrily. The soldiers, surrounded by the entire government treasury, immediately raised all the lances in their hands to prepare for battle. At this time, how can the people who are normally honest and timid stand this? A mournful scream sound was heard everywhere in the crowd. Yachi Gong glanced at the crowd coldly and waved his hand. The soldiers took a step forward in unison. Ta-ta-ta. With the sound of the impact of the armor, everyone finally knew that Yachi Gong was not joking, he really could kill. Unfortunately, everyone got a little hairy, neither standing nor squatting. Yachi Gong no longer paid attention to everyone. Instead, he drew a dagger from his waist and slowly squatted beside that person. Indifferently said, "Don't worry, I won't let you do that. Die happily. Don't think I don't know who the person behind you is. You just have to say it happily. Who instigated you to do this? I promise you at home human safety. By the way, I just heard my subordinates say that your home is in Shili village outside the city, and there is also a 3-month-old baby in your home. Oh, look at this. What a cute doll." Yachi Gong pretended to sigh, and the man finally couldn't help it. Quickly asked, "You ... what are you ... what are you talking about? I don't know what you are talking about." He panicked. But when he thought of the horror of the man, he couldn't help but sway all over. "Don't worry, you just have to say who instigated you. I can not only use my general name to ensure the safety of your family, but also give you a good time. Think about it. Do you believe that person's words, or do you believe in Lao Tzu?" Everyone who entered the city had a registered backup. At the same time as the incident, the Ministry of Works, Ministry of Justice, the person from Ministry of Appointments swiftly took action and checked out all the details of this person. "No way. This thing is too big." His Imperial Majesty was furious. Under these quick queries, this person finally couldn't hold back. "Can you guarantee the safety of my family?" "Relax. Then you have to swear to God, not only to ensure their safety, and let them worry about food and clothing." Yachi Gong grinned. "Do you think you are qualified to negotiate terms? I have given you a chance a long time ago. If you say at first, then, you will not only get the reward, but you will also get half of that person's property. But you give up." The person's pupils couldn't help flashing and struggling, and at this time, every word of this person fell into the ears of all the people. "What's the situation? Is this person the spy of someone with ulterior motives? Is it a Turkic spy? I have limited time. I will give you 3 breaths, if it is." Bold. At this moment, suddenly came a sharp sound of breaking. The wind made Yachi Gong furious and shouted furiously, but it was too late. When he pulled out the double-edged saber, an arrow feather was instantly inserted into the forehead of the man to the end. Yachi Gong is angry. Dare to kill people under his nose? What is this? This is hitting him in the face. Unfortunately, Yachi Gong's gaze, like a sharp sword, locked a certain person in the crowd. A wave of his hand said, "Cut." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 577. Following Yachi Gong's chop down, the encirclement of the soldiers was completed in an instant, and a large number of soldiers swarmed in an instant. Upstairs in the government treasury, 3 or 5 Ministry of Appointments and Ministry of Justice spies pointed at someone in the crowd, and then a few soldiers instantly controlled that person. At this time, the people finally know why. Why did so many departments be dispatched for a little thing? And it also alarmed Yachi Gong. So they wanted to find the guy who didn't want them to survive. How can this work? This damn thing is killing you. Fight. Beat Lao Tzu to death. Drafting uncle. You dare to let Lao Tzu starve to death? Die for me. In an instant, there were bursts of broken sounds of tan and stone bowls, as well as those screams, one after another. And Yachi Gong looked at the crowd and shouted angrily, "I said before, dare to go around, kill without mercy. What is this? This is a rebellion. This is to make you starve to death before what other rumors about robbing you of food have been spread by them. These people, I don't want them, because I already know their details. Now that the food continues to be distributed, these people, you can figure it out. And now, those who are beaten are left with a breath. Finally panicked. Adult, please be forgiving. Adult, the young one has something to say. The Lord, the young one has to report. And there are people. Thatsit Chanan, the shopkeeper of the Dongman stall, came up with an idea. He said that as long as I did it, he would give me food. Yachi Gong laughed. But they didn't stop them. Instead, looking at the angry people, they hammered them to death one by one. Yachi Gong waved his hand. Come on, give them a new bowl, this one is for Lao Tzu. And also, Lao Tzu said that the reward for silver counts, but this is not calculated, so Lao Tzu pays his own pocket today. No one is free. If you receive a catty of grain, you can buy another catty. Okay. Thanks General Yachi. Many thanks General Yachi. Yachi Gong waved his hand. If you want to thank His Imperial Majesty, I will do things according to the rules, but I never rub the sand in my eyes. Today I am happy and happy. The reward for you is the reward. Yours. If you find something like this in the future, you will all know the mansion of Lao Tzu. If it is true, reward food. And when things calmed down in Chainan City, Li Chenqian also had a problem there. The 30 or so people he sent out to borrow food basically only borrowed 300 stones. These are still people who are better with him, and they come out. But what about more? Still no help. It is even more impossible to sell land. Li Chenqian feels a little bit wanting to kill at the price that was called 1 stone of corn, 1 acre of fertile land. Goddamn, is this something humans can do? Li Chenqian fiercely suppressed the anger, pointing to the court eunuchs scolded in the Eastern Palace. Go to the solitary order again. Who dares to sit on the ground and raise the price? Cut it. Your Royal Highness Crown Prince, Divine Dr. Sun is here. At this moment, someone reported in a hurry. Hearing this, Li Chenqian slightly suppressed his anger and waved his hand. You have to do it as soon as possible, and there are things to borrow food, and then you can borrow it to the Lone King. What everyone said, write all of them on the small notebook for the Lonely King. While speaking, Li Chenqian waved his hand, and this dismissed everyone. And when everyone retired, Medicine King Sun Simiao had already arrived in the study. Li Chenqian hurriedly gave a Confucian scholar salute. Student Li Chenqian, I have seen the Divine Doctor. Crown Prince has broken the old man. Sun Simiao lifted slightly Li Chenqian's arm, said, I don't know why His Royal Highness Crown Prince is looking for the old man. Li Chenqian led Sun Simiao to sit down, and after serving tea, he deported everyone. Then he said, Divine Dr. Sun, I invite you to come at this time. It is indeed a matter of life and death for the people. I don't think Divine Dr. Sun wants to see loss of life. Oh, Sun Simiao sighed deeply and explained the incident at the gate of government treasury. Finally, he said, I don't know His Majesty. How should he deal with Guanlong people? The old man has been asked before he gets older, and Crown Prince is asked not to ask who that person is. Where does Li Chenqian know who that person is? It's nothing more than Guanlong. However, these don't care about his business. Divine Doctor, this matter will only be severed by Father Emperor, but Gu also knows a little bit, so I might as well tell Divine Doctor. Sun Simiao hearing this, his eyes lit up. Make a gesture of please. Li Chenqian said, if those people do too much, I think Father Emperor will definitely not pick up the butcher knife, but if they touch the background of Great Tang, then Li Chenqian didn't say anything. And Sun Simiao thought for a while, got up and said, the old man thanked His Royal Highness for the people of the world, and His Imperial Majesty. Divine Dr. Sun does not have to be like this. I am not the one who killed it. At this moment, Li Shimin's voice faintly sounded at the entrance of the Eastern Palace study. Li Chenqian and Sun Simiao hearing this, got up together. Li Shimin was also while speaking and entered Eastern Palace. Divine Dr. Sun Boatkar fatigue. No need to be such a gift. Please sit down. After sitting down, Li Shimin looked at Li Chengqian and said, I am also very curious. Why did you help the disaster victims suddenly sell their properties and land again? If this spreads out, how will my face be saved? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 578. Sun Simiao, hearing this, can't help but let out a surprise. Look carefully at Li Shimin's eyes, and Li Chengqian's eyes. The eyes are the windows of the soul. This is the same in all ages. As a medicine god, seeing, hearing and asking is the basic skill. He can see how a person looks at a glance. This look really surprised Sun Simiao. The eyes of these two people do not have the element of acting once. That is to say, everything that you just heard at the door is true. His Royal Highness Crown Prince actually wants to sell land to help the victims. This, although shock is shock. However, Sun Simiao just took a sip of tea, suppressing the shock in his heart and listening carefully. Li Chengqian, hearing this, bowed and said, Go back to Father Emperor. This matter. While speaking, Li Chengqian glancing at Sun Simiao. Li Shimin faintly waved his hand, but it's okay to say yes. The White Deer Academy of Classical Learning only has there are 20,000 shi of food, and there are almost 6,000 people today. If the number of people is to exceed 10,000 tomorrow, then these 6,000 people will consume hundreds of katis of food every day on average. If this is more than one person in addition to the arrival of the student, the 20,000 stones is no different from an utterly inadequate measure. So the Jiang Feng brother let the child and subject go down the mountain and seek the Sun Simiao divine doctor to go up the mountain. Oh, Li Shimin slightly frowned, looking at Sun Simiao. Sun Simiao was also stunned. I couldn't help asking, dare to ask, Crown Prince? The White Deer Academy of Classical Learning you mentioned, but the one uploaded by Imperial Edict. Go back to Divine Doctor Sun, really here? Then I don't know what the old man needs to do. And the old man heard that Qian is a strange person. Not only let the wheat that sprouted in the field be collected at the original price. I have brewed a magical beer, and I heard that this academy was made by him. If the old man's legs are short, what kind of fried locust insect egg, and the bone-strengthening powder are all locusts, right? And the medicine ingredient formulas used to kill locusts before are all from that person's handwriting, right? As a generation of medicine gods, although he has been very low, he is not faint. He also tried the bone-strengthening powder and fried locusts that appeared on the market. It was really amazing. Not only did it have no discomfort, but after eating it, he felt full, especially the bone-strengthening powder, even more. But after pondering, this Chainan city really no one can do this thing. And this thing is from Chainan. The appearance of this magical academy now makes Sun Simiao think of a lot. Li Chengqian nodded. The king of medicine is really like a god. This matter is all my brother Jiang Feng did. Okay. Sun Simiao, hearing this, stroked his beard and sighed, and then he got up and gave a fist to Li Shimin. The old man congratulates his Imperial Majesty on this talent, and I, Great Tang, will surely be eternally prosperous. Li Shimin, the dragon face rejoicing, got up and helped Sun Simiao and said, Divine, the doctor is overpraised. Is such a God-given son my good fortune? This is my Great Tang's good fortune. However, the old man has something unclear. Li Shimin nodded, said, the king of medicine, but it's okay to say. The old man is offended. While speaking, Sun Simiao said, His Royal Highness, Crown Prince, according to what you said, Jiang Feng wanted to find me up the mountain, but why is this? Although Jiang Feng brother did not tell G about this matter, G knows that it must be related to the food! Sun Simiao couldn't help frowning. Mount Q. Where did the old man go a few years earlier? But at this time, the locusts have just passed, and the barren on this earth is almost enough to eat. At this time, even the old man goes, it won't help. This Lone doesn't know, but Lone thinks that if Jiang Feng brother can invite you up the mountain, he will definitely have plans, So Li Shimin was also silent. Now the food issue affects the lifeblood of Great Tang. He does not understand why Jiang Feng invited Sun Simiao up the mountain at this time, but he faintly felt that this time if Simiao goes up the mountain, this locust plague will definitely be solved. However, it is difficult for a clever woman to cook without rice. He also wants to know how Jiang Feng wants to solve this locust plague. I haven't been to Jiang Feng for a long time, so if Divine Dr. Sun doesn't dislike it, then I will go up the mountain with me tomorrow. Sun Simiao hearing this, how dare to make times. Hurry up and bow. His Imperial Majesty, you are the old man, that's all. This Jiang Feng youngster is indeed a strange person. The old man has long wanted to visit, since His Imperial Majesty also wants to go. The old man is waiting around His Imperial Majesty. See Sun Simiao's promise. Li Shimin then said, but Divine Dr. Sun, I have a request, and I hope Divine Dr. Sun can agree. His Imperial Majesty, please, tomorrow, or in the future, on the mountain or under the mountain, I hope that Divine Dr. Sun will not talk about my identity with the Crown Prince and the others in front of Jiang Feng. Just treat us as merchants! Exclamation mark. Question mark. Sun Simiao was a little confused. He lived for several decades. Is it really the first time I saw His Imperial Majesty hiding his identity beside a civilian? What does this mean? But the more this happens, the more Sun Simiao wants to see how sacred this person who is dignified Great Tang and Crown Prince needs to hide to meet is really. Old man, please follow the sacred metaphor. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 579. Boom, boom, boom. Maoshi is the most leisure time of the day for the guards. It is also based on the signal of the clock in Moshi, and the watchman alternately works. The moment the clock rang, the lights of Chainan City have also been lit one after another. Some people's sedan chairs, or carriages, or even horses, have lanterns inserted in them, or a torch, lazily moved towards Imperial City. If you look down from the sky, you will find that the fire dragons converge towards the Imperial City in the hazy sky, like a giant dragon-like. The lights in the depths of the Imperial Palace are also gradually lit up, especially the Palace of Political Statement, which shines like daylight. Early morning is the most suitable time of the day. At this time, in the Imperial Palace, there are already groups of court eunuch rushing to clean, and the street market on the Vermilion Bird Bridge is basically empty. There are only so few people selling beer and kebabs, and the roasted kebabs are mostly hunted from the mountains, or they are aged bacon. That smell, it is still coveted by everyone. Even if you stand under the 36 steps outside the Palace of Political Statement at this time, you can still smell the tempting smell. In the past, basically every minister would stop, buy some food, drink a bamboo tube soaked in the moat, cold beer, but now even if they are greedy, they dare not. Now, His Imperial Majesty is staring at them, and what they wear seems to be more broken than normal. Most of the people here are not that the poor at home can't afford to wear clothes and can't afford to eat a penny of beer, but now they have to pretend to be poor, otherwise they may not know when they have to suffer. After all, the Crown Prince family went to borrow food yesterday. But there are those who are afraid, and there are those who are not. For example, Cheng Yojin. At this time, he was holding a roasted rabbit in one hand, and the bite was crackling. While holding a bamboo tube in one hand, he drank from mouthfuls. Everyone sniffed the scent in the air. Looking at the appearance of Cheng Yojin's sorrowful bag again, his stomach also started to be disappointing. Gaga screamed. Everyone can swallow their saliva and scold Cheng Yojin in the heart. After entering the Palace of Political Statement, everyone tidied their appearances, and then they closed their eyes and held the white jade in their hands, just like a clay sculpture. Shut up. And just now, little guy's voice came from the door of the apse. His Imperial Majesty is here. Everyone hugged the white jade and bowed and sang, "Welcome to His Imperial Majesty." You may rise. Li Shimin waved his hand, boarded the 8-step heavenspan ladder, sat on the dragon throne, glanced at everyone, and finally his gaze fell on Hujunji. Together, numerous officials began to report on their situation and the recent disaster relief situation. After 1 hour, Li Shimin took care of these things, and then said, I accidentally learned that the Crown Prince borrowed money yesterday and encountered a wall. Is there such a thing? Li Chengqian hearing this, and then he said, Father Emperor, there is indeed such a thing. So can I borrow food? Li Chengqian was silent for a moment, then he said, the child and subject are incompetent. They ran all over Chainan and only borrowed 500 stones of grain. At this time, fortunately, child and subject met Duke of Chen by chance. Duke of Chen generously donated for the child and subject's White Deer Academy of Classical Learning donated 10,000 shi of food. Li Chengqian bit the child and subject's White Deer Academy of Classical Learning very hard. At this moment, all the officials were shocked. 10,000 stones? Where did Duke of Chen get the food? So much. God. Li Shimin was also a little surprised. Duke of Chen, what Crown Prince said is true. Hujunji hearing this hurriedly said, His Imperial Majesty, this is what a courtier should do. Then you donated 10,000 shi yesterday. What is the reason? Could it be that the food in your Duke of Chen's house is almost overflowing? Hujunji hearing this, the Lo Angjing eyes flashed. Replying to His Majesty, the old official lived in Liuozu all the year round, and this Liuozu and Chainan are the closest places. The so-called being a courtier is the worry of loyalty, so I happened to knowing that His Imperial Majesty was collecting grains, the old official paid special attention. At this time, the old official collected grains of about 50,000 shi. When the famine broke out, the old official donated 30,000 shi to Liuozu and left 20,000 shi for emergency. After learning about Chainan, the old official came to Chainan non-stop, offering the meager power of this small official. It's true. Yes, not one drop of water can leak out. How could Li Shimin not know that after leaving Qi Palace, he went directly to Eastern Palace? Moreover, this Hujunji is extremely deceitful. So Li Shimin is extremely reluctant to have too much contact between Li Chengqian and such people. Fortunately, the appearance of Jiang Feng gave Li Shimin hope. I couldn't help but Li Shimin nodded said, yes, I have a small official like Duke of Chen, and I am so happy. But what is the meaning of the 10,000 stones for the Crown Prince? The ministers were shocked. Before Li Shimin said that he wanted to collect food, they strongly opposed it. Now when they heard that Duke of Chen Hujunji had just used a little wind, they collected 50,000 shi of food. Many of them were nearly one by one. Old blood spurted out of the mouth. This old fox, what a fucking chicken thief. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 580. At this time, if the eye's divine ability killed people, this Hujunji would have died at least hundreds of times. No way. When His Imperial Majesty talked about it again, if they took out a little family property to buy tens of thousands of stone grains, let's say nothing else, they would use it for land exchange now, and it would be able to make a profit. What? Not to mention that His Imperial Majesty is in urgent need of food. If he can give His Imperial Majesty 10,000 shi of food at this time, then, at least in the official career, they will all turn it over, not to mention anything else. But they didn't. At this time, although there is no grain of 10,000 stones in their home, there are still thousands of stones. But at this time His Imperial Majesty first said that Crown Prince borrowed grain yesterday. What does this mean? Now this Hujunji actually lent Crown Prince 10,000 stones. What does this mean? Isn't this just hitting them in the face? So, you are alone in Liuozu, you are worried about loyalty, and I am waiting to eat and die. Take care of your second uncle. At this time, even though Hujunji could feel the strangeness behind him, he still said, I learned from the old official that Crown Prince was building a White Deer Academy of Classical Learning on Mount Q. This is a major event for the benefit of the country and the people. Although the old official has retired to Los Angeles, he still cares about the imperial court. That's why he donated 10,000 stones to His Imperial Majesty and 10,000 stones to the academy. The old official just thought, If Mount Q's academy could be built as soon as possible, it would cultivate more talents for my great Tang. After the official learned that Crown Prince's academy did not charge a penny, the old official specially donated 10,000 gold ingots. All ministers are buzzing in their heads. Wantles of gold. You fucking dare to say it. Are you not afraid that His Imperial Majesty will kill you? How long has it been to Los Angeles? Do you have that many wealth? Where did this money come from? Where did I get this from? Although the ministers now see Hujunji and they want to strip him off his beard, this old man is really a fucking man. What are you doing? This is hitting them in the face. At this time, Li Shimin was hearing this and couldn't help laughing a few times. Yes, Duke of Chen, you really don't lose. You are my Minister of Britchial Stock. Very good, very good. But don't worry, I also know that all the money you have accumulated over the years is the old age. When the time comes, once the disaster passes, I will find a way to replenish you. And you have to learn Duke of Chen well. This small official, etc. Remember the teachings of His Imperial Majesty. What can numerous officials say? The cheapness has been wiped out. Now I want to talk about donating money. Donating food? That's all nonsense. It's late. Where does Li Shimin know what this old fox is doing here? It's nothing more than trying to give Crown Prince Laban and the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning that Crown Prince said just now belongs to him. This was discussed before. Unless it is waiting for Jiang Feng to enter the court, otherwise, for the time being, this academy has to hang on under the name of Crown Prince. This is a protection. But it happened to be this protective color. Although Jiang Feng was protected, it was also at this time that a big fish was caught. 10,000 shigrains and 10,000 tals of gold. Now that we have these things, I hope Jiang Feng's academy can solve the crisis soon. With Jiang Feng's ability, these 30,000 stones of food should allow him to survive this difficult time. When I think of this, Li Shimin feels better. I waved my hand and said, today, I have one thing to talk about. You should all have seen the food shortage in Chainan City. But I learned that someone actually took advantage of this disaster to make a big splash. I don't want to see these things. So please pay attention to it. Where does everyone know about this? Especially the murder of Yuchi Gong on the street yesterday. Who does not know? But now His Imperial Majesty is so casually flat. What does this mean? This means that His Imperial Majesty is warning everyone that there is nothing to do, don't mess around, otherwise you don't know how to die. This also shows that His Imperial Majesty is really angry. But everyone is the old fox of the Imperial Court, and he hurriedly bowed and said, please remember. Okay, I have one thing to say today, that is, this disaster is not only in Chainan City, but the whole world is in disasters. However, there are still people in Great Tang who can solve this problem, so I also want to borrow one from them. Borrow food. Not only you think this Wang clan of Tai Yuan waits for 7 great clan, how about it? His Imperial Majesty, is this looking for 5 surnames 7 clans, to test, or simply borrowing food? Everyone couldn't help but feel a little bit of it. But for now, don't say anything. It's really only this 5 surnames 7 clans that can solve this food shortage. In addition to Guanlong, in this world, there are such financial resources, then there are only these 7 prominent families. Everyone couldn't help but be overjoyed. His Imperial Majesty, the old official, thinks that this matter is very short. On the one hand, it can shorten the distance between the Imperial Court and the nobles. This scientific examination is coming. When the time comes, His Imperial Majesty, the old official, thinks this matter is acceptable. But these 7 clans, will you agree? The food needed is not a small amount. Li Shimin waved his hand. Since you are all meaningless, then that's the case. Wai Zheng, after the next dynasty, this matter will be left to you. Wai Zheng, hearing this, the leader said, this small official. In that case, retreat. Crown Prince stay. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 581. 2 days. Mount Q is crowded with people. But on the ground that was originally a wasteland, you can see a trace of the outline of the future building from a distance. Basically, more than 300 craftsmen headed by Gan Ziyuan have basically become overseers at this time. And the Butlian team, which has almost 20,000 people on the construction site, is like a lifeless, under the command of these craftsmen. They are building crazy. These all are small problems, after all, they are all mud legs. These all are the simplest. However, this requires the use of red bricks and a new type of adhesive, which makes everyone a little confused. At this time, Duga stared at Zhang Feng. Both of them were about to stare for an hour. Cheng Chumo and Zhang Sanchong simply moved a stool and sat beside them to place a bet to see who would win in the end. If it weren't for Wai Shui to guard Mount Q, it would be even more lively at this time. I don't know how long it took. Zhang Feng finally lost. My waist is sore, and it's going to be broken. Having his waist, Zhang Feng sat on the chair and grunted. Anyway, Lao Tzu's academy, if I said so, he has to do it like this. What do you say? It's useless. I don't care. Dugu also secretly relieved. But before he could speak, Cheng Chumo, who was napping at the door, suddenly reported a burst of laughter. Ha 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 ha, Chong Tsai, you lose, I win. I said Feng Tsai must not be able to hold on. This is a weak body. Your uncle, Zhang Sanchong and Zhang Feng yelled at the same time. It's okay to say other things, but say that I am weak. Your uncle. Don't make a noise. I think I should discuss this matter before Li Qian arrives. Since the beginning of the old man, the school has a prescribed appearance. You have nothing to do. Look at Chenan University. Look at the Imperial College of Supreme Learning. What kind of building is that? Look at yours. Not only do you use this half-baked red spin, but you also need to build a cement factory to burn cement. This mud. Can he be better than this yellow mud? Can this thing be strong? You have to build 3 floors. You don't want to think, can he get up with this thing? High is a problem. You also said that you want to repair the 3rd floor. Anyway, since you give me the materials and expenses for this matter, then you have to do as I said about this matter. Otherwise, no discussion. Zhang Feng hearing this, stop doing it instantly. Lao Tzu's site, when is it your turn to talk about it? You have to count it, not when the time comes. I will deduct your credits. Deduction is deduction. But I can't do such disrespectful things as insulting Kong old man. Dugu is also coming. Staring at Zhang Feng, he roared, this is something. I really settled it. It's grass, it's the opposite. Dang. Your uncle. I don't care. Zhang Feng couldn't help but sit still. Panting with rage greeted Cheng Chumo and Zhang Sanchong and left, leaving only Duga who sticks to the right way and where he kept chattering about what Zhang Feng was doing by doing so. And what Zhang Feng did was a modern construction model for teaching buildings. This academy, according to Zhang Feng's idea, must be built to be as high as a 5-layer building, but in order not to shock the world, Zhang Feng took the 2nd place and made a 3-story building. But that's it. Let Dugu annoy him for 2 days. Sleep and follow. After dinner, even if you squat in a hut, you must guard the door. Zhang Feng finally broke down. He finally realized that Weimar and these guys are afraid of Du Darbing. It's not how cruel this guy is, but this mouth is more poisonous than that Tang Sing. Zhang Feng got angry and finally gave up. This damn thing is not something that people dare to do. As soon as he left the house, Zhang Feng exhaled as if he had been reborn. Feng Tsai, I'm hungry. I miss Little Tavern's happy days 1 inch. Yes, especially which barbecue is called a fragrant. I just ate porridge in the past few days, and my damn doubt I came to the temple. AI, if you don't say I really forgot, when did we eat meat? Cheng Chumo and Zhang Sanchong called Wai Shui 3, followed Zhang Feng behind his ass, and started talking again. Zhang Feng is so annoying. Come on, shut up. I don't know what I owed you in my previous life. If I get a monk to follow the butt all day, he is not convinced. Following the prince's chanting, the annoyance is so annoying. No matter how damn you dare to annoy Lao Tzu, get out of here. 3 people of Cheng Chumo are hearing this, shrinking their necks, no longer daring to speak, but still couldn't help saying, Feng Tsai, you have nothing to do, what are you doing with Darbing? This guy is a famous nagger in the stubborn world, you and him. Jiang Feng has blown up. It's not over, right? Jiang Feng completely exploded. Now, Cheng Chumo and the others had to shut their mouths, except that the hands touching their belly replaced them with shots. Jiang Feng is speechless. Well, don't you say, I haven't felt it yet. I've been so hungry for these 2 days. Jiang Feng looked around and watched. The chicken farm not far away could not help but shine. Go, elder brother will take you to eat chicken. Eating chicken? What kind of chicken? But after the three of them reacted for a while, they reacted in an instant and eat chicken. This feeling is good. But there is no pot or stove. How to eat it? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 582. Jiang Feng did not explain. At this time, in his mind, he couldn't help but come up with a manufacture program for the beggar. Big fool, you run fast, go to Old He and secretly ask for some peppercorns, cinnamon leaves, my sauce and fine salt. And Inox, go get me a bucket of water. The two of them heard this and ran away in a hurry. Zhang Sanchong asked for a while, Feng Tsai, are you missing something? What? Waka. How can I eat without a pot? Who said chicken must be cooked? Jiang Feng mysteriously smiled. As Zhang Sanchong saw Jiang Feng's smile, he instantly became calm. Every time this guy smiles so cheaply, it's going to do something. Thinking of Jiang Feng's magical skills, Zhang Sanchong couldn't help but shake his hands. Jiang Feng pointed to the chicken coop when he saw him. Go touch some chickens, and get some eggs by the way. Good. Zhang Sanchong ran away hurriedly when he saw something was done. And Jiang Feng, using the golden scimitar studded with gems he carried with him, found a few banana trees that had just grown out of the bushes, and was overjoyed in an instant. With this thing, it's easy to handle. When Jiang Feng returned the banana tree to a small stream between two mountains, Cheng Chumo came early and killed the chickens. The ground is full of white flowers and eggs. Jiang Feng couldn't help being stunned. Chong Tsai, are you robbing Butcher Zheng? No, Butcher Zheng heard that you wanted it, so he picked 10 fat chickens. He also found a basket of eggs and gave it to me. He said that the eggs will stink after eating. Jiang Feng was speechless. Okay, then you guys, find a clean mud. It must be clean, preferably the kind dug from the ground. The kind that can fill these chickens is the best. Several people were dumbfounded. What is this to do? But I didn't ask. I ran away in a hurry. Cheng Chuma ran slowly and was caught by Jiang Feng. You stay, give me chicken feathers. Cheng Chumo is speechless. He always has a little doubt that this guy is referring to something else, but he has no evidence, so he can only squat on the ground and pluck his hair. And Jiang Feng's request is still a thief. But where did Cheng Chumo do this thing about plucking chicken feathers? Finally, Jiang Feng could only quietly call Guzi and Zuzi, and this solved the big trouble. When several people washed and stripped the chickens, Wai Shu and Wai Shu came back with their robes wrapped in a large pile of mud, which was about 100 catties. Several people put down the mud, and then watched Jiang Feng's operation eagerly. Everyone was confused again about Jiang Feng's operation. I saw what he boiled in a small pot, and then smeared all the fragrant things on the chicken, but it was nothing. In the end Jiang Feng actually used it. The banana leaves wrapped the chickens, and then the mud was thinly wrapped. That's it. Then, in the eyes of a few unfathomable mystery, Jiang Feng actually threw these muddy chickens into the fire, and then a bunch of them were born in another place. The fire, that's not even a big fire. After the dozens of mud bumps were dried and cracked, Jiang Feng took them out again, smeared them with a layer of mud, and then let Cheng Chumo in the place where the fire had just burned. I dug a big hole, threw all these mud bumps into it, filled it with soil again, and set off a big fire. That's the end. I couldn't help but all of them were dumbfounded. Feng Tsai, can you eat this stuff? Have they ever seen such a show operation? Even when you were training outside on the march, did you never do this? Can this thing be eaten after such a tossing? Jiang Feng glanced at the crowd without saying anything. He took the place where the fire was previously burned, gently shoveled away the charcoal, put all the eggs in it one by one, and used the ashes to put the eggs cautiously, wrap it up, and then give up. This makes it even more difficult for a few people to understand. Several people watched Zhang Feng frantically at the fire. Cheng Chumo couldn't help but stabbed Zhang Sunchong, who was squatting on the ground, and asked, "Is this guy irritated, or why would it be such a mess? This tour ever had a stove? As for ruining things like this." Zhang Sunchong couldn't help sighing as he looked at Zhang Feng. Oh, if old Li, or Darbing, his father knew, he would dare to talk to Feng Tsai like this. You are believing or not? His legs can't be kept 1 inch. Why? A few people couldn't help but asked in confusion. Zhang Sunchong sighed, pointed to his head and said, "Feng Tsai's head is probably out of anger." Cheng Chuma rolled the eyes. This product can make your head angry? He really doesn't believe this. As for Zhang Feng's urinary sex, he doesn't call people crazy, it is God-blessed, but Darbing is a damn thing. You have to teach him a bit, this fucking pervert. If Feng Tsai is forced into a hurry, then when the time comes, it's all we who are unlucky. I thought of this. Cheng Chumo and Zhang Sunchong started discussing how to do dugu. This product is really dying to clean up. What are you doing with Feng Tsai, mother? The last few people combined really came up with a way. Yes, wait and keep the chicken butt for him. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 583. Just when a few people are discussing it, it's rising. There is also good news from Zhang Feng. Not right. It is a burst of meaty aroma. Several people's stomachs also went on strike again. How many people are still in the mood to discuss something? What else is there to discuss? Just give it a beat. Don't you be honest? The meeting for Duga started in such a hurry and ended in a hurry. Several people stared at the fragrant dirt bumps, and all the halazi shed all over the floor. It's strange, it's really strange. I've heard of rice-free cooking before, didn't expect. Today, Lao Tzu has really seen rice-free cooking. Some of it. What? Cheng Chumo was agitated, and finally stammered. Mainly, at this time, Zhang Feng used a stone to gently crack the mud fast, and the smell of fleshy flesh came out again in an instant. Cheng Chumo's eyes all stared. Feng Tsai, what's this famous? Called a chicken. Zhang Feng was satisfied to peel off the banana leaves and put them inside the golden chicken came out. Although there are a lot of seasonings missing here, Zhang Feng just found licorice in the bushes, and there are several other kernel that can replace seasonings. The most important thing is that there are so many peppercorns. Great Tang lacks everything, especially Chainan. But this pepper is not lacking at all. Whether it is the mountain around Chainan city, there are so many pepper trees, it is nothing. So there is no shortage of seasoning on this mountain. This scent of tender peppercorns filled the nasal cavity, which made Zhang Feng couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Not to mention the Guzi and Zhu who squatted far away looking at this side. Zitu. Although they had fallen off the ground a long time ago, Zuzi his father had warned them strictly, if they dare to be in front of Zhang Feng, they would break their legs and lock them up. So, they don't dare to fool around like before. Don't dare to find Zhang Feng to play. At this time, Zhang Feng's chicken hadn't been completely washed out of the mud, and Cheng Chumo couldn't stand it for a long time. Well, Feng Tsai, this thing is hot, your hands are precious, I will come. No, I will come too. I'm coming too. While speaking, 3 people bravely walked up and held a burning hot soil while groaning while eating. Zhang Feng is speechless. Don't you just call the chicken? There are so many. But at this time, smelling the smell of meat, his eyes were dizzy already hungry. Greeting to Guzi and Zuzi, the 2 came up, and one of them gave them a chicken and said, just eat here, don't say it, otherwise you won't have to eat 1 inch. Zuzi looked at the rear, and said timidly, Brother Feng Tsai, I want to give my younger sister a drumstick, can I? I will give her save one for the whole, and you guys will eat it secretly at night. Good. It's not that Zhang Feng is reluctant to bear it. It's this chicken, although there are thousands of them, and every day all are delivered continuously, although I don't know where Li Qian got the chicken from, it can't hold many people. If people are attracted to this, He still has a good day. Who is it for? Who won't you eat? So, it is inevitable to open a small stove. It's not that he refuses, but the key is that no one will do it. Now there are so many things. If this is coupled with this thing, then he can't be crazy. And just now, Li Chengqian's voice came from not far away. Feng Tsai, good thing, great thing. Several people who are eating chicken, hearing this for a moment, look at Li, who is running in the wind. Chengqian asked vaguely, what's the matter? Li Chengqian saw the strange behavior of a few people, smelling the tempting chicken smell in the air, and couldn't help speeding up the pace. When rushing to the side of a few people, Cheng Chumo, the three of them, had already hidden a chicken early. The chicken in my hand is almost ready to eat. Li Chengqian stared at several people. Wow! I'm busy at the foot of the mountain. I'm not alive. You guys are good. Eat chicken here, and also eat such delicious chicken. Give me Chen Sheniu. I order you to get it for me a chicken. Cheng Chumo hearing this, it sounds uncomfortable. But there is no way. My family is Lord Crown Prince, and he can't afford to offend him. I had to stand up anxiously, smashed a piece of soil with my fist, and the roasted and yellow chicken instantly leaked out, and it was accompanied by bursts of attractive fragrance. I couldn't help but, what the Crown Prince Fenyi, what etiquette. In this brief moment, I forgot all about it, squatting on the ground, learning the appearance of Jiang Feng, holding the chicken ass fiercely and biting on chicken thighs. Li Chengqian couldn't help groaning comfortably while feeling the fragrance in his mouth. At this time, Jiang Feng asked, after eating a chicken, what's the matter, this panic? The person I asked you to invite, have you invited? Li Chengqian ignored Jiang Feng. Instead, he looked at Jiang Feng with excitement and asked, Feng Tsai, can you tell me, what is the name of this thing? It's called Huajiha. What's wrong? Jiang Feng was stunned. Li Chengqian was also stunned. But next moment, he asked like crazy, Feng Tsai, can you teach me to be a chicken? Diff. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 584. His Imperial Majesty, the mountain in front is Mount Q. On the winding mountain road, a caravan dressed in merchant services is walking slowly in the direction of Mount Q. In this team of caravans, on a sliding pole, Li Shimin half squinted his eyes and looked at both sides of the road. The people who were daring to go to Mount Q were constantly walking and asking the victims the situation at home. The more he asked, the heavier Liu Shimin's heart became. At this moment, little Gizzy pointed to the densely packed mountaintop that was full of people, and said. Li Shimin glanced intently, and couldn't help being taken aback by the sight in front of him. On Mount Q, all the original woods have been leveled, and here, can be seen everywhere something is being built on the construction site. There are a large area on the top of the mountain, and there are also small groups of young people who gather together to build houses on the mountain can be seen everywhere. Li Shimin couldn't help but wonder. What does this mean, Master Li? Jiang Feng said, the first thing you want to study here is not to use external forces and to be here with your own hands to build a brick house specified by Jiang Feng. It is still a so-called area plan. It is said that if you want to work here, you must build your own house to be qualified to work here. Li Shimin was dumbfounded. Looking at Wei Zheng, who was also sitting on the sliding pole, asked, Old Wei, there is still this rule. Li Shimin couldn't help but get interested. Wei Zheng shook his folding fan desperately and said, Feng Tsai said that if you want to work or want to study here, you have to show your ability and ask him to see. I don't have the qualifications to study, otherwise I'll get out as early as possible. And I also heard that this youngster not only allows those people to build their own houses, but also has to build according to the history small building, he said. Not only that, but also sent a supervisor to personally supervise it. This youngster. Li Shimin hearing this, couldn't help but feel very good. Although I don't know what Jiang Feng wants to do, this youngster obviously wants to use free labor. However, this is fine. After all, this youngster has no money on hand, and he is still such a ghost. Although he does not need money, At least this level will put those who want to die and wait for death, all brush it down, and those who really want to read, really distinguish it. There are advantages and disadvantages to doing this. The advantage is that it can distinguish some people who really want to learn things, but the disadvantage is that it is difficult for the heirs of high-ranking officials. But after thinking about it, Li Shimin agreed with Zhang Feng's approach. If our academy could do this, then Great Tang would be really different. Li Shimin sighed sincerely. Wai Zheng is silent. Although he still has some resistance to Zhang Feng, the academy's approach. After all, it is mentioned in Sage's book that although there is no distinction between high and low in reading, this is not something that ordinary people can learn. This is the only way to distinguish the students from the civilians. And Zhang Feng did this because he wanted everyone in the world to go to school. Although he doesn't know if it is good or bad, Zhang Feng has done this. What can he do? After all, Zhang Feng's strength and ability are all there. Just as Li Shimin and Wai Zheng were walking slowly with the fleeing army on the way to Mount Qi. On Mount Qi, the gong rang at this time, and even came angry roar from Cheng Chumo. Come on. As the sound fell, I saw the person who was still working in the game, like an ant, instantly dropped his tool and swarmed there. The place where there is a smoky smoke is a place at the entrance of a mountain built by a few big trees. The people who were already slow on the road, after hearing this roar, it was like a donkey turned into a horse, madly rushing to the mountain. Li Shimin and the others could only push all the chickens and ducks that they were driving away by pulling the bone-strengthening powder and grain to the side of the road, letting them open a wide avenue that everyone stepped on. Looking at the densely packed crowd holding up a broken bowl, Li Shimin couldn't help but panic. How did this make my people like this? After and the others left, Li Shimin waved his hand and said, "Speed up, I want to see what they are eating." Following Li Shimin's order, the originally slow team suddenly accelerated. A team of Jinwu guards, incarnations of guards, also at this time, cleared the road ahead, and some people hurriedly rode to the top of the mountain and reported. And when both are proceeding in an orderly manner, in the chicken farm on Mount Qi mountainside, Li Chengqian, holding a large oiled paper umbrella, moved a temporary, imitating a recliner made by Zhang Feng, lying there, directing Guzi wait for dozens of babies where to cook chicken. You guys are too slow, too stupid. Don't you eat your chicken belly? Can this be eaten? And Guzi, somehow you cleaned the mud on your hands. Can you go get the chicken? If you dare to do this, be careful not to eat the chicken, but I will leave it to Momo. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 585. Li Chengqian did not notice here. When his side was booming and began to call the chicken, a large number of refugees who had just gone up the mountain were already attracted by the fragrance here, and slowly came up. When Li Chengqian found out, these people were not far away from him, and Zheng Chufu was also holding a pig slaughtering blade and glaring at them angrily. What are you doing? You are all going to rebel. Give me obediently and honestly get out of work. With Zheng, when the butcher's roar sounded, Li Chengqian turned around. He didn't know, but this look directly shocked him. I only saw the children behind him, basically those children who followed their parents up the mountain. At this time, each of them stared at his hand with big sullen eyes. You youngster, eat a chicken, don't know how to cover up, look at it now, let me see how you explain to Feng Tsai. Zheng Butcher hates, he said bitterly, stomped his feet, and left. At this time, the children looked at the big drumsticks in the hands of Guzi and Zuzi, and couldn't help but step forward together, and the two of Guzi quickly hid the drumsticks. But it's too late. Under hunger, people's IQ is basically negative, especially when they see such delicious food. Everyone has forgotten what IQ is. One of the teenagers, after all, couldn't hold back. He pounced on to grab the chicken in Guzi's hand, but at this moment, Li Chengqian's guard hurried over and kicked a fly. Someone flew. Bold. Don't step back quickly. Which one is not an expert who can be a guard by Crown Prince? Although the guard had received a lot of strength at this time, he still kicked the boy far away. Until now, Those people were awake in this cold cry. An elder brother who seemed to be that young man or a young man, kowtowed to Li Chengqian in horror. "Uncle, please do me a favor, don't kill him, he hasn't eaten for 3 days." He ran into the uncle in confusion. "Li Chengqian's face, it's not good. Look at those people, and then look at the chickens that have just been roasted, and the grilled chickens that have been chilled," and waved. "Guzi, give it to them." Guzi didn't move, but instead hugged the chicken in his hand to death. Li Chengqian was angry, but he didn't know who to send this anger to, so he had to take a deep breath and said, "Wait for me to bake it for you. You give it to them." Obedient. "No, Momo hasn't eaten yet. None of my brothers have eaten yet." Observe. "Wait, I promise you all have chickens." Hearing this, Guzi and the others reluctantly threw the chicken to them. And when the chickens were handed out, what Li Chengqian originally thought was looting did not happen. The young man in the lead took the chickens and placed them all on the ground, and then tore them off one by one. One person's points went down. In the end, these chickens are still not enough. But in his hand, there is only the last piece of chicken neck left. Gritting his teeth, the boy also handed out the chicken neck in his hand. Li Chengqian finally couldn't stand it anymore. Has he ever seen such a scene? Whether he is in the palace or where, what he wants to eat, is it not a matter of words? Even if you want to eat tiger meat, there will always be someone who will bring it to him immediately, and at this time, what did he see? It is clear that Feng Tsai has collected all the rotten food. Why are they still like this? Guzi, you guys, and you, go and get the chickens and ducks. The more the better. No, these chickens and ducks are Feng's elder brother, you can eat a little bit. So many people, how much do you have to eat? Feng Tsai elder brother didn't eat it. Zuzi immediately quit. Li Chengqian can only wave his hand and say, "Don't worry, I will drive thousands of chickens and ducks up the mountain when I wait for me." Are you afraid of a hammer? Did I eat your chicken? Get out of me and catch the chicken. Seeing Li Chengqian getting angry, and hearing that thousands of chickens and ducks are about to come, Guzi and a few people just ran away. While running, he roared, "Zhengwuzi, Li Noble's son wants chickens. Many, many chickens. I just turned back from Li Chengqian and my butt hasn't been seated yet." Zheng Butcher on the hot bench is hearing this. His eyes are green. "You are a son of a bitch. I dare not call home, youngster. Believing or not, I interrupt your dog leg." Guzi hearing this, could not help but shrink-necked his neck. He pointed to Li Chengqian and said, he wants a lot of chickens and ducks, and he wants to feed the refugees. Zheng Butcher hearing this, instantly exploded. "So many people? How many chickens do you have?" "No, without Feng Tsai, let alone a chicken. From now on, no one will give it any more." He said, "Wait for his family, thousands of chickens will be sent to make up, and we haven't eaten them yet." The lunatic elder brother is also waiting. "If you don't give it to me now, just go to Feng Tsai elder brother." "Wait, you said," the youngster said, "how many chickens will his servant bring?" "I probably heard that it was there are thousands of them." "What's the matter?" "Thousands." Zheng Butcher's eyes were black. Suddenly roared, "My mother, Wasrul, there is not much food on this mountain. My mother, you fucking open so many mouths now, want to eat Feng Tsai. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 586. Jiang Feng is very busy. I got up early in the morning and ran into more than 1,000 refugees going up the mountain. I originally wanted Li Qian to deal with it, but I don't know what magic the youngster is. A beggar fascinated him. In the morning, I ran away before dawn. I don't know where I am now. Even Guzi Zuzi, who is responsible for serving porridge and distributing food, and the group of dolls all ran away without a shadow. How can this not give Jiang Feng a headache? But that's okay. Du Dabing got busy as soon as this guy came, and there was no time to quarrel with him. It's just that when he was running, his blueprint was abducted by the way. Early in the morning, Jiang Feng lay on the table and started blueprint again. Just when Jiang Feng's blueprint was about to succeed, he suddenly felt a cool breeze. He thought it was Guzi who came back and fanned him. "Guzi, the wind is a bit bigger, by the way, that damn where did you die? I said, Feng Tsai, who are you talking about? At this moment, Li Shimin's voice sounded behind Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng thought he had heard it wrong, and turned around to see that there was Guzi behind him. Li Shimin was fanning him while staring at his blueprint. Old Li, old Y, when did you come? By the way, this is. As soon as he turned around, Jiang Feng I saw Li Shimin and Y Zheng, and an old man with his hands on his back and looking at the busy people outside the door. Li Shimin pointed to Sun Simiao and said, isn't this the divine Dr. Sun Simiao you were looking for? Li Qian knew I was coming yesterday at that time. I ran away, but I saw Darbing at the door. But where did Li Qian go? Li Shimin thought that Li Chengqian was in a hurry to go up the mountain because of a major event. I still want to show off in front of Sun Simiao, but I didn't see anyone in this mountain. This couldn't help but disappoint Li Shimin a little bit. As soon as I walked in, I hurriedly asked, and where does Jiang Feng care to say this? I hurriedly pushed Li Shimin away, came to Sun Simiao's front, bowed, student Jiang Feng, see Mr. Medicine God. Sun Simiao looked back, hugged a fist and said, the little friend is polite. I have heard about you a long time ago. At this time, I can take out 20,000 stones of food and save the people from water and fire. The courage of the little friend is really admirable. 1 inch. Elder son is overpraised. Youngster is just trying to make a small contribution. See Jiang Feng and Sun Simiao, you say something not salty. If not, Li Shimin and Li Shimin were completely left aside, and they simply left the room and wandered around the construction site. Old Y, look at this thing. It is so strange that it is built. As soon as I walked out of the house and wandered around the construction site, Li Shimin noticed the difference. It stands to reason that the repair of a house is nothing more than a soil embryo house, or a brick house or a wooden house, but although it is just laying the foundation, it seems to be different from the house that the two understand. We could not help but Li Shimin beckons with the hand called Wai Shu. I ask you, what is going on? Of course, Wai Shu knows what is going on. I told Li Shimin the whole story. Li Shimin was hearing this. He couldn't sit still and ignored Wai Zheng and hurried into the wood house. At this time, Jiang Feng and Sun Simiao seemed to be discussing something. Even Jiang Feng actually wrote something and gave it to Sun Simiao. Sun Simiao looked at the paper and said nothing, and left without saying a word. Li Shimin curiously asked, will you still open medicine recipe? Where is this medicine recipe? This is just a recipe for ingredients, that's all. By the way, old Li, why do you have time to come here today? Li Shimin hearing this, sighed, isn't this giving you food? Duke of Chen learned about you, and transported you 10,000 shi of grain from Liuozu, and I also brought you more than 10,000 chickens and sent you with ducks. These were originally dealt with last time. The locusts made it. I can't keep them anymore. I just give it all to you. If you like it, there will be 30,000 pigs in a few days. These pigs are all from Tibet. Jiang Feng hearing this, couldn't help being overjoyed. Old Li, you are really my savior. With this batch of food and chickens and ducks, this time the problem has been solved. I am worried that this food is not enough. So I can only ask the god of medicine to see if I can make something on this mountain and make a fuss on this porridge. But now, since you have all the food, then my plan is to make a perfect soup. Forget it. This is really timely rain. Jiang Feng would really go crazy without these 10,000 stones of food. But now, there was so much food in this moment, Jiang Feng was naturally happy and overjoyed. However, Li Shimin was full of problems, and finally asked the main one, Feng Tsai, what about Li Qian? Why didn't I see him? Did he go down the mountain again? No. But the youngster didn't see the silhouette early in the morning, and I don't know where he went. Li Shimin was surprised at hearing this. What's the matter? Jiang Feng shrugged. Where do I know this? When I came back yesterday, I happened to catch up with me making a chicken, and then he had to pester me and call him. Maybe this youngster is now nesting in which corner to make a chicken. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 587. Li Shimin was angry. Suddenly, A wave of anger that can't be suppressed goes out. When is this? This is a time when the whole country is starving, and I thought that Crown Prince was actively responding to the disaster, and he was facing up yesterday morning, so he was so happy, but the facts, people are desperately trying to settle the victims. How about him? What is a dignified Crown Prince doing? Thanks I. So what, you think about it first, wait until I come to you. I have something to go out. Something? What's the matter with you? Jiang Feng was dumbfounded. Yes, I wanted to find old Li to see this blueprint. What was wrong with it? Now it's okay. This fucking ran away. And let's talk about Li Shimin. Can he not run? Dignified Crown Prince. If Divine Doctor Sun saw him wandering around here, people are busy dying. But he, well, although Li Shimin is not afraid, he can't hold back the rumors. Unfortunately, Li Shimin found a baby as soon as he went out, took out a piece of corn momo, and said, "Baby, have you seen a Goozy?" Little baby, Li Shimin has seen, used to play with Goozy and the others at Jiang Feng's small tavern door. At this time, the black baby saw Momo in Li Shimin's hands and his eyes were straight. He pointed to himself and said, "Uncle, are you giving this to me?" Li Shimin wanted to vomit blood, but I still suppressed the anger in my heart, nodded. "As long as you tell grandfather, the corn momo in grandfather's hands is yours." Little baby looked around. No one paid attention to this side. This is a cautiously greeting. Li Shimin squatted down and said, "Did I tell you? But you must not tell others. They are making chickens in that ravine. And there are many people here now, and there are not enough chickens!" Exclamation mark. Chicken? Question mark. Impossible. Li Shimin has long known that Crown Prince used to mess around in Chainan City, but this is before, so he can turn a blind eye. But where is this place? Although there is no eyeliner here, the artisans all know them, and besides, he can guarantee Waishu that they will not go out and talk nonsense, or let the people see it, take it out and talk nonsense. What about his Li Shimin's how to save face? In the morning today, he also boasted that Crown Prince is sensible and can know how to worry about the people, but what about now? What is he doing? Little Gizzy, come with a sword. Li Shimin got up, gnashing teeth with a low growl. Little Gizzy, who followed Li Shimin, trembled at hearing this. "Emperor, Lord, it's not necessary, let's go and see first. This little baby has no hair on his mouth." I said, "Bring the sword." Li Shimin furiously shouted. Although most people have not heard it, but the Waishu guys who have been following here can tell from Li Shimin's expression that the food is broken. A few people hurriedly got together. I said, "How many brothers? What's the matter?" I don't think Li's expression is right. Go and ask that little baby. He should have heard something. I suddenly had a bad feeling that Li Qian's youngster would be unlucky. Several people waited for Li Shimin to leave, and grabbed the little baby just now and asked, "I asked you, what did the master just say?" The little baby was frightened and forced. "He gave me a momo, you, if you want to eat, you." Waishu stared. "I ask you, what did he say?" "He, ask me Goozy where they went." Then finally what did you say?" The little baby thought for a while, and said, "It seems that I called some sister-in-law so cheap." Sword. Fuck. This fucking major event. How many people do not know what cheap means? This is His Imperial Majesty who is going to kill. Who is this killing? Could it be with the chicken? Hiss. Several people couldn't help being sucked in a cold breath, and hurriedly followed Li Shimin's direction and ran away. And this scene was also seen by Wei Zheng, who was observing and recording Dugu, how to record these victims and how to distribute food. He originally wanted to copy this complete set and take it back. Chainan, used on Chainan. But now when I saw Wei Shu and the other Sayazi running wildly, while Li Shimin in front of him was striding away with a bright thing in his hand, he was instantly shocked. Darbing, come here quickly." Where can Wei Zheng take care of the others? He hurriedly called Duga and asked, "What's the matter?" Duga has been busy since getting up in the morning. And now he can't even pee in time. Where can I take care of this? He glanced at the direction where several people were running, and said dully, "It seems to be looking for Li Qian's youngster. The youngster will be gone before dawn. I don't know what I'm doing." Wei Zheng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It's broken. It can make His Imperial Majesty such a big fire suddenly. That means forget about other things. Wei Zheng kicked the pen and paper in his hands, then hurriedly carried his robe, and hurriedly chased him in the direction where Cheng Chumo was running. The change here finally attracted the attention of Sun Simiao, who was watching the things cooked by the village officer next to the pot, and a bowl of porridge with bone-strengthening powder for comparison. When I saw Wei Zheng being so hurried, I looked intently, and I was shocked instantly. Duga beckons with the hand hurriedly. "Youngster, carry the old man and catch up with them quickly." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 588. Although the term chicken was normal at the time of Great Tang, it was also a very lowly thing. If it's an average person, that's nothing. But dignified a crown prince of a country, what is that? That represents the imperial family. That many people are busy helping the victims. And what is a crown prince doing? How can this not make Li Shimin angry? At this time, Li Shimin was carrying a sword, his face covered with frost, and behind him, all Jinwu guards seemed to be there, fan-shaped guarding Li Shimin from both sides. They also saw the anger on His Imperial Majesty's face. Unfortunately, everyone was sweating, holding double-edged sabers, hands hidden in their robes. After Li Shimin passed a mountain beam, he saw an endless circle of chicken coops surrounded by bamboo sticks. Not far from the chicken coop, from a cave on a mountain by the side of the trickling stream, a large group of people were gathered together, not knowing what they were doing. But in the middle of the crowd, Li Chengqian's robe could be seen by Li Shimin and the others at a glance. Beside Li Chengqian, a banner read the words "Relief to the victims, eat chickens." Seeing these words, Li Shimin couldn't help but feel dizzy. When everyone saw this scene, their heads buzzed. What is Crown Prince doing? This damn thing is dying. No wonder His Imperial Majesty is so angry. So that's how it is. After being shocked, Little Gizzy whispered to a Jinwu guards quietly, "Go and ask Jiang Feng to come and rescue him now. If you play, the miscellaneous family will never spare you." The Jinwu guards, hearing this, their legs trembled, and they ran away trembling with fear. And how can Li Shimin take care of that many? Looking at the Li Chengqian who was lying on the recliner, shaking the fan and drinking beer, how angry. "I haven't had a good meal in 3 days. You are an unfilial son. What are you doing? I asked you to come to learn Jiang Feng's ability. I thought you learned what? Is this what you learned? Unfilial son. Knee down for me." Li Shimin finally couldn't help it. Furiously shouted and rushed down after raising the sword. He was comfortably directing the Guzi people to pluck chicken feathers, wash and peel the chickens and ducks, and then wrap them in banana leaves. At this moment, he faintly heard a loud roar. Originally, I was slightly surprised. But in the immediate noise of Guzi and the others, he didn't take it anymore. He thought it was a hallucination. Anyone who is in the buzzing of hundreds of people will have the illusion of auditory hallucinations for a moment. You, Zuzi, made a mistake. You have to put the seasoning in the chicken belly first. Otherwise, if you make it like this, who can eat it? No, it tastes 1 inch. And you guys, are the eggs so burnt? If they are burned like this, they all become coke. While he was pointing to Guzi and more than a dozen people, a huge force suddenly hit his head. In an instant, Li Chengqian's head dizzy, and he hit the ground so hard. Unfilial son. You, what are you doing here? I'm going to kill you. Li Shimin's lungs are exploded. From a distance, Li Chengqian seems to be lying there, but when he comes closer, Li Shimin just wants to vomit blood. Li Chengqian shook the fan in one hand, and in the other hand held a big chicken leg with keen interest pleasure, which is nothing. What's even more hateful is that there are hundreds of people on the side staring eagerly. Are you too embarrassed to eat? Li Shimin screamed, with a sword in his hand, pointed at Li Chengqian's neck, shouted angrily, unfilial son. What are you doing? Father. Father. I'm making a chicken, Pa. It's okay for Li Shimin not to listen. Next, the sword in his hand slammed against Li Chenqian's face with a sideways sound. Trembling with anger, little Gizzy took a look and hurriedly stepped forward to hold Li Shimin and said, Master, you have to pay attention to your body. Don't get angry. You have to listen, young master. What is he doing? What? Do you think I can't see it? Li Shimin pushed little Gizzy away. At this time, Wai Shu and a few people also hurriedly arrived. Seeing this look, there was a sudden pain in their brains. Mother, this grandson, you fucking, when is this? Are you still happy here? If you want to die, don't die like this, okay? Unfortunately, a few people hurried forward and rushed to persuade them to fight. Lord Li, calm down. Listen to what Li Qian said. Is it? Li Qian hasn't closed his eyes for this matter all this time, dreaming all day long. I'm thinking about how to solve the problem of insufficient food. We can guarantee these, otherwise, we will let him be lazy today. He hasn't slept in the past few days, so he's here today. Let's let him take a vacation and take a good rest. You'll put out the fire first and listen to what he says. Puff. Puff. At this time, the people who had been around here to watch the roasted chicken and duck drooling all knelt down. Li Shimin was stunned. The sword of raised high has never been put down, and Wai Shu and the others were also stunned. The two who had just arrived with Sun Simiao on their backs were stunned. Everyone was stunned at this time. I saw all the refugees kowtow to Li Shimin and said, Master, you can spare noble son. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 589. Li Shimin was dumbfounded. After a while, he said, You wait to get up first. No, Lord, if you don't put down the sword, we won't get up. An old man in the crowd knelt and walked to Li Shimin's feet in tears, holding Li Shimin's leg choked and said, Lord, although I don't know the old man why you made such a big fire, but this noble son is now saving our lives. Li Shimin was hearing this, and couldn't help but be touched. He squatted down, helped the old man himself, and asked, Sir, please also sir carefully. In detail, it's unfortunate for the family to come here. This is my dog. Originally, I wanted him to come here. Master, you misunderstood noble son. The old man interrupted Li Shimin and pointed to a group of refugees behind him and said, Yesterday, we came. When we were looking to build a house, we met noble son here. At that time, even though we ate noble son Jiang's porridge, but it's been almost 10 days without water and rice. How can this be enough? So we came here after smelling the aroma. Noble son started in the afternoon last night. I'm just here to keep roasting chicken. Otherwise, I guess the old man would have to go to Yama to report this morning. Li Shimin hearing this, glanced suspiciously at Li Chenqian. What's going on? Li Chenqian didn't dare to lie and said, When I returned to the mountain yesterday, I didn't see Feng Tsai. So I went everywhere looking for it. I finally found a few of them who were roasting chicken here. This chicken is the most delicious chicken I have ever eaten. There is no one. So I wondered about the chicken in our hands. There is no food to feed. Basically, I will be hungry every day. A lot of death. So I thought, in this way, the chicken is divided and eaten. So I learned this ability from Jiang Feng and taught it to them, remembering the teachings of father. And what Feng Zi said before, giving people to fish but not teaching people to fish. Therefore, I just made my own choice, while roasting chicken for them to eat. On the other hand, I also want them to learn a little ability. As everyone explained, Li Shimin finally understood. Old Li, you blamed Li Qian. At this moment, Jiang Feng also slowly squeezed into the crowd and looked at Li Qian's red and swollen cheeks. A bloodstain could not help but patted him on the shoulder. If you do this in the future, you can tell me no way? Do you have to be abused? While speaking, Jiang Feng looked at Li Shimin and said, You too. Anyway, this is also your son. Are you willing to fight like this? It's alright, now that you are here, let's take a look at your son's chicken. What are you doing in a daze? Don't get your dad's chicken." Zhang Feng glared at Li Chengqian. Li Chengqian suddenly realized. At this time, bursts of laughter broke out in the crowd. "Noble son, keep the chicken but for me." "No, the chicken in that pit has been healed for a long time. Noble son, first take the one from that pit chicken, otherwise it's all burned." "Noble son, I haven't eaten chicken yet. This time I keep the chicken rack. I have to take it back to my old woman for him to taste. Well, there are all present today." "This noble son." Li Chengqian, hearing this, turn around and pretend that everyone is present both, but seeing that Zhang Feng and Li Shimin's face is not good, they hurriedly shrunk their necks, buried their heads and shouted at the two of Guzi. "Why are you still stunned? Dig a chicken 1 inch." Several people hurriedly dug out dozens of small mud bumps in the wash basin from the fire pit. Li Shimin, seeing, dumbfounded. Sun Simiao also dumbfounded. "Feng Tsai, what is this stuff? Can you eat it?" "Little friend Zhang Feng, what is this?" Li Shimin asked almost in unison with Sun Simiao. At this time, when the refugees saw these dirt, their eyes straightened instantly. "This is the huaji, I made it." "The huaji?" Li Shimin and Sun Simiao both glanced at each other, with question marks on their faces. "Call the chicken?" Crown Prince is actually making a joke. What kind of system is it? Just as Li Shimin was about to get angry, Zhang Feng slapped his forehead and explained. "So what? I mean, the manufacturing method of this thing is so simple that even a beggar can make it, and as you can see, this thing does not require a pot or stove. It only needs to be made on the spot, and it can be manufactured. It is a must-have for home travel." In the early years of Li Shimin, he often fought south and north, and the food was basically it's all set on the fire and roasted, or it's done in a pot. "How can you ever see it like this?" Not to mention Sun Simiao. After moving into the deep mountains and forests, they are basically hungry and full. When there is food, it is either eaten raw or grilled over the fire. Where have you seen such a cooking method? One is the emperor and the other is the god of medicine. Not to mention having eaten all the delicacies of the world, but most of the delicacies have been eaten, but I have never seen such a riceless cook. The two could not help but see Li Chengqian personally knocking on the mud bumps, revealing the yellow cockbutt, and they couldn't help but lick their mouths. After all the stuff in their belly these days is gruel. At this moment, how can you stop seeing such magical things? Li Chengqian got the 2 chickens and packed them with 2 banana leaves, and handed them to Li Shimin and Sun Simiao. "Please also, divine doctor, Father, taste this chicken." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 590. Li Shimin only saw Li Chengqian's face at this time, full of traces of flooding, and even the hair on his forehead was burnt up. Li Shimin did not pick up the chicken, but instead slapped his head for Li Chengqian. This turned out to be a chicken. "Ha ha ha," said with a smile. "Okay, I will try your chicken too. I want to see it." "Look, you got a bit of a true biography of Feng Tsai." Zhang Feng couldn't help rolling the eyes. "Old Li, this is wrong with you. What do you mean?" "It seems that you let your son steal the teacher." "Feng Zi, what are you talking about?" "Come to eat chicken, eat chicken. This one tastes very good. I specially left it to you." Cheng Chumo saw Zhang Feng and Li Shimin have 2 eyes, one hand hooking Zhang Feng's neck. He arched Zhang Feng's waist at the moment. Originally, Cheng Chumo was a little shorter than Zhang Feng, and Zhang Feng was almost out of breath in this way. Zhang Feng finally took his breath away, looking at the chicken butt on the edge of his mouth. His whole hair was tied up in an instant. No, this kind of deliciousness, I have no blessings. If you like to eat, you eat, you eat." Cheng Chumo, hearing this, his eyes lit up instantly in Zhang Feng's stunned gaze. The one who threw the chicken butt into his mouth and chewed it was called Sweet. However, except for the yellow gurgling grease on the corners of his mouth. Jiang Feng almost vomited out overnight. Quickly squatted beside Sun Simiao for protection. Sun Simiao ate very slowly at first. He tore off a piece of chicken breast and handed the remaining muscles to the old man who had just kneeled at Li Shimin's feet. The touched old man thanked Sun Simiao again and again. "Don't be like this son is guilty." Sun Simiao patted the old man on the shoulder, took the old man to sit down, and took the wine gourd on his waist. "Share with the old man." "Old man, where are you from?" "Old man, I am from Lanshan." "Oh." Sun Simiao nodded. "Where did the Lanshan old man go? Where did he get rich?" "Oh, it's all the locusts making trouble 1 inch." The old man, hearing this, couldn't help but sigh. "Isn't it? If it wasn't for the divine Dr. Sun to smoke the locust with the magical medicinal herb, and then use the locust as medicine, the manufacture has become an edible thing. Let us sell it for a little money. The old man thinks I would have starved to death." Sun Simiao was taken aback. I glanced at Li Shimin. Look at Jiang Feng again. Can't help but suddenly. Jiang Feng's things before this time. He has heard Li Shimin say that this youngster didn't want to make one's mark, and it made such a case, but this medicine was born, and he became famous. His Imperial Majesty used his name taboo. He didn't know what was going on before, but last night, during a long conversation with Li Shimin all night, he realized what he really wanted, and he couldn't help but feel sorry for Jiang Feng. But at this time, the chicken that was eating couldn't help but feel fragrant. He sighed and said, "Sir, you are wrong. The medicine ingredient simply is not configured by divine Dr. Sun." The people who were rushing for food and the old man who was eating chicken thighs were all dumbfounded. The next moment, everyone was unwilling. "Well, you old man, I saw you with a kind face, but thought you were kind. Didn't expect you to be such a person. Who is divine Dr. Sun? How can you be filthy here? I think you'd better go. If you don't leave again, I think if this matter spreads out, then the thousands of people here will drown you with one spit." The old man fiercely put down the chicken, but after thinking about it, he picked it up again and left without looking back. Sun Simiao is helpless. "Sir, you guys, listen to me. This thing is really not made by the old man." Although the old man is familiar with medical books, the old man is also seeing this and other magical things. Only after the medicine ingredient understood the theory, "You made a mistake. This little friend made this thing. And the locusts and the fine salt you eat were also made by him 1 inch." Li Shimin is helpless. He also didn't expect things to be like this. But now think about it, if you use the divine doctor's mouth to spread this incident, it will definitely bring unexpected benefits to Jiang Feng. People's hearts. At this time, the people are still a little confused. I looked at Sun Simiao, and then at Jiang Feng. Suddenly, someone seemed to have tasted something, and looked at Sun Simiao tremblingly and asked, "Dare to ask you ... It's Divine Dr. Sunday." "Mr. Simiao?" Sun Simiao sighed. "Divine Doctor dare not be." "But the old man can change his name or sit without changing his surname. It is Sun Simiao." Hearing this, everyone is shocked. Knelt down busy. At this time, Sun Simiao he said with a smile, "Get up all the time. It doesn't have to be this way. The old man is just a trifling doctor, and it is the little friend Jiang Feng you want to thank. If it weren't for him, who would know what the situation is today?" Everyone looked at Jiang Feng and then at Sun Simiao. They didn't know what Sun Simiao was talking about. "It's true, but when I think Jiang Feng can come up with tens of thousands of stone grains to rescue them for free, and also get the imperial edict from His Imperial Majesty to run a school here, everyone is shocked." "Is it? Jiang Feng really did this?" I thought of this. Everyone knelt down again, thanking Jiang Feng. Li Shimin was eating the chicken while looking at everything in front of him, patted Li Chengqian on the shoulder and said, "This chicken is really fragrant." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 591. Li Shimin is in a good mood. Especially during this period of time, it is the best time. He not only saw the efforts of the next generation team of Li Chengqian and the others, but also saw Jiang Feng's real power. However, when I think of all this, it will be my own in the future. Li Shimin's heart can't help but get excited again. Li Shimin was very excited. After making a chicken with Li Chengqian himself, he was in a similar mood. Come here, you are all here to roast this chicken. I am in charge. I will roast them all, people on the mountain, one for each. Jiang Feng listened, the eyes are straight. Take Li Shimin aside, and hurriedly said, Old Li, are you crazy? Although your son is awesome, you can't mess things up like this. Do you know how many people are on the mountain now? If I eat this today, what shall we do in the future? Li Shimin patted Jiang Feng on the shoulder without saying a word, and everyone returned to the small wood house again. At this moment, Jiang Feng's salt making and the news that the locust plague was Jiang Feng's rescue have spread like wildfire on the mountain, and everyone was excited as if they were beaten with blood. Now there is the divine doctor sitting in the battle, and now there is a local rich man who gave them a chicken. At this time, everyone bowed to the small wood house and threw themselves into it again. The great cause of construction. Anyone who not only used food to save our lives, but also took out all the chickens for them to eat. Not only that, if it hadn't been for Jiang Feng to make such expensive and cheap fine salt, they were still jealous. But now Jiang Feng is having difficulties. They are not trying to get this thing right, then they are still human. Farms are not worthy. The animals also know that they have to follow the master's family after eating the food from the master's house. What's more, they are flesh and blood. And now, after enough noise, Li Shimin and several people finally sat in the small wood house, brow beaded with sweat. Old Li, tell me, although the food problem has been solved now, it can't be. I know what you are going to say. Li Shimin waved his hand. Little Gizzy hurriedly added, my Li Yuanwei has collected all the chickens and ducks that were placed outside Chainan City. Not only in Chainan City, they are given to the people for free, but also half of the chickens and ducks are going to be given to Jiang Feng little brother. Jiang Feng was taken aback. His face is full of disdain. Half? How much is half? Li Shimin glared. Why, these 300,000 chickens and ducks. Do you still think there are too few? Pudash. Jiang Feng took a sip of beer. Cheng Chumo opened his mouth and hurriedly asked, what did you say? How much? 300,000? Why so many? Li Shimin is helpless. Isn't this the bad idea of your youngster? At that time, when you were doing business with Tibet, you said to change things. This Tibet is like crazy. I'm afraid that these things won't survive, but cattle, sheep, and horses are okay. I don't want all the chickens, ducks, and pigs. I gave it to us, but I asked for 100,000 she of grain. Jiang Feng couldn't help but feel dizzy. Then, how many chickens and ducks are there in your hands now? Li Shimin was dumbfounded. Old Why, how many chickens and ducks do we have? Wai Zheng also asked, and said hurriedly, let me take a look. 1 inch. While speaking, I took out a small red book that I carried with me from the embroidered robe and turned it over. After a while, Wai Zheng said, now, our army of chickens and ducks outside Chainan City, there are 475,000, and there are thousands of chickens and ducks every day starving to death, or being trampled to death by other chickens and ducks. The daily consumption of food is as many as 10 stones. Hiss. Jiang Feng couldn't help being sucked in a cold breath. My dear, 470,000. Old Li, did you rob Tibet? Otherwise, how could you press too many chickens and ducks? Li Shimin gave a speechless wry smile. Where do I know this? At that time, the people in Tibet couldn't get enough food, and countless people starved to death. Where are the feedstuffs you made? So under the wise decision of the current His Imperial Majesty, I happen to have a little business, and I have contacts with people in Tibet, so they first said to deposit the chickens and ducks with me, but in the end it was not. Is the locust plague exploding? They simply replaced these chickens and ducks with 100,000 stone of food. If not, how could I be short of food? Li Shimin couldn't help but sigh. I miscalculated. If you had followed Jiang Feng's words and gathered the whole country's food, then now, where would such a field be? On the contrary, those chickens and ducks that were hot enough to scald one's hands have become another problem after solving the problem of people's food. These chickens and ducks are simply far more than the so-called 400,000. This is just gathering outside Chainan City. What about chickens and ducks from other places? How much is that? Think of these chickens and ducks. Li Shimin started to have a headache. This fucking, really, shit. But Zhang Feng couldn't help but patted Li Shimin on the shoulder excitedly and said, "Old Li, I'll discuss something with you." Li Shimin couldn't help but heart-startled. "What's the matter?" "Give me all your chickens and ducks. Do you know this time, you made a fortune." Zhang Feng is very excited. Originally, Old He and the others shook his head every time he met Zhang Feng and sighed that Zhang Feng was a fool. But they knew that although Zhang Feng lost 20,000 shi of food, Zhang Feng was so excited after hearing so many chickens and ducks at this time. Zhang Feng could not help but recite a poem again. "Oh, let a man of spirit venture where he pleases, and never tip his golden cup empty toward the moon, since heaven gave the talent, let it be employed. I spent a full 1,000 tals of gold, but back they shall come again." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 592. Li Shimin obviously does not understand what Zhang Feng is going to do for him. These chickens and ducks can still handle it for the time being. However, if all 200,000 chickens and ducks are sent to this Mount Q, it will not be a little problem, but it will be a problem. The big problem. Now these chickens and ducks eat fat and strong bodies. Even the normally skinny pigs are as strong as a calf at this time. This is exactly what Li Shimin is having a headache. But now looking at Zhang Feng's appearance, you still seem very excited. Li Shimin is blinded. Feng Tsai, are you okay? What do you want this chicken to do? Sun Simiao couldn't help but squinted and looked at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng didn't say a word but instead smiled mysteriously, waved to Cheng Chumo. Cheng Chumo understood instantly. Excitedly rushed out the door. And this scene confuses Li Shimin, Wei Zheng and Sun Simiao even more. What is this doing? Is this youngster thinking? When he was confused, Cheng Chumo walked in with 2 bowls of steaming porridge. "Master Li, you drink the porridge. Divine Dr. Sun, drink the porridge." Looking at the bowl with a greasy layer of grease and a burst of bone-strengthening powder, Li Shimin couldn't help but his eyes lit up. "This is from bone-strengthening powder." Zhang Feng did not speak, but motioned for Li Shimin to take a sip. Li Shimin and Sun Simiao took a subconsciously sip, and then their brows frowned. "Master Li, besides this bone-strengthening powder, there seems to be something else in this porridge." When Li Shimin heard Sun Simiao's words, he couldn't help but frowned. After taking a sip, "I stirred it with a spoon." "Yes, this porridge is thicker than normal porridge. This is the effect of bone-strengthening powder, but it is also impossible. It also has a mussel-like taste after eating. There is a faint smell of stock, but the smell of pepper is reduced. But it has become another exquisite taste." "That's right." Sun Simiao nodded. The old man also tasted a few medicine ingredients in this porridge. Li Shimin hearing this, his eyes lit up. "But it's okay." Sun Simiao drank the porridge slowly, and could not help but drank all the porridge. Then he closed his eyes and tasted it for a long time. Picked up the bowl and sniffed and sniffed. It seems to add star anise, cinnamon, bay leaf and other medicine ingredients. What the old man said right. Sun Simiao looked at Zhang Feng with scorching eyes and asked. Zhang Feng couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Divine Dr. Sun deserves to be Divine Dr. Sun. A bowl of porridge, you can taste the truth in it. Yes, in this porridge, I not only added muscle, but also added pork and bone strengthening powder. Old Li, do you remember what I said before? This chicken, duck and pig is a good thing. Even if the locust plague is over, this thing will make us rich. Do you remember? Li Shimin nodded. Zhang Feng said, but now, besides eggs, who is willing to eat chicken? Even if the people are willing to eat, but the chicken is good, but the money is so small that it is not enough to buy food. Who will buy it? I don't have anything to feed my own chickens. I ate all of them. Why buy chickens? Is that a fool? But this was the thought at that time. And now Li Shimin picked up the bowl in shock, and tasted it again, feeling a little shocked. Sun Simi Ao couldn't help but laughed at this moment. Wonderful, wonderful, my little friend. The old man is taught today. The bone-strengthening powder and the fried locusts are not to be mentioned, although the older man doesn't know what's going on. But the old man has also drunk it. It does make people stronger and stronger without side effects, just like eating a pound of broth. At this time, this octagonal bay leaf and other medicine ingredients also have a good effect on improving the intestines and stomach, and even can make blood. On the other hand, this thing also has a good effect on covering the smell. Needless to say about this chicken, let's talk about this pork. Although pork is now slowly becoming the rice bowl of the people, this thing is too strong in taste, and it is difficult to be elegant after all. But these medicines, the ingredient has changed the ingredient itself, allowing it to blend perfectly with the porridge. Although the old man still doesn't know what's in it, I am afraid that the old man will not be able to comprehend his life. But just tried a bowl. The old man's belly told me. How? Li Shimin and Wai Zheng and the others asked eagerly. Sun Simiao thought for a while and said, if the old man guessed correctly, the value of this bowl of porridge is more than 10 cents. What? Li Shimin couldn't help being taken aback. How much does this bowl cost? However, after thinking about it, I couldn't help but nodded. The value of this thing is really more than 10 cents. Sun Simiao said again, however, this thing is not yet known for its value, but for its practicality. What does everyone lack now? It's food. So if someone else eats this bowl of porridge, one bowl of porridge can take care of it for a day. And if the public here can eat 2 bowls of porridge a day, this month, let's take a look again, and make sure that everyone is fat and strong. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 593. Li Shimin's eyes couldn't help but brighten. Divine Dr. Sun, are you sure that this bowl of porridge can be so magical? Will it work? Jiang Feng is speechless up. I said, old Li, do you dare to doubt me now? You know I am doing this for this stuff. Look at it. My hair is all white some. While speaking, Jiang Feng pointed to the hair. Master Li, all of us have seen this. Since the imperial edict was issued, this youngster has not known any nerves. He kept himself in the house for 3 days. We thought something happened, so he was doing this. Wai Shu slapped his chest. At the same time, I finally figured out what the youngster was doing before. Jiang Feng glared at Wai Shu. Do you think him the same as you? This is a major event anyway. If this doesn't work well, it will be a mess at that time. So you don't want to sleep. Now, this thing needs to be prepared in advance. Do you understand? Wai Shu and the others touched his head and looked confused. What is pre-preparation? Jiang Feng couldn't help rolling the eyes. I chose the 205 of nothing. If this is explained to them, then it's not the time, right? Go ahead, get out of work. It's about to start dinner. Have you completed today's task? If you haven't completed it, you are not allowed to eat 1 inch. Several people hearing this, Sayazi ran away. At this time, the airman Wai Zheng, Divine Dr. Sun, and Li Shimin Jiang Feng are left in the room. The 4 of you look at me, I look at you, and finally, Sun Simiao asked. The old man has always had a question. I don't know what happened to the little friend looking for the old man to go up the mountain this time. If you don't tell me, I really forgot. Jiang Feng patted his forehead and said, I'm looking for old mister this time for this bowl of porridge. If there is no old Li's 10,000 stone food and these chickens and ducks, then there will be a big problem this time. But now that we have these things, the youngster dares to ask Divine Dr. Sun to go on this mountain, looking for some herbs. Sun Simiao couldn't help but wonder, what about looking for herbs? Yes, Feng Tsai, why are you looking for herbs? You said, what do you want? Where do I have treasured Lu Speed's 1,000-year-old ginseng for a long time, Until he finished, Jiang Feng waved his hand and said, if you don't say it, you will forget it. You my son has already lost that 1,000-year ginseng to me. Li Shimin's eyes went black and almost fell to the ground. When did this happen? Why didn't I know? Just what happened last time, when playing cards. Zhang Feng no longer paid attention to Li Shimin with a bewildered look, and continued to look at Sun Simiao, who was stroking his beards, and said, "Divine Dr. Sun, this bowl of porridge actually has a name. Youngster calls him medicated food. This thing is not only useful in ordinary people, it is used in the current situation, and it can also be used in wealthy families to treat their wealthy diseases." Sun Simiao was a little surprised. He doesn't know the specific curative effect of this thing, but this medicine can be used in food, which is an ancient way. But there are not many that can really achieve yin-yang harmony. However, if some other medicine ingredients are added to this bowl of porridge, such as Hauctinia cordata, and some other things are slightly integrated, then this bowl of porridge is really true. It will become a bowl of medicinal food of extraordinary value. Sun Simiao couldn't help but looked at Zhang Feng dumbly. "My little friend, I don't know where your ability is to be learned from." Hearing this, Wei Zheng hurriedly touched Li Shimin and woke him up. Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, "Old mister doesn't have to be like this. These all are when my master was in the professor. I occasionally mentioned it in the cooking." Sun Simiao hearing this, "I have a bet in my heart. Is this just an occasional mention? Can this be done? Then if it is a serious way to learn medicine, can you still have it? Dare to ask?" "Okay, don't ask. This is a sad thing. I don't want to talk about it." This can be said. It's a weird thing to be clear. This dear friend's name, he has heard of in later generations. It is simply Tang Seng II. No, the second is Du Darbing. That guy is really poisonous. Li Shimin couldn't help but answer, "Divine Dr. Sun, the teacher of Zhang Feng, has gone wandering around, maybe. So he doesn't want to say. Just don't ask. How wonderful this world is, people. But not everyone we can see, and although we can't see his teacher at this time, I wonder, Feng Tsis porridge this time is bound to become a kind of fun." Li Shimin can't wait long ago. "At this time, I saw that Sun Simiao said so, it is bound to be a good thing." So now, the most important thing is, Li Shimin wants this thing. This thing, he doesn't want to make a fortune. But if this thing can be applied to the victims of the world, although the bone-strengthening powder is not much, it can't be applied to all places. But this chicken, duck, pig, this thing, there are so many gadgets that can't be more. Once this is added, then Li Shimin can't sit still. Said, "Well, Feng Tsai, you also know that Great Tang is seeing disasters everywhere now, and you don't want to see all the victims come to you, right? So, Feng Tsai, can I have a discussion with you?" Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 594. Where does Zhang Feng know what Li Shimin is going to do? People have given so many things now, and these hundreds of thousands of chickens and ducks, even if they are let oldly eat them all day long, they can't finish it. So, Zhang Feng shrugged. "Old brother, if you don't say this, I know what you are going to do. You are here today. This is what I want to say to you, old Li. Although it is a bit unkind to say that it is difficult to make a fortune, it is really a fortune business." Li Shimin is a little speechless. This youngster really thinks of himself as a businessman, but now Great Tang is really short of money. Whether it is the manufacture of iron ships and carts, it costs a lot of money. And the soldiers garrisoned in the frontiers, they all require massive military expenses. Although I made some money before, the state treasury, which was basically filled up just now, was a bit emptied after the locust plague. At this time, when Zhang Feng said this, Li Shimin understood what Zhang Feng wanted to do. "You mean, sell this bowl of porridge to those wealthy people?" Zhang Feng stretched out a hand and shook it, mysteriously said, "Yes, not right. After all, we don't have much bone-strengthening powder now, and we can't make this stuff like this. This is one of the reasons why I asked Elder Sun to go up the mountain. On the one hand, I want Elder Sun to find some medicine ingredient that can replace the bone-strengthening powder and add it to the porridge. and also to make the porridge into two different things. One is the one that does not add bone strengthening powder, which can fill the stomach, but improves the physique minimally, and the other is without bone strengthening powder, but the taste and the effect of enhancing physique are not change, and even have to make a share of things. What Zhang Feng is going to do this time is actually the distribution model, which means he wants to divide the same thing into 3, 6 or 9 grades. Although this thing was originally not in class, and these things were originally separated by profiteers for profit, but now, he is a businessman, and this great Tang is not like a later generation. If everyone can be equal, if this thing is really made into something like fine salt, then it will be really messy. However, this thing is really a life-saving thing for the current Great Tang people. Don't worry if the poor can't afford it. This thing can be as cheap as a bowl of porridge, but it's a slightly more expensive porridge. This is the porridge that will be sold later, and of course it's impossible now. There are so many chickens and ducks now. Too much food is consumed every day. If that's the case, get it in. But what about the disaster? This thing is bound to increase in price. But this is not for Zhang Feng. People who like it will naturally buy it. And the medicine ingredient is added. It is different. A food shortage is a disaster for the people, but for the wealthy, it's just eating less good things, that's all. The greasy water in their stomachs. It's time to hang up, and this porridge is tailor-made for them. Why don't you just want to get the money out of their pockets? Then use it in the construction of this academy? When he didn't start building the academy, Zhang Feng thought this thing was that simple, but when he actually started it, he realized that it all cost money. This damn thing is a money-burning machine. Although Li Qian has taken the initiative to fight and paid for it, he can't keep paying for this money, right? This is a bottomless pit. Even if he sold out all of old Li's fortune, that would not be enough. However, everything depends on Sun Simiao at this time. No matter how good it is, if Divine Dr. Sun can't figure out this thing, it's a wild card. Sun Simiao frowned, and his slightly pale fingers stroked his beard over and over again, and then said after a moment, "Little friend Zhang, although the old man does not agree with your merchant's way, but he can understand that you are a guest. Is it for the construction of the academy?" Zhang Feng, hearing this, couldn't help but sigh greatly. Or elder son knows youngster. This 50,000 acres of land, where does not need money inside and outside. Repair requires money, all these people also need money to eat. And I also know that the youngster institution does not charge a penny. Tell me, where does my money come from? It's not just to make a little money from these reduced things. Let me, the academy, do better, and when the time comes, I can also let the people of the world do what they can. Zhang Feng defeats the bitter water. How difficult it is to build this, and how to waste money. Sun Simiao couldn't help but moved. Little friend Zhang Feng, the old man has never admired any youngster in his entire life. When I saw you, I also felt that you were an extraordinary young person, but since going up the mountain to the present, what the old man has seen is a person who really seeks welfare for the people of Great Tang. If the old man can help you at this time, then it is equivalent to helping the poor people in the world. Don't worry about this. The old man already knows it. It's just that the old man has some doubts in his mind. Please give me some explanation. Zhang Feng, see the biggest problem solved, could not help but feel calm. Elder son, please tell me. Youngster will know everything. Then why did you choose pork instead of something else? Cheaper 1 inch? Li Shimin is dumbfounded. Sun Simiao was dumbfounded. The two looked at each other and said, "You say it again?" Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 595. Li Shimin is dumbfounded. Sun Simiao was dumbfounded. Wai Zheng is dumbfounded. This pork, that is known all over the world, it is unpalatable. If ordinary people eat it, that's all. But what are they doing now? What kind of medicated food is this for rich people? How fishy is this thing? What a show. Can this be eaten? That's a weird thing. And if you do it like this, it will cause big problems. However, Zhang Feng did not answer, but ran to the door bashfully and shouted, Iron Knox, go and call Li Qian quickly, just say I'm looking for him. After a while, Li Chenqian, brow beaded with sweat, rushed into the small wood house. What's the matter? I'm busy 1 inch. As soon as he entered the door, Li Chenqian bowed to Sun Simiao and Li Shimin, and then asked. Zhang Feng slapped Li Chenqian on the shoulder, and asked slyly, here are my own people, I won't be sloppy, I'll ask you to find the fan maker, have you come yet? Here I am, an old court eunuch in the palace. Sun Simiao, hearing this, can't help but feel confused. Although Li Shimin has known for a long time, isn't he talking about pigs at this time? What does this have to do with this again? However, neither of them asked anything, they were just waiting for Zhang Feng quietly. Zhang Feng, hearing this, could not help being overjoyed. Very good, you invite that master in. Let me ask something. Li Chenqian hesitated. But after thinking about it, I took a look at Li Shimin's face, then walked to the door and called the court eunuch he had brought before. Old court eunuch is very old. His head is full of silver hair, but his mouth is very thin, and there is no beard on his chin. Zhang Feng was taken aback. Take Li Chenqian aside and ask, presumably, this is a court eunuch? Li Chenqian rolled the eyes. Didn't I just say it? I was struggling with suffering untold hardship and found a court eunuch who had just retired from the palace. Do you want? Don't forget it. He always felt a bit awkward about this matter, and he felt chilly in his crotch unconsciously. But Zhang Feng wanted, and he didn't dare to say anything, so he could only do things with his head stuffed. Seeing Li Chenqian like this, Zhang Feng is in a good mood. I circled the old court eunuch a few times. And although the old court eunuch can remain calm at this time, can he be calm? Except for this 200 and 500 and 500 and 505 fool, the remaining 3 are all people who can make 3 fights with stomping 1. His Imperial Majesty, Divine Doctor, Crown Prince, he is not one to offend. If it hadn't been for little Gizzy eunuch had been telling him before, it is estimated that he would have knelt down long ago. And at this time he can only grin and stand with a grin that is more ugly than crying. After Zhang Feng watched a circle, the elder court eunuch said, the miscellaneous family has seen noble son Zhang. I have seen Lord Li, noble son. I have seen divine doctor son. Sun Simiao rolled his eyelids, looked at Li Shimin, and looked at Zhang Feng playfully. And Zhang Feng didn't care about the red tape, and said, I want to ask you something, old man. Meet the old court eunuch's face was not good, and he hurriedly changed his words. Old eunuch, I ask you something, please tell me the truth. Okay? Of course, if this is your privacy, just treat it as if I didn't say it. Could the old court eunuch not agree? I hurriedly said, noble son Zhang, I would like to ask, if the miscellaneous family can leave the dead body and do a little bit for noble son Zhang, it is my honor. Okay. Zhang Feng patted the old court eunuch on the shoulder and said, since the old eunuch said so, if Zhang Feng treats you badly in the future, it will be worse than a pig. Old court eunuch hearing this was shocked. Zhang Feng said, don't do that. The thing I asked may be a secret to you and the imperial palace. Are you sure you can tell about it? Can you say? Can we not talk about it? It's mortal if you don't say it, my lord. Old court eunuch is about to cry. He suddenly felt that this grandson and his mother is more verbose than the monk in that temple. What's the matter with you? You can die after you say it in one breath. But he did not dare to speak. He is afraid. He was afraid that he would not survive tomorrow. I had to take a deep breath and said, noble son Zhang, please. After Zhang Feng made sure that the old court eunuch was not good at it, he cautiously asked, I ask you, how many years have you been a fan maker in the palace, or how many people have handled you? Of course I don't doubt your craftsmanship, it's just this. You have to be sure. Otherwise this thing will not be sloppy, or it will kill a lot of lives. Maybe when the time comes, we have to finish it. Zhang Feng said. Li Chenqian's face suddenly changed. He arched his waist and his legs trembled. Mother, is this grandson really thinking about it? Fuck. I am crown prince. He wants to cry. However, not only him, But Li Shiman and Wei Zheng's face changed at this time, and the change of Sun Simio's face became more meaningful. What the hell is this youngster going to do? Do you really want to? However, His Imperial Majesty didn't speak at this time, and he didn't have a good time to interrupt. He probably thought about what Zhang Feng asked him to do. One thing he can figure out is that he goes to school. As for the fan maker, why is this going to cause trouble? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 596. However, Sun Simiao didn't care about these, because His Imperial Majesty didn't say anything. After all, his son is now shaking away in fear. Zhang Feng didn't notice this, but the old court eunuch was already covered in chaff, and his pale face was already a little blue at this time. Not only that, but the sweat on his face was like beans. In general, it will fall down. He has seen death beckoning him. But now His Imperial Majesty has not spoken. He dare not. Have to brace oneself. Stick here. Hey, eunuch, you have to talk about it in detail. This old court eunuch's voice trembled terribly. But when he saw His Imperial Majesty's nodded, he had to brace oneself and said, then ... I've been in the palace for dozens of years, and the palace calls this the purification. Also called Zisunjin. I did this job 30 years ago. Zhang Feng hearing this, his eyes lit up, looking at old court eunuch like a baby, and hurriedly helped him sit down, and fortunately to sit next to Wei Zheng. Where did the old court eunuch dare to sit? Sit down. I was pressed down by Zhang Feng and stood up again. He didn't sit down until Li Chengqian asked him to sit down. Baby. This is the baby. 30 years of experience. It seems that you can't go wrong. Zhang Feng rubbed his hands and squatted beside the old court eunuch. Behind him, Li Chengqian was about to explode. He looked at Li Shimin with imploring eyes, but Li Shimin couldn't shake it at this time. Dump him. Li Chengqian is aware of the tragedy. But at this time, wherever he can do anything, he can only brace oneself and stand here. Okay. Anyway, when the time comes, I am not alone. I want to see what he does. At this time, when Zhang Feng was confused by Li Chengqian, he asked excitedly, then dare you to ask how old eunuch was doing the knife? Does that person feel the pain? Normally, it's useless to use numb boiling. After this is done, how many wounds festered? At this time, not only the old court eunuch, but Li Shimin's face changed. What is this youngster going to do? However, Li Shimin didn't mean to interrupt Zhang Feng for the time being before he got the result. He always felt that this youngster would have a major event. As for what it was, Li Shimin didn't know for the time being. But this youngster's urine is like this. In the end, Li Shimin could only wait slowly. Where did the old court eunuch dare to say a word? The whole body is swinging, and his head is beating like a heavy hammer. What is this? This is an insult to him. If this is placed besides the few people who are doing it, if anyone dares to ask this, he must hold a knife and fight hard. What is this? This is their last dignity. It is also the pain hidden in my heart. Who doesn't want to be a man? But because of many things, they had to become court eunuch. What are you doing now? This is revealing his scars. But what can he do? I can only say in a muffled voice, before miscellaneous knives, they would get people drunk, and then only need a knife to clean them. As for the wound or something, put a handful of lime on it, and add wormwood. Fu has been on the ground for a few days, and he can basically get off the ground. The old court eunuch said it was awkward. At this time, everyone in the room, except Zhang Feng, felt that he was under the crotch. Yiliang unnaturally sat up straight. Feng Tsai. What are you going to do? You said it. Li Chengqian finally couldn't help it. Zhang Feng waved his hand to signal Li Chengqian not to speak, and then said, then eunuch, does this hurt? Will it have any effect on the aftermath? Old court eunuch wanted to hit someone. Shadow the hand hidden in the embroidered robe, clenched into a fist, but he dare not. His Imperial Majesty is here. In the end, the old court eunuch closed his eyes as if resigned to his fate, and said, it hurts. It hurts. That is the last feeling a man feels. After a year, it won't hurt anymore. but every time it rains on a cloudy day, it will hurt. Noble son Jiang should know that place. Old court eunuch also gave it up. What the hell can that be? Don't you just want to ask specific questions? What can this do? This youngster is asking in such detail right now. Is it because he really wants to start with the students who come here? The old court eunuch felt a burst of comfort when he thought of working on those students. Nothing else. This may be a psychological distortion, but there is no way I can invite him here. That would definitely not be asking him whether it hurts or not. Although Jiang Feng knows very few people when he is in the palace, he still knows a little bit for elderly people like him. At this time, after asking Jiang Feng in such a detailed inquiry, I couldn't understand Jiang Feng for a moment. It stands to reason that Jiang Feng is so genius. But is it possible to be so concerned about these things? Not only His Imperial Majesty and Crown Prince are here, but Divine Dr. Sun Simiao is even invited. What does this mean? This means that there must be a major event. What is the specific major event? The old court eunuch doesn't know, but it must be related to his profession. At this time, Li Chengqian finally couldn't sit still, directly explode hair and run away. Well, Feng Tsai, now it's dinner. Dang, help daubing them. I'm leaving. Jiang Feng was taken aback and waved quickly. Why are you going? Wait, I still have important things to say. Fuck off. I quit. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 597. Faced with Li Chengqian's unfathomable mystery, Jiang Feng was completely confused. Scratched his head and asked, Old Li, what's wrong with your son? Li Shimin's face was stiff. Did you just want to give him what? Jiang Feng was also confused. A question mark on his face asked, What? Fan maker? You are looking for a fan maker? Is it for him? Li Shimin didn't want to say it, but still couldn't help it. That is not only his son, but also the Crown Prince of Great Tang, but also the face of Great Tang. If people know what they are today, wouldn't they be laughed to death? Don't talk about anything else. Just talk about the current one. Could it be that you really don't understand? Oh, Li Shimin sighed heavily. Feng Tsai, just say directly what you want to do. You don't feel panicked. No, that's great. Jiang Feng was just a sentence, and almost made Li Shimin run away. Is this pretty good? Where is it? This sounds panicky. Li Shimin is speechless. Feng Tsai, your question is so detailed. What does this have to do with this food shortage? I don't think it has anything to do with it. Let's talk about it now. Tell me about this porridge thing. I think it can be done. Jiang Feng shrugged. What I'm talking about now is the porridge thing. And it's still the most important thing in porridge. Pork? Pork? When you talk about pork, you talk about pork. What do you say about the fan maker? Moreover, they are all talking about court eunuch. Where is pork? Li Shimin couldn't help but feel a little crazy. Feng Tsai, you have a good talk. Look at you. Do you have any patience? I can promise Jiang Feng, wait for you, jump up with excitement. Are you believing or not? And this eunuch? Do you know that although I know you feel awkward now, but you have to know that you will be in the future, though not comparable to those national duke, at least you can be richer than those merchants. Are you believing or not? What is this? This is a big deal that fell from the sky. Speaking of people, Li Shimin's face was as dark as the bottom of the pot. Sun Simiao can't hear it too much. This youngster just looked okay, but how come his mouth is full of the smell of copper from merchants? My little friend, this is what you have done. Although you are doing business for this academy, you can't be full of copper smells, right? Let me talk about it first. How do you plan to make this bowl of porridge? Sun Simiao said it very euphemistically. This is the first time in his life. Where does he go? Isn't he always regarded as a guest of honor? And here, he felt that he was superfluous. Jiang Feng also noticed Sun Simiao's impatience, and then said, Elder son, you don't be impatient. The youngster is abrupt, but don't worry. Wait a minute. Youngster really has a major event. I'll discuss it with you. While speaking, Jiang Feng got up and took a sip of tea before he said, Everyone, I know I just let you, it's a bit uncomfortable, but for me, It's really a major event. As you all know, the pork nowadays is fishy and nasty, and there are very few people raising it, let alone eating it, except for those who are really poor. Those who cannot eat lamb will eat a little pork. But do you know that the cost of pigs is the cheapest, and the nutritional value? Forget it, you don't understand the nutritional value. Just talk about its efficacy. This stuff is better than lamb. If you eat too much lamb, it will become hot and easy to get angry. But this pork is different. Not only can the gadgets calm people's blood and energy, but they also don't get angry. If you suffer from some kind of injury, you only need a bowl of broth every day. If you don't get angry, you can. Zhang Feng sprinkled the pork to fiercely, but let alone Li Shimin, even Sun Simiao is a little confused. What is all this? However, he agrees with what Zhang Feng said, that is, lamb is hot, easy to get angry, and not easy to eat too much. But what does this have to do with the fan maker? He just thought of a little bit of the role Zhang Feng called him to, but now it seems this seems to be wrong. After Zhang Feng finished speaking, Sun Simiao said, "Little friend Zhang Feng, you pork boasting old man wants to eat it, but this still can't make this pork available. It's a great place, and the old man is not talented. What exactly did you invite me to do?" "Well," Zhang Feng touch it, said, "Elder son, old Li, the reason I say this today is to completely change the pig thing." "How to change?" Li Shimin can't help but ask why Zhang. Sun Simiao shook the head speechlessly. "The first time I felt that Zhang Feng was good at everything, it was just boring. More wordy than those old fogey." However, Zhang Feng ignored him. To be precise, Zhang Feng had fallen into his own world at this time and couldn't help himself. This is actually the main purpose of finding this eunuch today. That is the pigs on a mount. I am going to castrate them all. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 598. Li Shimin couldn't help but spouted a sip of tea. After waiting for a long time, this is it. He thought there was something unexpected about Zhang Feng. Didn't expect he would actually say this. Fan pig. What does this mean? Feng Tsai, what do you mean by this? If you don't make it clear, this. Li Shimin winked and gestured his face. Sun Simiao, who was gradually gloomy, said. When Zhang Feng saw this, he hurriedly calmed Sun Simiao and said, "Mr. Elder Son, youngster didn't mean to offend you, but the youngster really thought of a wonderful attention. Think about it, now everyone can't accept what this pig means. It's not because the pig smells too nasty, and the meat is good for firewood, but the youngster really observed the pig and found that this can actually be changed. Normally, a pig can be raised up to a year, and it can be raised up to 50 kilograms. It is good to raise it, but the youngster has a way to make these pigs it can skyrocket to 200 catties in 3 months. What? 3 months? 200? Are you sure? Li Shimin was shocked. With a loud noise, he stood up from the chair and asked uncontrollably, "Of course, I, Zhang Feng, dare to guarantee my life. And let alone that, even if it's a pig running all over the ground now, I have the ability to give him all within a month, not only not to lose weight, but also to increase their fat, but also to give them a qualitative change in their meat quality." Of course, Zhang Feng has a way. Nowadays, no one eats pigs. The reason why they are raised is not because there are so many poor people, they can't eat lamb. So even if this meat is in the show, it is very enviable to have a meal occasionally. In the final analysis, the fan makers of this era are all wondering how to enter the palace to seek missions. They only know that the knife is aimed at people's crotch, and they forget that this knife can actually make them rich. However, now that Zhang Feng is here, everything has to be changed for him. The most important thing is that this always deals with the smell of meat, which is a waste of liquor, and there are so many pigs on this mountain. It won't work if you don't deal with it. I eat more than people in a day, who can afford it. This has to think of a way to make them less jerky and less active, and the natural situation is to prevent them from conceiving naturally, so as to select their middle-grade species with good appearance. Breeding pigs, breeding the next generation. Anyway, This thing can give birth to several litters a year. What is he afraid of? This meat, as long as a formula can be made to improve his fibrous tissue, make his meat less burnt, and get rid of his fishy smell and sorrow, then this thing can be an extremely popular dish. Think about dongpo pork, red braised pork. What a household name is that delicious! But it's a pity that in this age when only one pot of stew is known, this kind of delicacy is about to die out. If it weren't for this locust plague, plus Tibetian's dislike of this thing, he could pick it up. Such a big treasure. At this time, the old court eunuch's face finally improved. Li Shimin was unable to extricate himself from the shock that could slaughter 200 catties in 3 months. If this is true, wouldn't it be true? This youngster, before, could handle the pork without any fishy smell or sorrow. Then this live pig, plus Sun Simiao, can't he still handle it? Otherwise, he is also impossible to say it here. This youngster is not a big talker. Feng Tsai, you are sure that with the cooperation of Divine Dr. Sun, after fanning these pigs, you can remove his scent and fishy smell without losing fat? Yes, it depends on whether Divine Dr. Sun can find several medicinal herb that can get rid of the odor. I only know one is called Pueraria labatu. As for the other things, I don't know. Sun Simiao was silent. Before, the development of diet was actually the second thing. This youngster is really a chicken thief. Dig a hole here. This pork is added to the meal. If the fishy smell is too strong, how can it make people have a good taste? If you don't add this thing, then the taste will lose the fat in it. It is impossible to achieve the ideal state by relying on mussels and duck meat. Although Sun Simiao has been studying medicinal herb all his life, he still has some research on which livestock, animals, and what can be treated, or if they cannot be eaten in that disease. So, when Jiang Feng said that he wanted to improve the smell of pigs, he thought of this. This is not impossible, it's just that no one has thought about it before. The meat is too good, mainly because the pig has a short estrus period. If he is completely castrated, with some herbs that promote blood circulation, it is really possible to achieve this. Let's not talk about this, just the hundreds of thousands of pigs and the things raised in the people's homes. If this is completely improved, then this will definitely become another way for the people to make a living. I thought for a long time, and finally Sun Simiao was nodded. Although the old man feels a little disgusted at this time, but he also wants to see the amazing way of seeing Jiang Feng's little friend. The old man took this job. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 599. After Sun Simiao agreed Jiang Feng's heart, then he put it back in his heart. This time, the big problem was basically solved completely, so now the old court eunuch is left. It depends on whether he is willing to take the knife that has been used for 30 years from people, put it on the pig. Unfortunately, Jiang Feng turned around and looked at the old court eunuch and said, "This eunuch, I don't know you." Old court eunuch heard this and quickly got up. "Noble son Jiang, please tell me." "So what? I just want to ask you, would you like to?" For this, to be honest, the miscellaneous family is unwilling to agree. It always feels like a response. Noble son Jiang should be able to understand the miscellaneous family's difficulties. Ahem. Li Shimin slightly frowned, coughed. Old court eunuch was surprised and hurriedly shut up. Li Shimin said, "Since Jiang Feng has invited you to stay, please stay. Although this is a little different, you can rest assured, Li Qian promises you." "Yes. How about I add it to you on that basis?" This is a time when great feats were made for Great Tang, and once this thing succeeds, then you can go down in history. You can think about it clearly. Li Shimin's words instantly made old court eunuch hurriedly agreed. "Noble son Jiang, if this is the case, the remnant of the miscellaneous family will be handed over to you. No matter what you order, the miscellaneous family will have nothing to say." His Imperial Majesty all spoke now. Can he not agree? Is the diaphragm in the heart important? Still life is important. Furthermore, if this matter is heard by little Gizzy eunuch, what else is there for him? The people who are waiting outside are all waiting greedy at the door. Seeing the old court eunuch's promise, Jiang Feng was overjoyed. I wanted to call someone when I went out, but I ran into Old He who was squatting at the door. Old He beckoned. Old He, go quickly to prepare the barbecue, prepare the ingredients, and wait for me to cook. You wait for Feng Tsai first. And Old He arched his hands at Sun Simiao, then took Jiang Feng to the door and said, this morning, there was a young man who was walking around the door but he didn't come in. He didn't eat anything for him. He said he wanted to see you. Even Du Dabing didn't withdraw him, so he didn't dare to come hard. No, they are afraid of setback, so let me come here and wait for you to finish talking to you. Jiang Feng is dumbfounded. Who? I don't know. Old He shook his head, pointed at the mountain gate, and said, why don't I call someone, go and ask, if you have nothing to do, give him a few meters to send him down the mountain. But this youngster wears a Confucian shirt full of scars. I don't know what the origin is. The Confucian shirt? Jiang Feng, hearing this, could not help but eyebrows slightly frowned. Old Li, take a seat first. There is something wrong with Tang at the gate of the mountain. Just come. While speaking, Jiang Feng followed Old He and hurried to the gate of the mountain. Imperial edict has been issued for a long time, but there have been no students coming. The sudden appearance of a young man with a Confucian shirt made Jiang Feng think of something. At this time, it's already time to eat. At this time, all the people are lying on the ground, snoozing or snoring very simply. Then Cheng Chumo lay on his back on the pile of grains. The boots are placed on both sides, and the feet are snoring loudly, but the smell of feet is more terrifying than his snoring. It doesn't matter. The most important thing is that the rice bag below this guy is actually full of people from Tongyue Street. Jiang Feng seriously doubts whether these people have a tendency to be abused. So smelly. Can they stand it? But this is not important. Li Chengqian has long since ran away, and Dugu, Wai Shu and Zhang Sunchong met Jiang Feng when they came out, and they all gathered together. They knew the youngster of Daoist sect, but Feng Tsai can come, which shows that we can watch a good show. This is a good show to watch, better than smelling the smell of your feet, right? Feng Tsai, this weird man, came last night, but squatted down the mountain and didn't dare to come up. He came before dawn today, but if you are not there, you will be at this door. Don't go, don't come in, no one knows what this youngster is going to do. In the voice of Wai Shu, several people have already arrived at the door. Wai Shu shouted, hey, the youngster, didn't you look for Feng Tsai? He is here, there is something to say. There is Fat. Hearing this, the young man hurriedly sorted out some old Confucian robes, and then hurried forward. Although he looked extremely chilly and his skin was dark and swarthy, at this time, it seemed that the whole person became more awkward as he looked at him. But this person, Jiang Feng, feels different. As for the difference, Jiang Feng doesn't know yet. Xiaoxing Mazu, meet Jiang Feng, noble son Jiang? The smile on Jiang Feng's face is somewhat frozen. I stared at Mazu, looked up and down, and then asked, what is your name? Student Mazu, visit the teacher. P. Mazu, which Mazu are you? King County Mazu. King County Mazu. Fuck. I found the treasure. After Jiang Feng has repeatedly determined Mazu's identity, he excitedly grabbed Mazu's hand and said, so what are you doing here? Mazu seems to be I didn't expect Jiang Feng to be so enthusiastic, and said hurriedly, come to study. Okay. I promised. Come. Who? Dabing, quickly arrange a place for him. Dugu is dumbfounded. Wai Shu Zhang Chong is confused. All the people who thought they were going to watch a good show were blinded. What's the matter? Isn't this a nonsense? I don't even have a place to live. Do you arrange a place for him? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 600. Mazu. This is a great man. Jiang Feng suddenly patted his head and remembered a major event. But this matter seems to be a bit wrong with the time. Originally, the Imperial Civil Service Examination graduate in Zhengwen's 3-year Imperial Civil Service Examination graduate, and this Mazu is one of them. This Mazu is still a remarkable figure. In history, he was an official to Prime Minister admonishes, a man who played a key role in the governance of Zhengwen. However, I don't know why, the original imperial examination for next year, forcibly here, has become Zhengwen 5 years, but this is not a matter. After all, Mazu is here. The damn thing, even if I only teach him one person, when the time comes, he can still fly. The talents of this era will all have to post-worship. It is also called the nomination certificate. Before the imperial examination, those high-ranking and distinguished families voted for themselves. In this era, the imperial examinations were basically recommended by those high-ranking officials and dignitaries, thus participating in the imperial examination and entering official career. But Zhang Feng is very excited now. I just didn't let go of pulling Mazu. The shameful Mazu's black cheeks were flushed, but he didn't dare to retract his hands, so he could only let Zhang Feng pull him. When he walked to the wood house, Zhang Feng let go of Mazu and asked, "By the way, I forgot to tell you the rules here. Do you understand the rules?" Students are not talented, teachers teach you. Mazu respectfully gave a salute. "Okay, if that's the case, then Hu Darbing, come and tell him, this is the first student of our academy, you have to take care of this for me. If you dare, you wait." Du Go's face went dark. "You mean, just a few of us are not? Then the ones who came before are not counted?" Zhang Feng was taken aback. "Oh, what are you doing? Eating Kishan's jealousy? Why that many shit? Tell him the rules, and then I will register and make a register." While speaking, Duga reluctantly stated the rules. The general idea is that if you want to study here, the first thing is to build a house in the specified area, and the house must be in the format specified by the academy. The second is the work-study program. You must participate in the construction of the academy, which is also included in the credits. When Duga told Mazu about the matter, Zhang Feng hurriedly wrote down something similar to an admission notice. A big red flower and 2 red ribbons are drawn on the paper with cinnabar, which floats on both sides from the top of a piece of paper, and the middle of the paper is written with ink. Today, King County Mazu was under Zhang Feng's door and entered the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning to study. Using this as evidence, during the enrollment period, the academy is responsible for all the daily life of the student, but the student must also complete the tasks set by the academy and complete the credits. Those who fail 1 year will be expelled from the academy and will never be hired. Writer Zhang Feng. After putting on the name, Zhang Feng hurriedly took the cinnabar ink pad and came to Mazu and the others, who looked at the brown and yellow paper curiously. But Zhang Feng solemnly looked at Mazu and said, "Mazu." Seeing that Zhang Feng was so solemn, Mazu hurriedly bowed. Student Mazu visits the teacher. Today, in the testimony of Huang Tan and everyone, would you, Mazu, be willing to visit my Zhang Feng? Zhang Feng's solemn voice naturally attracted Li Shimin and the 3 of them to watch. Then Mazu hurriedly bent his knees and had to kneel down. Zhang Feng hurriedly scolded, "If you kneel down, you will go down the mountain today." Mazu hearing this trembled all over. Li Shimin and the others could not help but be puzzled. At this time, Zhang Feng pretended to be extremely forceful and said, "I remember a saint once said that men have gold under their knees, and men can kneel to heaven and earth, kneel to their parents, and kneel to the King of heaven and earth. Kneeling, parents at dawn. If you bow to me today, I will never use you at the academy in the future." While speaking, after Zhang Feng looked around, he drank, "What I said today, this is the philosophy of my White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. Whoever dares to kneel, let me fuck off." Don't say that Zhang Feng is a student. I can't afford to lose this person. Everyone is hearing this, could not help being in an uproar. Mazu couldn't help but choked up, shouted loudly, "Student Mazu remembers the words of the teacher, never forget it." "Okay. Very good. Come here, here is your admission form, take a look first. If there is no objection, sign it and draw it. Before, Li Shimin was still a little excited about it, and he was still thinking about these words. From the mouth of which saint? But what the hell is that, this signature? No matter how you look at it, Li Shimin feels that this product has made a sale. But this doesn't matter. After waiting for Mazu's thankful thanks to Zhang Feng, I saw Sun Simiao at a glance, and I knelt down in a hurry. but when I thought of Jiang Feng's words just now, I hurriedly stopped and bowed. Student Mazu, see Divine Doctor. He. Good. Sun Simiao is still so kind. He smiled. I said hello. After that, Sun Simiao asked, little friend, Mazu, what are you going to arrange for him to do? Well, Jiang Feng's eyes couldn't help but fall on the old court eunuch. When Mazu, the youngster, came true, the free pig farmer was online.